Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
I remain the champion, undefeated.
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As vice president, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on? Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on JoyNews. JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Welcome to the program. This is AM News. Details now. Ghanaian businesses are expecting mixed reactions from the investment world towards Ghana's completion of its external debt restructuring. According to them, there will be positive reactions to the milestone by some investors who will now consider the certainties around their investments should or what their investments will put money into the Ghanaian economy. But there will also be some reluctance on the part of others who rather want to invest in other economies than Ghana due to the debt restructuring. More on that shortly. But first, here is Ghana's Finance Minister, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, who is assuring Ghanaians of a promising outlook for Ghana's economy after a successful conclusion of its debt restructuring program. He was speaking at a town hall meeting at Trinity Baptist Church in Croydon, United Kingdom.
One of the conditions was that Ghana had to do what we call debt operation. We had to go and restructure our debts because our debts were considered unsustainable. I want to announce, for those of you who are interested in the debt restructuring, which has become Ghana's most difficult problem for the past 2-3 years, we are bringing it to an end. We are bringing the debt restructuring to an end. Last 2 weeks, we concluded negotiation with the official creditors, and we've agreed to restructure $5.1 billion. And I'm telling you, your government is good in negotiation. Of the $5.1 billion, we are going to make a savings of about $2 billion. $2 billion. As I speak to you, tomorrow morning, there will be an announcement that we have also concluded our negotiation with the Eurobond holders, $13.1 billion. And ladies and gentlemen, when we announce it, please read the details. We have negotiated a good deal for Ghana that will save us $8 billion.
He is hopeful the conclusion of the program will signal a turning point for the economy.
Wait until the announcement. The confidence in our economy is going to come back stronger because the world is no longer interested in investing in Ghana because of those debt restructuring. After tomorrow, it will be a different story. Watch the CD to the dollar after tomorrow. I know you are interested in that story. Let's watch it and see. The confidence will come. The investors will return to Ghana. And the growth trajectory will even become clearer for all of us. So this election is an election for us to win. The NDC can no longer campaign on the economy. Our record is better than their record. On the size of the economy, we've done better than them. On per capita income, we've done better than them. On job creation, we've done better than them. On economic growth, we've done better than them. They say we went to IMF, but it's not easy to be under an IMF program because we've seen them before. When they were under IMF program, by 2016, they missed all the targets. So far, Ghana has become an example. We met all our prior conditions and the IMF praised us and disbursed $600 million. This economy will grow, and it will grow faster than everybody thinks. By the end of this year, we are supposed to grow at 3.2%, but I can tell you, we'll grow at 5% or even more than 5%. This is because of the pragmatic policies we are implementing as a government. And so don't let anybody talk you down. You should raise your head up, and you know that your government is doing the right thing. We are bringing the economy back.
That's the finance minister. In other stories, Movement for Change leader Alan Kyerematen has promised to transform the country through his great transformational plan by focusing mainly on economic and infrastructural development, improving social services, and maximizing agricultural productivity. The former trade minister said this. He said he will eliminate sole sourcing of government's projects, reducing government spending and financing on infrastructural projects by 60%, and work with a government made up of not more than 40 ministers.
There's a lot of money floating around in the world. Government does not need to continue building roads. Every politician would like to build roads because that's where the corruption starts. Because that's where the contracting starts. But if you go to some of the powerful economies in the world, most of the roads were built by private sector capital. Even international airports, first-class international airports, are owned by the private sector. In Ghana, because people want to borrow to finance the construction of an airport, they will tell you that for security reasons, the government has to borrow and construct the airport.
Well, Alan Kyerematen has also promised to introduce a fixed exchange rate for 6 months on import duties. This measure, he believes, will curtail the constant price fluctuations of goods and services and bring inflation under control. It is also a measure that he believes will stabilize the cedi.
On low inflation, fix the foreign exchange rate for the importation of strategic commodities such as petroleum and essential medicines below the prevailing foreign exchange market rate as a second forex window, as a short-term policy measure in order to reduce the pass-through effects of the depreciation of the local currency on strategic commodity prices. As a country, we have no choice but to import petroleum products until we start adding value to our oil and gas resources. If your cedi is depreciating and you allow the exchange rate, the depreciating rate, to influence the price of petroleum products, then obviously the prices of all goods, because of the multiply effect of petroleum, would always be on the rise. So you have to ring fence the depreciation of the cedi in respect of products that are of a strategic nature, and you have no choice to import them. If we do this, we'll stabilize the currency.
Moving on, to help promote sports development and youth empowerment, the New Patriotic Party's parliamentary candidate for the Pusiga constituency, Alhaji Abdul Hanan Aludiba, has commissioned a state-of-the-art football astroturf for the constituency. The facility, which was constructed in partnership with the Ghana National Gas Company, will also serve as a venue for public gatherings and events in the Upper East region. Our correspondent, Albert Sori, reports.
The newly commissioned football astroturf is part of Alhaji Hanan Abdul Wahab Aludiba's campaign promise to enhance sports infrastructure in the Pusiga constituency. The facility is expected to provide a conducive environment for young footballers to hone their skills and potentially become future stars. The facility has also been designed to be used for public functions such as the Independence Day parades, Eid prayers, among others. The MPP's parliamentary candidate for Pusiga said he lobbied the Ghana National Gas Company to bring the facility to the deprived area because he believed in the enormous talents that abound there.
A year ago, we came to council for the construction of the AstroTurf. Some said it was a scam, but today we can see the reality. Within a year, the AstroTurf is completed, and we are here today to commission it. I told you I know the roads. I told you I have the connection. I have done so much. Just be a candidate. Give me the mandate. Inshallah, and I will not disappoint the good people of Pusiga. We are going to collectively take care of this project. We are going to guard it to make sure that it will stand the test of time.
The commissioning ceremony was attended by the Minister of Youth and Sports, Yusuf Mustafa, some MPP bigwigs, and former Black Stars players including Stephen Appiah, Laie Kingston, John Pencil, and Emmanuel Ajiman Bedu. The sports minister commended Alhaji Hanan Aludiba for his initiative and reiterated the government's commitment to grassroots sports development.
Today, once we commission this AstroTurf on his behalf, having 156 AstroTurf in a decade. His Excellency has also simultaneously constructed 10 youth resource centers, 5,000 seating capacity. 6 of them have been completed. We are doing all this to ensure that we develop sports at the grassroots. And I'm not surprised at all that my brother, even before he became MP, the numerous projects that he has done, he's even working on so many MPs.
The project manager of Ghana National Gas Company Limited, Edomgbole Anyima, urged the people of Pusiga to maintain the new sports facility so it can serve them for a long time.
We will entreat the committee that will be formed to manage this facility. That this facility in 5-10 years' time will look as the same as it is today.
The ex-Black Stars players engaged with the youth and shared their experiences. They also joined select sides of the youth of Pusiga to play a friendly football match as their way of inspiring the next generation of football talents. For Joy News, Albert Sori, Pusiga.
Let's stay on the Northern Belt, where Member of Parliament for Wa West Constituency, Superintendent retired Peter Lanchintobu, has stated that peace is gradually returning to Kando and Lasia Tolu following the communal conflict in the enclave that claimed 3 lives. He said most residents who fled from the conflict have now returned, and majority back to their farms for their farming activities. Interacting with chiefs and opinion leaders of the feuding factions, he called on them to work to ensure that there is total peace in the area. JoyNews Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam reports from Wichiao.
Since the conflict erupted on June 15 between the people of Kendeu and Lasie Tolu, who claimed 3 lives, dozens of security personnel drawn from the military, police, and the immigration services have been strategically deployed to the conflict communities to restore and maintain peace in the area. Feeding of these security personnel solely rely on the soldiers of the government through the Wa West District Assembly. To complement the effort of the government, Member of Parliament for Wa West, Superintendent retired Peter Lanchintobu, donated food items worth 10,000 Ghana cedis to the Wa West District Security Council for the feeding needs of the personnel stationed in the conflict area.
We say security is a collective responsibility. So security is not only about talking about it, believing in the peace, believing in the men and women in uniform, but also contributing tangibly to support the effectiveness of the operations on the ground.
Superintendent retired Peter Lenjine Tubu then moved to the palace of the paramount chief of the Wuchao traditional area, Na Imorogoma, whose jurisdiction the two communities are under. His mission there is to meet and plead with him and his subjects on the need to bury the hatchet and let peace prevail in the predominant farming enclave.
All those who believe in peace, and they believe that Wawe should remain peaceful, and they believe that the conflict between Lase, Tulu, and Kandel should be resolved to the detail, so that we'll never experience such a thing again.
There's uneasy calm in the area following the incident a week ago. But the significant thing to report now is that people are now back to the communities and farmers are back to their farms doing their normal duties.
This morning while I was coming, I saw a lot of women in the farm sowing. That is a sign of peace. If not, nobody would have had the balls to go to the farm at this material moment. This is farming season. If we can't go to farm, it means that we are praying for famine. We are praying for hunger. But I'm happy that I can see the revival of the system. But let's not take things for granted.
At Kandel, he entreated the chiefs and people of the area to swallow their anger and give peace a chance. One major concern raised and who they will want an intervention from the Member of Parliament was the continuous keeping of the deceased at the morgue for autopsy and holding of suspects at the police cells. Superintendent retired Peter Lenjine Tubu has this response for them.
And I'll plead with all of you, be patient with the police. They know what they are doing. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, all of us will be happy. Nobody wants to be in cells. The policemen who are on duty here, sleeping in the bush every night, they don't want to be here like that. But they are here because they're national duty. So let's be patient with them and let them do what is right. So all of us will have the peace.
The message at Lase Tolu was a carbon copy of what transpired at Kandel. He reiterated that the conflict is between two communities and they have made frantic effort to resolve it, urging the public to disregard the misinformation and disinformation which can worsen the conflict situation in the area.
I have said it from day one. Lase, Tulu, and Kandel have had a conflict. And the conflict is about the land in Lase. So the conflict is between Kandel and Lase, Tulu. The conflict is not between the Brifos in Ghana and the Wallace in Ghana. If that was the case, I am sure that a lot of Brifos who are living in Wat Town would have vacated their residence. But that is not the case. There are a lot of Walla people and Brifos people who are working together. For instance, in Asankregua, there are a lot of them in Sefi. There are a lot of them in Accra. The conflict is not a tribal conflict. It is not between Walla people and the Brifos people. It is the conflict between these two communities, Kandel and Lase Tulu. And I'm restricting it so that we don't stretch it beyond limits. But I'm hopeful that with the way I'm seeing the chiefs speak and the elders speak and the response from the youth, there is hope for the future.
One thing significant, which was exhibited during the tour by the factions, recognizes the need to maintain the peace in the area, which they both resolve to work towards achieving. The return of the people to their farms is also good for the optics. Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam, Wuchao.
The National Association of Graduate Teachers have undertaken an initiative aimed at enhancing academic performance among pupils at the basic level in Apajeto South District. This includes building the capacity of teachers and awarding best performing students to serve as motivation to whip up the interest of pupils in education. There's more in the following report.
The Apajeto South District within the last 3 years has not performed creditably well in the Basic Education Certificate examination, with the highest pass rate at 75% in 2023. The District Director of Education, Akpene Yvonne Ame Bruce, said some measures are being implemented to improve performance.
What we lack when it comes to the results is that we want single digits. let's say, aggregate 6 to 9. And that is what we are not getting. We pray and hope that when we put in all the best strategies that we have, we will be able to attain those aggregates. So gone on to intensify monitoring, and it is a mass monitoring. We have intensified literacy and numeracy in the first hours of the day. We have also gone into grooming our teachers.
To complement the efforts of the Education Directorate, the National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, instituted an award scheme among other initiatives. Well-performing students in the 2023 BECE were decorated with citations. The NAGRAT National Gender Desk Coordinator, Rebecca Okran, said the initiative aligns with the outfit's aim of ensuring quality education delivery.
Apart from fighting for better conditions of service for our teachers to enable them to go teach with all the passion that they need to teach with, we are also here today in Hohoe promoting the same agenda through our students by awarding, rewarding, and motivating those who have done well, and even encouraging those who are about to write the BEC. Remember, these are our children, and we will go all lengths to make sure that they turn out well, especially pupils from basic public schools. They are equally good, and when given the needed push, they are going to excel.
The Afajato South NDC parliamentary candidate, Frank Efriye, said he is visioned to introduce several interventions in education when voted into office.
I wish to place scholarship issuance at the forefront of my educational drive. I will give scholarship in terms of future and further education to these little ones, and I'll enhance education among parents so that they know the true essence and value and significance of education. Likewise, I will try and partner with some other NGOs, CSOs, in order to bring education favors and in partnership to the district.
Fred Kwame Asari, JoyNews, Verkuleum.
Benjamin Akakbo is up next with Business Update.
Welcome aboard the Business Updates. Now, in our first story, economist Professor Peter Quarte is upbeat about market certainty, investor confidence, and the unlocking of some key resources following an official announcement of an end to Ghana's debt restructuring. According to government, it had successfully restructured its debt of $5.1 billion with these creditors, in addition to concluding the restructuring of $13.1 billion with Eurobond holders. To this end, about $8 billion in interest payments have been saved. Reacting to this development, Professor Quarte urged government to invest the savings in the productive sectors of the economy to be able to pay these debts when they mature.
It will bring certainty, some relative certainty to the markets, to the minds of investors, to the minds of Ghanaians, because it's taken quite a long time to come this far. You don't know whether they will agree to the terms and what the terms will be, its impact on our investment, interest payment, etc. But now we are close to knowing exactly what the terms are. And I think that brings certainty to the market, and that can have some positive effects on the exchange rate and, by extension, inflation and inflation expectations. We can also see that there is going to be some savings. And with this amount of savings that is coming to government, it could be channeled into other more productive areas that will stimulate production, can stimulate growth and employment in the immediate term. We're also seeing, or we're going to also see that with the restructuring, it's going to free some resources, because if government has to pay the debt today or to pay this year, it means it has to find this money to pay interest and also service the debt
Now, rural and community banks across the country are being offered a new platform by the Ghana Stock Exchange to use in raising additional capital to support their operations. Now, the move is born out of the creation of the first official over-the-counter market by the Ghana Stock Exchange and the Securities and Exchange Commission for companies not listed on the bourse to trade. Now, speaking to Joy Business, Managing Director of the Exchange, Abena Amwa, disclosed that the rural and community banks would also have the opportunity of improving transparency to their shareholders through the new platform.
We think that if we do this, their shareholders will be able to see what is the price of our share. They'll be able to see investor appetite, other investors who have appetite to buy the shares. They'll be able to, those who want to buy more will know where to go to buy more because it will all be transparent. But importantly, by organizing them, we think the rural banks themselves can now have a market where they can raise additional capital. Many of them need additional capital. So using our more organized market, they'll be able to reach a wider range of investors, raise more capital, and serve the purposes of our communities and rural institutions that are trying to grow. Again, the GSE provides a very important governance framework for these banks. So as they come to the GSE, we think some of the best practices of governance, stronger governance that ensures growth and sustainability of the business will come to rub off on many of these companies. So our hope is to organize this market, let investors benefit, but also let the companies benefit, and essentially the ultimate beneficiary is our communities, it's our SMEs, it's all Ghana who will benefit from this platform.
And that's it for business. Handing over back to Sweetie Habochi.
That wraps up our AM News on the AM show on the Joy News channel. Stay with us. We have a lot more coming your way in the next 4 hours.
Every election season marks a new chapter in the journey of democracy, and for some, it's their very first step into the voting booth. Welcome to Just Turned 18.
I feel so much excited. Now I have the opportunity to use my time to bring someone into power. I'm very excited to vote.
For me, there, I'm not ready to vote because for now, I don't know my left and right.
The show that delves into the hearts and minds of first-time voters.
Free tertiary for person living with disability. They see me like inconspicuous person.
People usually use chairs, stones to kill. They will be expecting you to stand behind those chairs and stuff.
From communities to quiet corners, we journey across the nation, gauging the pulse of first-time voters. It's not about political affiliations. It's about the issues that matter.
This economy is very hard, so you just have to vote. Vote wisely.
This free education, at least, if you haven't done anything at all, at least, for financial aspects, has reduced the burden.
Someone died because there was no bed.
There's nothing that will change my mind to register this year.
And to like see a change in the health sector, education, and then employment.
Join Lois Shola Adeyemi as she explores the hopes, fears, and dreams of a generation poised to make their voices heard. Catch Just Turned 18 every Saturday at 10 a.m. on Joy Prime. Just Turned 18. The critical voice of first-time voters.
Just Turned 18 is brought to you by Youth Bridge Foundation, Star Ghana Foundation, Petrosol, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, AICPA, the German Ozone Medical Center, and Chopbox Technologies.
A silent epidemic is sweeping through Ghana, affecting millions of lives.
I fear diabetes even more than cancer, because once your sugar is so high, it affects virtually all tissues, all organ systems in the body.
Hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are exacting profound toll on individuals, families, and the national economy.
The cost on the state, that is the health system alone, is huge. It costs the health system between 4% to 160% of the national income per capita.
It's like a ticking time bomb, and if we don't address it, it's going to be catastrophic.
In this Hotline documentary, we tell you the human stories behind the statistics and the cost burden of managing these diseases. NCDs, the silent epidemic. Well, thank you for staying with us right here on the AM show. Time now for the news review, and I'll be introducing my guests to you shortly. But this segment, as always, is brought to you courtesy of Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. If you've not heard of them, please pay attention. If you're a man, and you know people of African descent are prone to prostate-related issues. In fact, yesterday when Dr. Efuakome was here, she enhanced, the talk about that. If you're a man, they're offering you prostate screening for free. If you're a woman, do you know your fertility status? Do you know what is going on there? Do you know whether you can carry a pregnancy to term? Do you know whether fibroids are developing? Do you know whether those lesions in your reproductive area that could lead to cancer, cervical cancer in future, are forming? The good thing is, the earlier you go, the better you will be, because you get to know early and you can stem the tide of those. If you're a woman, they're offering you fertility screening gratis, for free. You'll pay zilch. So this morning, I am proffering their branches to you, dotted across the country. Go to any of them, starting with Accra, Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard. There's Kumasi Kronoma Abwe here behind the Angel Educational Complex, Takrade Anaji Estate, Tema Community 22, Techiman Hanswa, and Esiama Enzema. I'm sure you'd like to give them a call and book an appointment. There are two numbers. 1-0244-867-068 or 0274-234-321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. And the start of the news review. I have two guests this morning joining the conversation. Kojo Poku is an energy analyst. He's also on the committee for energy, the campaign team for energy, or committee on energy for the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia presidential bid. He joins the conversation. We also have Wisdom Kofi Dogbe, a finance analyst. And I just want to say this, Wisdom, I know you're going through a lot right now, which we can't share on air, but and you've had to wake up very early because you're across the world. But thank you for making the time to join us this morning. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Ben. How are you?
I am well. How about you?
I'm very well. The rate at which you now know this number of head, I'm sure you've been booking a lot of appointments, eh?
How do you know I'm not reading the number?
I don't know, because you don't seem to blink. You are just basically bringing it from the memory. So I think you've been booking that appointment quite often.
Well, not for me, obviously. There you go, starting the day on a mischievous note. Bakojo, it's good. It's always good to have you join the conversation. Same with you, Wisdom. Gentlemen, let's quickly get your thoughts. Make them pretty brief. There's a whole lot to digest, and we have extra time so that we can make the most of the time. Kojo, I'll start with you. Thoughts for us this morning? Any brief thoughts? A minute and a half.
You know, I actually sent you a message. I think there's something that Joy should do. I think when you guys are presenting, the same way you guys put our names, I think you should put your names, the producers should put your names under the host. I think it helps your viewers know the names of the host, because you know that instance where somebody thought when I was calling Madam Sweetie Abochi Sweetie, and the person, one Amelia Amemate, put me on Facebook that I was being condescending. And she didn't know that Sweetie was actually called Sweetie Abochi. You know, so I think it will help if you guys put your names, when you are hosting, your names keep coming up beneath you, so to let people know what your names are.
All right. Thank you for the suggestion. All right. I do know that you were adding in that conversation, and I think the lady, I went and saw the post. She was saying, Sweetie, I think for her, Kojo, I'm not trying to defend it, but for her, she heard you say Sweetie, and then she heard you say a lot of my dear, my dear, my dear. So she felt a bit, you know, that tag, and it has a certain connotation in certain contexts, or generally. I mean, let's assume here at work, I wouldn't go around calling her my dear and all of that. So I had a conversation with some others, and they also said, okay, that's a problem. So, Kojo, maybe we can just stick to her name, and that is it. That's just on the lighter side.
I don't think the problem was with the my dear. The problem was she said that I keep calling her Sweetie. So let's not divert from what the problem is. She didn't know her name was Sweetie.
Oh, I think she mentioned the my dear bit as well.
Yes, she mentioned that as well. But what I'm saying is that her concern, if you read the post was to say that we need to teach our men and children manners. I mean, she doesn't know. So let's put it out there and let her know that the lady is called Sweetie Abochi. Yeah. I will not come on TV and call somebody Sweetie. I've been doing TV for 12 years, and I'm very versed on manners.
Right. Thank you so much. But let me also say this for everybody out there. Sometimes, please don't take matters too hard out of context. If you don't know something, don't say what you don't know. I felt a bit bad when I read that comment, and all you could have done was check what's the lady's name, and all that would have ended. But thank you, Kojo, for your thoughts. Let me go to Wisdom. Quick thoughts. Any quick reflections for us this morning?
Sure, Kojo, nice to meet you. And I would say that actually happened to me. Somebody asked me, why did you call her Sweetie? You know, and I had to say that that's her name. In my case, it didn't end in any kind of argument. It was a simple question, and I just had to answer that. But Ben, I said, let me go to my topic for this morning. I said it a few times here that I like to support causes that promote diversity and also equity, including empowering women and also supporting the underprivileged minorities in our society. So evidently, I will support this affirmative action bill that seeks to ensure gender equality, if it takes a fair and also inclusive approach within the confines of the Constitution. Now, I heard briefly that the former minority leader in Parliament, he had concerns about the bill because certain provisions in the bill blatantly violate the provisions in the Constitution. And I need to understand that, right, what exact provisions that he was talking about. But I'll be surprised if anyone will craft a bill with provisions that contravene the laws of the land. So if that is the case, I will hope that the framers of the bill will get back to the drawing board, clearly define what the goals and objectives of the affirmative action bill are, including what they are trying to identify and calling out in the specific areas where we still have gender inequalities, such as leadership representation in positions that require appointment and not election. Because for elected positions, the principle of fairness and competition will not always support much of an affirmative action here. So I think Parliament can enact into laws provisions that require policies or implementation of policies and practices that will promote inclusivity and also reduce bias against women and the disabled. But I'm doubtful that Parliament can actually pass in a bill that will not survive the test of the Constitution.
Well, thank you, Wisdom, for your thoughts. Let's get quickly into the papers now. I'll start with the Ghanaian Times newspaper, and we'll do some online portals at the end of this conversation. So 2024 election, don't endorse presidential candidates, clergy admonished. There's also Communications Minister launches foundation to empower youth and women, and Ghana's Eurobond holders reach agreement with government on debt restructuring. I've been listening to the finance minister and some of what he's been saying, which left me scratching my head. And I was wondering, I mean, Dr. Amin Adam took over, and interesting setup. We've been supporting him, and all of a sudden I'm hearing him saying certain things, and I'm wondering, is he feeding into the politics? And then you would hear, Professor, it's not Awandare, the other one, I'll get his name, also making mention, and others, that we don't know where these figures are coming from, and it's lopsided. But we'll get into that. GOC unveils plans to mark Olympic Day, and Swatriman FC win MTN FA Cup. They claimed their first major trophy after beating Bofuakwa Tano by 5-4 on penalties to win the 2023-2024 MTN FA Cup on Sunday at the University of Ghana Stadium in Legon. I've noticed a few things, though, about the University of Ghana Stadium, and I'm wondering, how much did we say we expended again? Was it 30-something million or something like that? I don't know. There was a figure. I think that was the total, but there was a figure for the stadium, even though it was done before the All-African Games. I'm wondering whether we're going to keep up with those investments so that it doesn't become another one of those, you do it, and then after a short while, it starts to deteriorate. GPL, DOL clubs urged to acquire SNIT clearance certificates. All of that in sports. But let's get to some of the major issues. I'll start from page 8, then go to page 9 as well. With campaign trails for the 2024 general elections gathering momentum by the day, the clergy has been admonished to avoid predicting victory for and endorsing presidential candidates to prevent factionalism in the church. According to the moderator of the General Assembly of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church Ghana, Right Reverend Dr. Lieutenant retired Bliss Agbeko, disunity in the church would affect the country's peace. Quoting him, he says, "What we as church leaders need to do now is to continue to pray with our congregations to allow God to choose our leaders through us." He told the Jolo Bogame congregation of the church in the Ho West district on Sunday. Now, Right Reverend Agbeko was delivering a sermon on the theme, Patience and Peace in Personal Storm. This brings to mind many things. And these are my thoughts before I come to you, gentlemen. If you want to talk about politics and leaders, then talk about all of them. Don't be like some of those who in the past would speak under a certain administration and would not speak now. Speak all the time, which is my policy. The other bit is, if you want to stick your neck out and do that, then also know that some people are not going to be very fair in their assessment of you. And you should understand that before you go there. Also note, your congregations are not only from one end. They are from different spectrums. So don't expect that if you preach a certain way, I don't know, but there are so many dynamics, and sometimes I don't get why some of our preachers, instead of staying neutral, want to expose themselves. And then when they catch, fire, they act a certain way. Maybe later I'll talk about Women's Aglow and some of the prayers they've been praying now and all of that. But I'll start with you, Wisdom Dogbe. Thoughts?
Well, I think that the church has a key role to play when it comes to educating folks on how to vote and what are the issues they should be thinking about, right? So, but to your point, I do believe that they also have to remain neutral. But I also want to segue a little bit to a call by the former General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. His call was to improve the election process. And I think that is a good call, especially with all of the challenges that the EC has experienced in the voter registration exercise and also other activities of the EC. I would take it a step further, right, to say that improving the elections really is not the responsibility of only the EC, but all the stakeholders, including the media, the religious bodies, just like you mentioned, and also the general public. Everyone has to do their part to improve the election process and to ensure a free and fair elections and also peaceful transfer of power. Then, I think that this call from Rev. Punifrimpo, I think that's the name, from the clergy, I think that will resonate with the voters. If you think about the role of the clergy in moral guidance, in conflict resolution, and also in peace education, it becomes clear that their roles and also their voices are very, very significant in these elections.
Right.
But we have few cases of public officials, right, and also institutions such as the EC are missing opportunities to show fairness and also transparency in some instances. And that is why this call is very relevant. I heard about significant lapses on the part of the EC and how they reported inaccurate numbers in some instances. Thankfully, some of these have been corrected. But these things don't give Ghanaians the assurance that they can fully trust the key institutions of government to deliver fair and also transparent elections. And also, lastly, right, the EC has been getting quite some negative attention, especially during the voter registration exercise. But to be honest, it is the wrong timing for them to be on the news for these issues. We are in an election year, and it is imperative on them to do all that it takes to gain the trust of the public and the confidence of the people ahead of the elections.
Thank you for those thoughts, Kojo.
My brother, I don't see where and how pastors all of a sudden are not supposed to be part of politics. In the distant future, the church was the politics. The two have piggybanked each other for a very long time. And I don't know why anybody thinks that a pastor or a clergy cannot basically have a political view. They can and they should. What my leader, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has done when we went around the 16 regions, the first thing we did in every region is to engage the clergy and the men of God and the people who lead these faith-based organizations. And the strategy was clear. You need to let the people who lead the folks, the people who basically stand in the pulpit to preach, understand the message that you are bringing. Because every Sunday, twice a week, they stand in front of this congregation and they basically preach to the people. So they also need to understand the policy of the politics, not just the hearsay. If they are well informed, then they can give a very solid view if they choose to go that way. And that is why the DMV campaign engaged all the clergy. Now, if a clergy buys into a message and decides to basically profess in a certain direction, there's nothing wrong with it. We have had so many instances where the church and the politics have gone hand in hand. So I don't see why all of a sudden we want to now come in and say, oh no, pastors should not be into politics and they should be in the middle. Where does it say that?
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. I never said anywhere that pastors or men of the cloth, in fact, I'm Catholic, so I know this very well. I don't know the last time you saw a Catholic priest or a reverend sister going out there espousing political thoughts. But they do vote, don't they? The point is that I hear, depending on what I see, I have my political thoughts. I have my political leanings, depending on who's in power, who's trying to get in power, and what is happening in the country. Do I go espousing my political thoughts? No. The point I am making, just as with chiefs, religious leaders don't go acting like I am clearly here, I'm clearly there. They will vote. They will express their political opinion. No one is taking that away from them. But all I am saying, when you were speaking, I allowed you to speak, Kojo. All I am saying is that if you are going to stick your neck out and say, I am for Mahama, or I am for Bawumia, or show clearly, then also be ready for what comes with it. After all, and there are many, the Eastwood Annabes, and so many of the others. Do you hear them espousing any political thoughts? But don't they preach about the state of the country? Don't they preach about goings on in the country, detaching themselves from politics? But yet talking about it. That's all I'm saying. So this bit about, and can they get political and all of that, I don't understand.
When you mention the chiefs, there is a constitution provision.
I mentioned them in passing. I know that pastors are not mentioned in the constitution.
I allowed you to talk. Let me land. The chiefs, there's a constitutional provision that says that chiefs should not. There is no constitutional provision that says pastors and clergy should not.
I never said there was.
Let me. The Catholics, look. Clearly, you said one thing, and I agree with you on that. If they stick their neck out, they are sticking it out, and they are ready for the consequences. So I don't think they are oblivious of the fact that what they are doing has consequences. Let's leave the chief, the pastors, to be pastors.
Okay, let's leave them to do that. Just the correction, wisdom. So it's not Reverend Frimpong, it's Right Reverend Agbeko. He is moderator of the General Assembly of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church, Ghana, just so you know. Let's get into other stories. GSS launches 8th round of Ghana Living Standard Survey, and the 8th round of the Ghana Living Standard Survey, that is GLSS 8, aimed at providing data on welfare and living conditions of individuals with households in Ghana to help with socio-economic planning, was yesterday launched in Accra. The GLSS is a nationally representative household survey which is conducted by the Ghana Statistical Service every 5 years to provide reliable, disaggregated, and internationally comparable statistics on welfare and living conditions of individuals and households. And let me just give you some detail on that, because we singled out a few of those. I used part of them in my blunt thoughts on Friday. If you look at the data, and I'll just quickly get into it so you can do your analysis on that, and you look at multidimensional poverty statistics, you would find that 7.3 million persons in Ghana are multidimensionally poor. We're talking about education, employment, so many different dimensions. That literally means that 1 in 4 Ghanaians is multidimensionally poor, and there are levels to poverty. That is if you take the population of 30.08 million. Now, 43.8% of the multidimensionally poor persons experience severe poverty. And it goes on when you look at the breakdown. So those who are multidimensionally poor in the employment category, 32.6%. In terms of living conditions, 27.9%. In terms of health and all the dynamics, 21.7%. And in terms of education, 17.8%. I'll leave it there for now. Wisdom, I'll start with you on that. What are your thoughts? And interestingly, because of the numbers, you would find that in the Ashanti region, for example, which is the highest, 959,000 people, almost 1 million people, but it's also because of the population, is the highest. Greater Accra is in third with 627.6K. Any thoughts, wisdom, before I go to Kojo?
Ben, I will say this, right? I missed this on the news, so I'm not on top of this one, but you mentioned something that really caught my attention. You said 7.3 million people are below the poverty line. That is
they are experiencing multidimensional poverty. If you follow the trend after COVID, post-COVID, we've been told that about 800,000 to 1 million Ghanaians have fallen below the poverty line. But as far as this statistic is concerned, 7.3 million Ghanaians are multidimensionally poor.
Look, I think we need to change course as a nation, right? I've heard the finance minister talking about the Ghanaian economy being better than previous administrations and all of that stuff. You know, it sounded so good, but then hearing you talk about these numbers here, it gives me a little bit of a chill. Unemployment is still high, right? People are struggling to find jobs. Poverty is a big issue. So I think that we should be pursuing policies that will help our people, bring them out of unemployment, bring them out of poverty, give people equal opportunities. I think that is what the government should be working towards, and not just throwing out rhetoric that the economy is better today. I think anybody who is bold enough to make a statement of that nature, right, that the economy is better today, compared to a previous administration where people were much better off, I think that statement is disingenuous, and that is a level of boldness that I wish I had.
All right. Thank you, Wisdom. Kojo?
Well, Ben, I don't think we should, whenever it comes to some of these indexes, we shouldn't be quick to jump at the truth of government, to say that, oh, government is making rhetorics and people are in multi-dimensional poverty index. It is a gauge of people's health, education. There are multifacets that goes into the index that has come out, which is the survey that they do. Clearly, rural Ghana, is dire. And the reason some of us are getting into politics is to basically bring the living standard in rural Ghana to basically closer. It can't be the same as urban Ghana. But if you go around the country and look at the living standards in the rural communities, that's why when you mention my home region, Ashanti region, I would tend to agree with you, because there is quite a number of rural Ghana in the Ashanti region. And if you go there and you look at the indexes of health, education, and the living standards, it's quite low compared to the index which they are using, which is a global index, okay? So let's not be quick to jump on the truth of
Which
Ghana.
index are you talking about that is the global index?
Well, the multidimensional, the survey they did. It is
not. Just to clarify for you, it is not. Every country has its own. I was actually at the launch. I hosted this event, Kojo, so careful where you go on that. Every country has its own scheme per certain statistical requirements, per certain standards that are to be met, okay? And I'm telling you that this is purely Ghanaian, has nothing to do with any global thing.
I'm not saying
this is
that,
the GSS doing
the index, you have to compare. For you to say a certain percentage, you have to have a benchmark. And below that benchmark is what you are classifying. To do any survey, there should be a benchmark. That benchmark was not a local benchmark, it's an international benchmark. The MPI, which is the multidimensional poverty index, is what they use it to basically gauge.
Do you know for how long we've had some of these statistics? And I'm not necessarily, yes, even multidimensional poverty indices, but you know, over the years, over the decades, how many times we've had some generation, whether it's from the census or all that, when it comes to these reports? Do you know?
No, Ben, what I'm trying to point out is that we have a benchmark to which we compare these indexes to grade that 7.1. They didn't come into Ghana and said everybody was multidimensional poor. They said that 7.3 million Ghanaians are multidimensional. What it means is that they compare the living standard, the educational standard, and the health standard against a certain standard. Okay, so what I'm saying is that the MPI, which is what they use to doing these things, is not a locally developed. But my point is this: government, and every government for that matter, has really failed to bring out rural development. And that is why there's a need to create more decentralization so that poverty alleviation will go directly to people that need it. And for me, I think that we should go slow when we are quick to blame government on some of these things.
But Kojo, let me ask you this, if you don't mind. Are you saying that, let's get out of the indexes, right, or the statistics of things, and let's talk about things that matter to the average Ghanaian. Are we saying that because these indexes are usually low for the rural areas, it is acceptable? I don't understand that part.
No, not at all. I never said that. What I'm saying is that the index is an international index. The point I'm trying to point out is that it is a measure of rural standard of living, health, and education. And we all understand that in rural Ghana, these standards are low. One of the things that this government has done, and the creation of the 16 regions, which is 6 more regions to add to the 10, what it has done is it has actually decentralized a lot of these areas. A typical example is the Western North, the Riosu area. If you go and see the amount of development that they have gotten as a result of they becoming a region, as compared to when they were part of the Western region. So there are steps being done, but obviously, look, nobody said that we're a rich country. We are still a poor country, as we all know. So these things are happening, but I just thought that we should address the problem as a fundamental problem, but not to jump at the throat of government.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I just want to disagree with you on one point. Ghana has never been poor. If you look at natural resource, if you look at the human resource, if you look at everything else we've been given, hold for me. When you're talking, I allow you to talk. Ghana has never been poor. We've had leaders who are bereft of ideas, misleaders who are poor in their thinking. And I'm not singling anyone out. I'm just saying that over time. And it's not to say every last one of them, everyone in the leadership cycle. But I'm saying that we've had leaders who are not futuristic in their thinking. Leaders who say one thing and come and do something totally different. That has been our malaise. Don't tell me Ghana is poor. Ghana is not poor. But let's get into other stories. On page 9 of the paper, Ghana's Eurobond holders reach agreement with government on debt restructuring. And the Committee of Holders of Ghana's Eurobonds, that is the committee, has reached an agreement in principle with the government on a restructuring of the Eurobonds. A statement issued by the committee yesterday and copied to the Ghanaian Times said the proposed agreement on the restructuring of the Eurobonds would address Ghana's default on the Eurobonds in a manner that provided significant cash flow and debt stock relief to support the country's economic recovery in the context of the IMF financial program. And so that is that with that story. As things go on, I think it was one of those entities recently revised its dollar CD rating, stating that it wouldn't be 13 point something anymore. It would be north of 15. I'm just praying, hoping that the CD appreciates against these currencies. It started appreciating a bit, then it lost some 3 point something % last week, and we're back to 15 point, whatever. Now, it's practically 16. The pound is north of 20 if you're buying. If you're selling, it's 19 point something. We need it to come down. Because I have friends who are schooling and paying from here in pounds and dollars. It's a major headache. It's crazy. I have a friend who's had to stop part of a dental program in the UK because, it's moved from what? Look at where it was 2 or so years ago to 20. You can't afford it. So, Dr. Finance Minister and co, yes, you're doing your bit, but let it trickle down because that's where people will feel it. It's really bad. African leaders advised to double efforts towards attainment of SDGs by 2030. The special advisor to the president on sustainable development goals, Dr. Eugene Owusu, has appealed to global leaders to double down on their efforts towards the attainment of the SDGs by 2030. According to him, this had become necessary because despite the SDGs going past its midpoint of the time frame for implementation, not much had been achieved. And you know what's interesting? If you look at the SDGs, the first 3, you're looking at no poverty. We have, I'm sure, per the multidimensional poverty index, the indices we've been referencing, it is clear. If Kojo wants to go there, I would let him know that, in fact, it was admitted while this MPI was being launched. Then you come to hunger and all of that. In fact, we're pretty far behind. And not just Ghana, Africa, there's a lot of work to be done. I'll just do... Let me look for this and add it. Then I can take your reflections and move to another paper. 50 people infected with HIV daily in Ghana, Dr. Echiahene. And he said that right here on this show. So the new HIV infection is the highest in the Greater Accra with 4,221, followed by the Ashanti with 3,650, Eastern with 2,096, and Northeast with 112 being the lowest. But the sad development is that over 17,000 people got infected just last year. I think about 12,000 of the number generally perished, and we're adding on about 50 every day. It appears a lot of work to be done there too. Kojo, I'll start with you on these points. And then
can we discuss the debt restructuring? Because that's a major story, and I think we should spend some time discussing that. I don't know if you want to go into that, or you want to leave it for a different newspaper.
You can talk about it. You can go ahead.
Right. Okay, that's good. So it's good news. And you mentioned that the cedi has been depreciation, which is the case when you have a lot of people betting against the currency, thinking that we will not be able to reach an agreement with our debtors in the Eurobond and in the bilateral arrangement. Thank God it's been done. And I think we will see that there will be a decline in there will be appreciation of the currency because people will realize that now there is relief for the economy. We've been able to make some savings because the coupons, the interest rate on these coupons have been renegotiated. The tenure has been extended, which has yielded some savings to the nation in the long term. So basically, what tends to happen now for me is not what has been achieved by having to renegotiate these debts because we shouldn't have gotten there in the first place. Some of us are on record in 2017 to say that, look, when we came into 2017, the country was in the IMF program. And the reason was that the previous administration has really run the economy down, and there was a need to change direction when we come out of that IMF program, which we exited in 2018. We didn't do that. And some of us have criticized that decision heavily, that, look, borrowing to solve our problem, which is something that I think is taught in economics and finance class, that you can borrow yourself out of poverty. Ghana, we have gone the long haul and realized that we cannot borrow ourselves out of poverty. What we need to do is to basically come with programs that will help the country, one, balance its budget, spend what we have, and the diverse revenue streams that will help basically generate revenue internally. And that is why some of us are happy to basically sign on to the policy and the philosophy of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia going forward.
All right, but sometimes I find it interesting, especially when aficionados of the MPP go like, oh, we're in the grips of an IMF program. You came and benefited from that program. Some of the indices, the benefits, the boons did not come in maybe 2015, thanks to some of those. I mean, there are the negatives of it. When we speak like there were no benefits, it's a conversation. But anyway,
there were benefits, and let me address that briefly.
Wisdom, please go ahead with your thoughts.
Sorry, can I go ahead?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so yes, there were benefits, and clearly, I mean, someone like me has always been outspoken on these things. One of the things that post that 2018 IMF we did not continue to build was a resilient economy that can stand shocks. Obviously, post 2018, we went into the market trying to have a certain program that the government wanted to do, not knowing that there was going to be a massive pandemic, which is COVID-19, which happened just 2 years after that, which basically threw the government program off whack. So clearly there were benefits, but those benefits were clearly eroded when we had the national, the international, and the worldwide pandemic.
Wisdom, quick thoughts on that, so I go into the next paper.
Look, when it comes to the Ghana's debt restructuring, right, and agreement with the Eurobond holders to restructure our debt, my thought is that I sincerely thought that it would have been a heavy lift, right, to align and eventually unlock the next disbursement from the IMF. Of course, we needed to make some good progress, Ben, in negotiations with the Eurobond holders. But I was not overly hopeful in terms of pulling off our proposed 40% haircut on the bonds with our Eurobond lenders. But it's great to hear that we got there. 37% haircut is awesome. So this is good progress. And it's an indication that we can possibly expect some improvement in the economy. So all good stuff. But Ben, we need to be mindful, right, how we celebrate this. The haircut is not really a saving from a good management perspective. As the finance minister purportedly described it, we are bankrupt. And our lenders decided to have mercy on us and forgive us part of our debt. I wouldn't pop a champagne over this. We shouldn't be celebrating stuff like that. We should be sober and ask ourselves, how did we get here in the first place? How can we avoid this in the near future? And Ben, what I want to touch on briefly is that we like to say Ghana defaulted based on, we gave excuses because of impact of the Ukrainian war, COVID-19, and also higher global interest rate. Look, that is true to some extent. But I also think that in Ghana, we have such a terrible risk management setup. Actually, no. As far as I know, the government doesn't have any meaningful risk management setup in place to cushion us against some of these market impacts, such as FX exposure and interest rate volatility. So when the finance minister was touting the savings achieved by the government in this restructuring, I think all he was saying is that Our creditors have agreed to reduce our debt burden. We need to understand that it's not a savings achieved through sound risk management, nor through any solid debt management policy. We failed and we went bankrupt. And then we begged our creditors and they had mercy on us. That is not real savings here. The next phase of our challenge, Ben, where the rubber will meet the road, is about to start, right? When we start to make interest and also principal payments on the debt that is renegotiated. Would we have the dollars to service the debt? I don't know. And that's why I think we are not yet out of the woods, especially when it comes to stabilizing the city. We need to learn from these things and implement a proper risk management strategy in place when it comes to our borrowing. Look, at some point, quickly, and I'll be done. At some point in my career with one of my previous employers, I led strategic operations to issue debt in the Eurobond market. And when we were thinking through how to stand up the operations and also preparedness for the issuance, some of our key considerations were not just the debt issuance, but also how do we have a comprehensive hedging strategy in place, putting in place strategies such as net investment hedge designation for the translation risk, or leveraging a normal fair value hedge program to mitigate our interest rate exposure. These are the key things you need in place when you start to raise, some of these external debt. And I was quite surprised that Ghana doesn't have some of these comprehensive hedging strategies in place.
Right.
What that means is that you are at the mercy of the global shocks, right? Which can make it difficult for you to service our debt. So I think that is a great milestone that we have achieved, but we should really take a step back and ask ourselves, how did we get here and how can we prevent this going forward?
Daily Guide newspaper now, and I'll go inside before I come outside. Kenya's Ruto agrees for conversation with protesters over tax hikes. Kenya's Ruto agrees for conversation with protesters over tax hikes. I wish we could have more such negotiations here on some of the taxes we have to pay. Over the weekend, I went somewhere, and trust me, the tax burden is huge. Intense phase of war with Hamas about to end. Benjamin Netanyahu pictured there, of course. Hezbollah and the myriad rockets it's been firing into Israel from Lebanon is also in contention. And there's caution about whether there would be an escalation of that development. But getting into the Daily Guide newspaper, NDC lies, deceits, exposed. That's according to Godfred Dame. And I'll not focus on the others because we practically touched on them. And I'm not going to go into the closed fishing season beginning July the 1st. It's already very clear. Vigilantism laws to be enforced. So let me just go there, those two quick stories. The Attorney General has been speaking at a town hall meeting with some Ghanaian residents in the UK, and he stated that the NDC's lies, deceptions, and deceits had been exposed. We should resist all the lies, deception, and deceits of the NDC because that is their stock in trade, and I personally can attest to that. He then says their case has crumbled, and as the president will say, the case has fallen into water. That is atonsuum. So indeed, we must resist the deception and lies of the NDC because they will come with all sorts of presentations about every major action or step being taken by this government. So we should be on the lookout. My only reaction, I'm a bit surprised about the Attorney General and some of these comments. By the way, I saw a video of some demonstrators. I don't know whether it's that place where he was having the town hall. I believe so, which is pretty interesting in its own right. Mr. Attorney General, maybe you should leave the court of justice, the court of law, and in a way, the court of public opinion to make your case. I don't know about... And one surprise, though, the Ghana Bar Association, nothing said about this. I am curious because in other instances, much more trivial. We've seen reactions. But anyway, who am I? Or as Chairman Woon to me will say, whom am I? Anyway. That's it. Then I'll just do the story in addition. Page 6. So 2024 elections, vigilantism laws to be enforced. As Ghana approaches its presidential and parliamentary elections, it's a long winding bit, but yes, let's enforce the vigilantism laws. But we all know that it will take more than just rhetoric, word of mouth. The New Finder newspaper, $15 billion saved, deferred, paves the way for resumption of stalled projects. I find it interesting when our finance ministers throw all of these things about, because if you go into it, and Semler Dawson, but we don't have the time. Economic recovery on course, President Akufo-Addo says, and of course he's designated some new ambassadors to different countries. And Nana Asante Bediato, his executive secretary, is now ambassador at large, which makes me wonder what happened to Dr. Mahama. Is he still ambassador at large? Do you remember? There's also only 4% of SDGs on track for Africa by 2030. That's according to the special advisor, which is what I was pointing to earlier. Out of 100%, only 4% on track. Woeful. Quick thoughts, gentlemen, and we're out of here. I'll give you a minute each. Kojo, starting with you.
Well, I don't think a minute is enough, Ben.
A minute is what we have. Kojo, a minute is what we have.
Let me say that, look, the stalled projects, and when I saw the renegotiation concluded, my heart jumped and I was very excited for our mothers and our sisters and our brothers in Kumasi. Finally, the KJTR market is going to start again.
Your time is ticking.
Project has stalled. Sorry?
Your time is ticking.
Yes, but
as you talk about the market.
So don't interrupt me, please. The KJTR market is going to start again because that financing has stalled because of the renegotiation, because the funding is coming from Germany. So a good news for my people in Kumasi, you should know that that market will start as soon as possible. The issue of what you read, Ben, you held up a very big newspaper. And the biggest story on that front of that newspaper was the 1.5 billion that government is going to pay to people whose money have been stuck in defunct banks. And you didn't mention it. That is the biggest news of the day. That government, the same way we borrowed 2.24 billion Ghana cedis and paid people who have mismanaged their money and put in banks that were not worth putting in. And government paid back those money to Ghanaians. Today, the government of Ghana, Nanado's government, MPP government, is going to pay 1.5 billion to Ghanaians whose money have been stuck. They no longer have to go to Ministry of Finance to demonstrate every day. Now, one of the things that we should celebrate, and what my brother said was that the Ministry of Finance or the Minister of Finance was celebrating. No, he was celebrating the negotiation. They've negotiated well, and he admitted that we've gotten 37% on the renegotiation on the interest or the haircut. Right. So that was what was being celebrated, not necessarily that we want to go back into borrowing again.
All right. Kweku Amwa says, good morning, Ben. Watching live from Italy, you go on and on. This one says, when will the MPP stop blaming the NDC for its woes? Wisdom, I'm sorry, but you have to be very brief so we get out of here. Our time is up.
Ben,
very brief. 40 seconds. I'm giving you 40 seconds, please. Let's go.
Good. When it comes to this ambulance case, I'm not sure why the Attorney General is already concluding that the case is atonsium.
All right.
I think it's a damning thing for his reputation that, one, right, the court found the tape recording as plausible evidence to admit in court. And secondly, the Attorney General is not in good company of those in his kind of position that the court has advised to recuse from a case. But let me segue briefly and talk about...
Wisdom, we don't have that much time. I'm sorry. We have to wrap it up. Final words. Just wrap up for me. I'm sorry.
Look, what I would say is this, right? This matter should be adjudicated in the court of law. It's not a matter that should be adjudicated in a town hall or something of that nature. That matters in court, and they should respect the proceeding, including the Attorney General himself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wisdom Dogbe. He is a finance analyst. He joined the conversation. Kojo Poku is an energy analyst. He also joined the conversation. Before we get into sports, Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic helping us bring you this segment. They're offering you prostate screening for free if you're a man, fertility screening for free if you're a woman. Reach out to them at any of their branches, starting with Accra, Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard, Kumasi, Kronomo Abuehia behind the Angel Educational Complex, Takrade Anaji State, Tema Community 22, Techiman Hanswa and Esiaman Zama. You can reach them on 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. And just the start of sports in a few minutes. Do stay.
race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose. And the world is watching. We'll do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage: JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates and biased analysis on the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to AM Sports. Here with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Ghana is 4 by 100 meters relay teams. That is the men and women. They have won gold and silver, respectively, in the ongoing African Athletics Senior Championships in Douala. The men's won their race by a time of 38.63 seconds, while the women did 43.63 seconds.
Really 4 by 100 meters men, Senegal, Nigeria, Botswana, Ghana, South Africa, Côte d'Ivoire, Namibia and Kenya. Et la transmission la deuxième transmission qui s'effectue. Here they go for this final of the relay 4 by 100 meters women. Et c'est parti pour ce relais de performance de femmes. Les premières transmissions s'effectuent pratiquement sans problème. Attention pour le Nigeria qui est déjà lancé. Voilà le Nigeria qui essaye de contre-attaquer le fait du Sud. Et c'est reparti. Le Libéria reste toujours dans la bonne position de la plume. Le Nigeria qui essaye de remonter entre le Libéria et le Nigeria. Ça va passer très vite pour le dépassage du terrain. Le Nigeria qui reprend dans la bonne position de la qui va sortir de l'autre côté. Le Nigeria, le Ghana et le Libéria probablement. 42 secondes de 76.
Toby Musan anchored for Nigeria was Hor Halutier date for Ghana, and since 2018 Nigeria has never lost the women's 4 by 100 meters relay. Now let's take a look at the highlights of how Rose Yeboah won gold for Ghana in the women's high jump with a leap of 1.87 meters.
Amoniwa Rose Yeboah qui va se lancer. Elle est passée! Elle est passée la Ghanéenne! Yeboah! Observez ici la course, l'appui d'un seul pied et le saut postal. Tac, cette fois-ci, elle a su relever ses talons pour réussir donc à se coucher sur la mousse juste après.
Rose Yeboah, Ghana's first female ever to secure a ticket to the Olympic Games after she was able to clear a height of 1.97 meters. So she'll be going to the Paris Olympic Games later this summer. Let's do football, where the fans of Samatex are calling on government to construct their rules ahead of the CAF Champions League. According to them, CAF will only grant them license to be able to host CAF Champions League matches if the rules are fixed.
The deplorable state of the road leading to the main township of Samraboy, the home of reigning Premier League champions FC Samatex, remains a significant issue that affects many. Potholes, uneven surfaces, and frequent washouts characterize the road, making it a treacherous journey for anyone who must traverse it. During the rainy season, the road becomes particularly hazardous, with muddy stretches and large pools of water causing delays and sometimes even rendering it impassable. Despite repeated promises by successive government to fix the road, no substantial progress has been made, leaving fans of the club and community members increasingly frustrated.
Yefria kokumasia ye bre papa ye betu to potosum say be ba ne ayare enso ye hwe wasamem ha koko eniema duane ne niema nyina afiri wasa ena eba enso abanye omua yen aban ba obegina say meye kwan okope ni hasem bim
na say pese sa di premier no nti be di premier na to aso be yetre na say kwan na e ba so mo mfiri wa temale sunyane ba ni nyina omo difficulties in the transportation and the vehicle mo no omo so ma bedu ase no ma bre ampa so en kwese obefiri temale ba bedu Samraboy no wa bre ba ye ne say no say ye ne yatra ma na kokwa ne nti etumi ko ba sa ni tambia nti e besre
Africa Cup ne be say abona boy nti asra munya kwa ne man no omonya kwa ne man because Africa Cup ne ma mo kwata kwankobo ye ne abra nti say abo ne wo abo ha nti apese monya kwa ne man e kwa na ne ya hwehwe
JoyNews, you are everywhere. So we plead on behalf of our leaders to also support us in our road system that is very poor for us.
FC Samatex head coach Nuruddin Amadou shares in the sentiment of the fans. He believes that repairing the road will not only reduce the burden on travelling teams, but also will eliminate one of the key excuses by travelling teams for poor performances at the Century Sports Arena.
I hope that with this trophy, with this championship, with this victory, as a young club, the powers that be should see to it that at least the road is started, and then it can facilitate movement, and then when clubs are coming here, they don't complain. In fact, every 2 weeks we move out, but every team will come here only once in the season. So we suffer a lot.
Now, for the people of Samraboy, despite the fun and pride that FC Samatex brings to them by hosting games in the top flight in their town, it is not enough to heal them of the challenges that come with this road. For them, the humble pleas for government to come to their aid, to fix this road, to make not just their journeys to and fro town easy, but also for fans and other football clubs coming to play their favorite club here, to make their journeys easier. And more importantly, to make it even more easy for them to be able to host the CAF Champions League games at their favorite sports stadium. Because fixing this road will go a long way to them getting the approval to host those games. Reporting for Joy Sports at Samraboy was Razak.
To the Bankers League now, and this year's edition is scheduled to start on July 20. Joy Sports will patronate the Bankers League and bring you everything you need to know about this competition. And we have been interacting with some of the bank, National Investment Bank, Consolidated Bank Ghana, and Republic Bank, and they've all been speaking about how they are ready for this year's competition. Competition is the 5th edition of the Bankers League, and it is expected to have about 12 teams participating. Prince Charles Kosanko, the coordinator for the league, describes this year's event as a special one.
We have 9 banks that have confirmed to us. And this year we are having a series of tournaments this year. We've done it one package. We are having the gala that is coming on first on the 6th of July. And then the league starts 20th of July, and then we'll have the Champions Cup in November. So this year is 3 tournaments, in a full season that we are playing together. So as of now, with the gala, we have 9 banks which have confirmed. We are waiting for, I think, 3 or 4 more to give us confirmed. So we are expecting about 12 banks for this season.
National Investment Bank, defending champions of the competition, will win it again, according to Kweku Gansa, assistant captain of the team.
Well, honestly, we don't actually train. We've played as a unit for a long time, so we just go there, put out the performance and win. It's that easy. We are the Real Madrid of Bankers League. It's not like we are boasting. We are the Real Madrid of Bankers League, so it's natural. We are having the talent. I've taken the goal king on 2 occasions, so, we'll meet them.
Also, Shadrach Lomote echoed the position of his captain.
Yeah, just as my colleague has said, as National Investment Bank, Investors FC, we are ready for all other banks, especially Republic Bank, and we want to assure them that this time around, we are keeping the cup. The cup is not leaving NIB. They should get ready, and we'll meet on the field, as my team captain has said. So I wish all the other teams the best of luck, but kudos to National Investment Bank.
The team manager of Republic Bank, Fritz Mate, says they are out to claim the trophy from the National Investment Bank, while his captain, Gerald Kwanzaa, promised to match the might of NIB.
We are more than ready. Even we're having this interview at the reigning champions' place of work. That shows how ready we are. I want to tell them that this year, the competition is for us. We are more than ready.
We are not threatened. In fact, we are actually, as he said, he's been the best striker. I'm also the best defender. So on that day, if we meet, we are going to show him that, yes, we came really prepared for him. And as there's a local balance, we say that Agri form. So we'll not talk too much. He said a lot. He said it's been that easy. He said it's been that easy. So don't worry, I won't talk much. We'll meet on the field and we'll show him what we've got.
Also, for Consolidated Bank, their team manager, Benjamin Hooper, and his deputy are optimistic their team will be ready to take on the best in this year's competition.
G has started training. Last year we were 3rd. 2 years ago we were 3rd. Last year we won the best goalkeeper. We had the team with the least number of conceded goals. So this year we expect that we'll improve on our performance.
Yeah, I think, the last slot we have for last year, I think we performed well, but not up to expectation. This time around, we've come fully prepared. As my colleague said, we have started training seriously towards this exercise.
So what should we expect? We are winning the trophy this year. I can bet you. We are seriously planning and we are working towards winning. This year is for CBG.
The Bankers League will be launched on July 6, with balloting of teams scheduled for July 13. The league itself will start on July 20 and end on November 2, 2024. Let's bring you highlights of the matches that were played in the Euros last night. And Italy left it late to draw 1-1 against Croatia, whilst Spain, they won their tie 1-0 against Albania. And this is our wrap-up AM Sports here. With me, Muftau Nabila Abdullahi.
Unless Italy lose, they will be heading to Berlin for knockout football on Saturday. So let us see how the story unwinds.
Albania have already had a couple of memorable moments at only their second ever major tournament. Can they make history now? Dani Olmo in a pocket of space here. Could be trouble. Oh, it's in. Brilliant finish from Ferran Torres. Yeti. Well, Spain on course to make it a clean sweep in the group. Ferran Torres with the early goal with a fantastic Olmo. Fancy trick doesn't come off there. Jumishiti. Mitai. Oh, that's really loose. Marino's ball through, and Strakosha gets there in front of Oyarzabal. Here come Albania again. Aslani with the switch out wide. Oh, and gathered safely by David Raya.
Owning a home is not just an accomplishment, it's a dream come true. However, securing the necessary funding to buy or build your dream home often poses a significant challenge. This year, make that dream a reality at the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2024. Join us and receive expert financial advice that can help you acquire your very own house. Plus, learn insider tips on transforming your house into a warm and welcoming home. Don't miss the 15th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Take the first step towards home ownership and creating the perfect living space for you and your family. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Plant City Extension Project from Citizen Habitats. Rent to own, and sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Sun Via Limited, safety and home solution. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services, G&J, the generator people. Clifton Homes, beautiful home, wise investment. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough. Virtual security, complete security solution. Yobent security doors, protecting lives and property. DPS pipes, connecting you to life. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everlast UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for your windows. Another quality solution from Interplast. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home.
Every furniture tells a story about you and who you are. Now, your story is not complete without King's Group of Companies, the home of all kinds of quality furniture for your modern home, office, and institutional furnishing. See King's Group of Companies. We have domestic and imported modern furniture to match your budget and taste. Estate developers, homeowners, see King's Furniture for your modern home furnishing to match your interior. Our kitchens, wardrobes, and all your wood decoration works are top-notch. Visit our 2,000 square foot showroom in Accra off Golf Course, Gimpa Road, adjacent Kiseman, Melcom, and in Takrady around Pipe and No Traffic Light, close to TTU. For more details, please call 0208-257-830, 0501-505-500, and 0501-332-330. Visit our website www.kingsgroup.com.gh. Our social media handles: Instagram kings.group1, Facebook Kings Group of Companies at Furniture Company. Kings Group, set a standard. Dream.
A silent epidemic is sweeping through Ghana, affecting millions of lives.
I fear diabetes even more than cancer, because once your sugar is so high, it affects virtually all tissues, all organ systems in the body.
Hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are exacting profound toll on individuals, families, and the national economy.
The cost on the state, that is the health system alone, is huge. It costs the health system between 4% to 160% of the national income per capita.
It's like a ticking time bomb, and if we don't address it, it's going to be catastrophic.
In
On this hotline documentary, we tell you the human stories behind the statistics and the cost burden of managing these diseases. NCDs, the silent epidemic.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
The champion, undefeated,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on JoyNews. JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Welcome back on the AM show. Earlier this morning, I mentioned that we have an exclusive interview coming your way this morning. And this is that interview. In the studio with me this morning is the Registrar of Companies, formerly the Registrar General, Madam Jemima Wari, former Registrar General and now Registrar of Companies, and a member of the Ghana Bar Association, as well as the Federation of International Women Lawyers Association, that is FIDA. Welcome to the program, Madam Jemima.
Thank you.
So, nearly 2 years since the Office of Registrar of Companies took over from some responsibilities from the Registrar General's Department. How has that been for you so far?
Well, I must say that I was Registrar General since 2017 till when I took over the new role as Registrar of Companies in 2019. Okay. Now, the act was passed in 2019. That's the Companies Act.
Right.
And the law specifically stated that you cannot be the Registrar General as well as the Registrar of Companies. Mm. So I had to put down my position as Registrar General.
Okay.
And then take on the new role as the Registrar of Companies. So I must say that being a very new organization, I mean, very, very new, having to operationalize it right from the very beginning, it has been challenging as well as very exciting because as Registrar General, I had more responsibilities.
Okay.
I had to oversee the registration of companies as well as marriages, industrial property rights. I was the Administrator General, administering estates. I also the official liquidator, liquidating companies that were going defunct and not able to pay their debts as it fell due.
Right.
Now, all that is now going to be left with the Registrar General. We now have a new Registrar General.
Okay.
In the person of Mrs. Grace Isahak.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so she would concentrate on the registration of industrial property rights, marriages, and administration of estates.
Okay.
So that is the hive of. The Act specifically hived off the Office of the Registrar of Companies to focus on businesses.
What are the key differences in the functions? I
Yes.
mean, aside registration of businesses, that's the ORC for short, that is the Office of the Registrar of
Yes,
Companies,
yes.
has taken over from the Registrar General's Department. What are the key differences in your functions when it comes to this transition of responsibilities?
So for now, we only focus on businesses.
Just businesses.
Businesses. In addition, we are also the regulator of insolvency practitioners.
Right.
And so, I mean, if I'm talking of businesses, it's not just, I'm sure you are just thinking of maybe one-man business. There's so many things under businesses. I'm talking of companies.
State institutions are in there?
No. They are set up by acts of parliament.
Okay.
So I'm talking of companies. You hear of limited liability companies,
Yes.
public or private, and limited liability companies, external companies, companies limited by guarantee, such as churches, CSOs, clubs, associations. Those are all to do with companies. Then we talk of business names, one-man business, sole proprietors. They are also there. Subsidiary business names. Now, you know Joy FM is a subsidiary business name.
Yeah.
You know that? Yeah, you're a subsidiary business name. So your parent company is multimedia. So we oversee all such type of registrations. Not only that, we also regulate and register professional bodies, such as the Ghana Bar Association, the Chartered Institute of, all these chartered institutes, Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana, they've left the professional bodies, but there are quite over 90 professional bodies on our register.
Okay.
Not only that, we are still the regulator of insolvency practitioners.
Yeah.
Insolvency has now come into the fray. Initially it was just liquidation, but now we regulate and license insolvency practitioners. We also carry out public education and sensitization of our processes, as this program is allowing me to do.
Yeah.
So you inform people about it. We appoint inspectors and receivers, so that now you can see we are more skewed towards the business sector. And then most importantly, this data that we generate, we share to the general public, to clients, to banks, insurance companies, yeah.
We'll get into the various nitty-gritties of your role as liquidator insolvency, but let's focus on marriage for a little bit before we...
Marriage?
Yeah, I want clarification on that, because now, the registration of marriages has traditionally been managed by registrars under the Metropolitan and Municipal Assemblies.
Yes.
Now the responsibility is centralized and under the Registrar General's Department.
Yes.
What does that mean for those who are interested in that department in terms of cost, in terms of processes, and everything in between? What's changed?
That's lovely. Bringing in my old role.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we are the principal registrar of marriages. What that means is that metropolitan assemblies and district assemblies, everything that goes on there, we are the principal registrar of marriages. Orthodox churches, charismatic churches, whoever carries on marriages in Ghana, we oversee all that.
Okay.
Now, in the past, they should have been submitting returns to us. And they weren't. But now it's changing. There is a new software being developed by the department, and every marriage that takes place in Ghana would have to be captured on this software.
Okay.
Yes, what that means is that there are very specific requirements that you need to have before you have a valid ordinance marriage, which unfortunately many people do not know.
Okay.
Most churches have to be licensed to register marriages, and they are not.
Okay.
The men of God have to be gazetted as marriage officers. Many of them are not. You need one type of license, either a registrar's certificate, which is normally issued by the Metropolitan Assemblies, or the special license, which the Registrar General Department issues, or the church. The church has forms they're supposed to complete to issue a license known as the Marriage Officer's License. But unfortunately, they don't. Sometimes you find marriages being, conducted or officiated in gardens, in hotels.
Yeah.
Those places are not licensed.
Does that mean those marriages are
void?
Okay.
Unfortunately, they are void. I mean, many marriages in Ghana are void. Yes, because if they don't follow, it's very strict. The ordinance marriage is very strict. The premises has to be licensed. Sometimes, let's say the main church is licensed, and they think that the branches, therefore, can take the legality from the main church. No. Even the branches have to be licensed.
Okay.
Yes. So if your main church is licensed for marriages, and the branch is not licensed, that marriage is void.
The public don't know this.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
So many, so you can go ahead, you have a lot of paper, marriage, but the premises is not licensed. The minister has to be gazetted by us. All ministers of religion have to be gazetted by the Registrar General through the Minister of Justice to be marriage officers.
So if your marriage falls under this category of marriages that you're calling void now, what do you do to ensure that?
You have to do it again and make sure that it complies.
Okay.
So you have to come back to the Registrar General's Department, possibly do it under a special license. And the special license is only issued by the Registrar General. And the Registrar General, at your function, under a special license, with the Register of Marriages, the booklet, gives validity to the premises, if even it's not licensed. That's how come you can find us going to the hotels and to the beaches and wherever on the face of Ghana, hospitals, wherever. It's a special license. It does away with the 21-day notice, and you can carry on a valid marriage in such an instance. Okay. Another thing, you cannot marry a woman if you are already under an ordinance marriage. You cannot go and register a customary law marriage with another woman. Even if you have 3 or 4 women who you are married under customary law, you cannot marry one out of them unless you divorce all the others.
Okay. So I think that we have to maybe do more education, public education, so people understand how all of this works.
Yeah.
Now let's focus on your role as, let's talk about your role as regulator of insolvency for clarity. What is the mandate of, the regulator of insolvency for the office of the, not only for the practitioners, but I mean, it means that if a company is in financial crisis and it's decided that they need to either restructure their debts to ensure that they're paying off their debtors, or in worst case scenario, wind it up, it means that you come in and oversee such processes. Is that correct?
To some extent.
Okay. Please let's get into that.
In the past, it was just official liquidation.
Okay.
Under the Body's Corporate Official Liquidations Act. And then I was then the official liquidator. And that's how come we're able to liquidate, I'm sure you heard of it, almost all these fund management companies and the DKMs and all that. Because at that time we didn't have this new legislation in place, the Corporate Insolvency Restructuring Act 2020, Act 1015, as well as its amendment, Act 1031. Now, this legislation allows us to now bring in a rescue culture into the whole plane, such that we now bring on professionals in addition to the official liquidator. These professionals are chartered accountants, bankers, lawyers, who would normally be registered by the Ghana Association of Restructuring Insolvency Advisors. You've heard of them, GARIA? GARIA normally registers such professionals. Now they take on that intermediary role now of trying to rescue these companies that are going through distress, either through administration or restructuring. And that's where we come in. And so GARIA would train them, and they would be brought over to us, and we would also go over their records and qualifications and everything, and license them as insolvency practitioners. So in that space, they would now ensure that companies that are going through distress are not liquidated by the official liquidator straight away. Yes. So creditors can appoint such professionals. The courts can appoint such professionals. And the registrar can also appoint such insolvency practitioners. And so they would help either...
The role is more of a supervisory
Yes. They would help by either ensuring they get more funding to sort of bring these companies that are going down back up. And of course, you stay off all debtors and creditors because you're going through a period of restructuring, and either through administration or whatever means, just to bring it back, changing maybe the top management and making sure that the company works again. But if all that fails, then official liquidation gets in. And even then, the insolvency practitioner can also now do official liquidation. And most companies still will come back to the official liquidator, that is us, maybe because we've been in the fray for so long. But the point is, currently, we are not the only ones that can do official liquidation.
Does this apply to state institutions?
Precisely. So state institutions will come to the government official liquidator to be liquidated, yes.
So for clarity, let's say this ongoing SNIT issue, right? Where does the ORC come in? If it was decided that these SNIT hotels, for example, needed to be winded up because they're in financial crisis, and it has been decided through whatever processes need to be for that decision to be made, where does the ORC come in? You would be the ones overseeing the processes of...
It's not automatic.
Okay, so...
Whoever are the creditors of the hotels or the shareholders, whoever, or the contributors, whoever or capital is at stake there, who would want the company liquidated would have to appoint us, yes, right, or go to the courts to get the appointment made. So it's not automatic.
Okay.
It's not automatic. And with what is happening now, I mean, with the new act, the government might appoint us, or the government might also appoint an insolvency practitioner.
Okay.
In the past, it was only the official liquidator, okay? But now it's not like that, as I said. But at the end of the day, we oversee that whole process. We license these insolvency practitioners. They are supposed to renew their licenses on a yearly basis. I've given them up to June 30th. If they don't come and renew, we'll take their names off.
Okay.
They have to file reports. It's a regulator. You have to regulate whatever practice they are carrying on out there. So that is the role of the official liquidator as well as the registrar of companies.
Okay. Let's talk about your role as we just talked about insolvency and liquidation now.
Yes.
So let's talk about registration of companies. I said last year you were giving some 500,000 companies some deadlines to come and re-register their companies. How is that faring? Have you taken their names off the books, or they actually came to do what's right?
So let me set the record straight. The 500,000 number I mentioned is for business names.
Okay.
It's for business names such as sole proprietors. Okay. And in fact, they have responded very positively. Okay. It's still not good enough. Of the 500,000, I can tell you just about 5,000 have renewed their business names. That's
encouraging
at all.
Okay.
Now, the business names lifeline really is just yearly, and I think many of them didn't really know. The Act specifically states that you renew on a yearly basis. If you don't renew, it lapses. So all these business names I'm talking about have actually lapsed. But the prerogative to keep them on the register is that of the registrar. And we have all these years just kept them on, and so they never really bothered to come and renew. But that kind of prerogative is coming to an end. You can't have a name operating all these number of years. I'm talking of going as far back as 1963, and you're just doing business and not bothering to renew it. Not bothering to, because you see, we keep that name on the register to ensure that nobody else picks up that name. And you are not renewing it, and the law says it's lapsed. So we'll go ahead and carry out what we said we'll do. So we're giving them an opportunity again. You can renew that business name either by the *222#. We put that one out. It's just 60 Ghana cedis to renew a business name. Okay. I heard yesterday that some officers around my office were informing them that it's 200 Ghana cedis. No, it's just 60 Ghana cedis to renew a business name. There are also charlatans going around in the name of officers from my office. They claim they are auditors. Agency. We don't know them. Okay. They give you no. They give you a Momo number. We don't have a Momo number. So I'm putting this on record. If anybody comes to you saying they are coming from our office, from the accounting department or legal department with a Momo number, no, they are fraudsters. Okay. Do not pay any money. And it's surprising. You know, they would rather pay to them than pay to us. Oh, yes. I don't know why they get scared.
Because they think it's quicker for them to...
No, but they scare them and tell them that we're going to take your name off this afternoon. And you find them paying monies to... Instead of coming to our office, which is very legal, you go to... There's a bank there. You can pay at the bank yourself. Or you can pay on *222#.
Right. So aside putting information like this on websites, in newspapers, coming on shows like this, is there any other sort of way of communicating these things to businesses? Like, do you send them text messages on their numbers? How do you communicate to ensure that they're actually receiving the message?
In fact, that is what we did. That brought them all running to our office. Okay. So we send them an SMS, giving them a deadline. That if they didn't come and renew by a particular time, we'll take their names off. And you should see the office, it's so full now. Why do you have to wait for an SMS to be sent to you? When we've made it very clear that a business name is valid only for a year. So you should know that before the year ends, you quickly come and renew.
Okay.
So that is information that they should know by now, yes.
So the ORC is still operating within the offices of the RGD, Registered General's Department?
Yes, unfortunately, in that sense, yes. At least we have somewhere to operate from, but it's affecting the brand.
Did they create new workstations, bring in new personnel to accommodate the new responsibilities? Or how is that working?
Okay. So as soon as the president operationalized that office, we were able to come up with strategy documents and an organizational manual. Out of the strategy documents, we have started interviews, but we started internally first because our work is quite specialized. It's not the normal company registration is quite specialized. So, of course, we're doing the internal recruitment. If that is completed and there are still, positions that have not been filled up on the organization manual, we will do the external recruitment. Even then, it has to be from the public service because the Act specifically states we cannot use our internally generated funds to pay for salaries. So it has to be from, that is what it said. It has to be from the public service, where you already have an employment in the public service and being paid by government. Maybe that was allowed to enable us to complete our own building because we have to construct our own building and move out of the Registrar General's Department. So we have been able to procure land in Legon. It's behind the golf house, 2.1 acres land, and we are in the process of completing the process to put up our own office, modern office for the office of the Registrar of Companies, yes. And when that happens, we'll move out of the Registrar General's Department.
Okay. I wanted us to talk about something before you mentioned internally generated funds, and something when I was reading the updated final report, some presentation that you made, something caught my eye that I want clarification on. Now, the ORC has financial autonomy.
Yes.
It means that it operates its finances independently. At the same time, or in addition, it manages the finances of the Registrar General's Department. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, how does that work?
No, we
Okay,
have...
Let me add the last bit of the issues, and then we can unpack all of it.
Yeah.
In the instance that the ORC cannot acquire an immovable property, it can bring in some assistance. But who pays for that extra help to acquire that immovable property?
We have to pay it out of our internally generated funds.
Okay, not from the coffers of the
Registrar General. No, so now we are separate institutions now. Registrar General's Department has its own funds. It has its own budget. Has its own internally generated funds.
Managed by the ORC?
No, managed by the Registrar General. Okay. It's a separate institution now. Now, the Office of the Registrar of Companies is a separate institution now, having its own internally generated funds, and governed now by a governing board. We have an 11-member governing board that governs operations with our committees. And so it's a separate institution. So our own IGF funds are what are going to be used to run the operations of our office, as well as helping us to construct the new premises, yes, and then move out of the Registrar General's Department. So this confusion of, we are separate institutions with different heads,
so
with different functions.
Money,
it's no way,
connection at all between the ORC.
No, it's now completely hived off. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about some things that businesses and individuals will be interested in right now.
Yes.
Can you run us through the basic processes of registering an entity now?
Okay. Now, for instance, every entity must have some. First of all, you must even know which type of entity you want to register before you even begin. You remember I was mentioning quite a number of them, yes. So you must know the entity type. And I'll put in this word. People just get up and say, I want to register a company. Now, the company is a very serious business. So if you're not ready for it, don't register it. Yes, because you need directors, you need auditors, you need a secretary, you need a registered office, you need books. You must maintain books. You need an auditor who will be charging you quite a bit to put your financial statements together. If you're not ready, don't go for it.
That's for big companies.
Yes, I believe that you can even have a small company, but you must be ready to comply with the conditions in the Act. So that is how come I have over 300,000 companies on the register, and maybe only about 100,000 are active. You see what I mean?
That's 200,000 inactive.
In fact, it's even more than that. If I go back to 1963, when when we hadn't automated, that's the historical database of businesses, of which your company was one. Historical, I'm talking of really old-time companies. Many of them haven't done what we call re-registration. That is, updating us with the current information on those companies. They are still using old certificates. They haven't bothered to file their annual returns. They haven't bothered to file their financial statements. All their directors need unique tax identification numbers. They haven't bothered to do that. So we can't search on them electronically. Though they are about 300,000 sitting in the historical database.
What can you do about it?
Yes, so we are going to start, right now I'm concentrating on those that are in the e-registrar. I mean, since 2011, we automated. Those are the sample of about 8,000 companies I spoke of. Yes, we have made a bit of noise. About 7,000 now will be taken off the register from next month.
Okay.
Yes, because we've done everything we need to do. Some have come, some haven't. Okay. So you definitely need to know the type of company you want to register. Okay. Fine. So it's a company, then be ready for it. And you have different types. You need a name. You need, and the name too will do a search to make sure that you don't have somebody's name. You need objects, of course, or an activity or a sector you want to operate in. You need a registered office and a principal place of business. You need directors. You need a secretary. You need auditors. And so for a company like that, at least you need a minimum of 2 directors and a minimum of 1 shareholder. And now the laws are that you need to make sure that if you have an auditor, after 6 years, you change the auditor. That's the law.
Yes, I saw that directive some time ago about
you need that.
You need to appoint new auditors.
Yes. You need beneficial owners. You know that. You know about beneficial owners as well.
Yeah.
Those the real ultimate owners behind a company.
Yeah.
You need that kind of information. The ending of your company name now has to change. Many old companies still have limited
LTD.
It has to be LTD or PLC or all those things. You have to do that. So that is for a company. But for a business name, it's just a very simple process. You need a name, you need the objects, you need a place where you do business from. That's it. You need your mobile numbers, email. But for now, every business needs at least a digital address. You need to come to us with your digital address. You need a unique identifier, the National Identification Authority card number. Yes. So these are some of the things you need at least to register a company, whether a guarantee company, even a professional body. You need to have a name. You need to have objects. You need to have members, whoever you want to be your members. For the professional bodies, at least you must have at least 50 members before we can register you as a professional body. So these are the differences.
There are young people these days who, apply in various trades, and they're calling them organizations. They're calling themselves CEOs.
Really?
Oh yeah. You go on Instagram and Facebook. A lot of people say CEO of this and that venture, and they're selling, 1 or 2 things. What is the proper regulations when it comes to those small companies by young people, not people who want to register limited, liabilities and all that? For example, if my little sister sells wigs on social media, what is compliance doing with all of that?
Okay, so she has to possibly register a business name. She doesn't want a complicated business, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's the sole owner. That's the business name, sole proprietor.
Sole proprietor.
But she must renew it on a yearly basis. That's about it. That's the thing. I told you.
And all she needs is a business name.
Yes, and she doesn't need to have books and all those things that the company would require.
Okay.
But she has to renew it on a yearly basis. Yes. She can call herself the CEO. She's the chief executive. But normally I'd have used CEO for a company.
Yeah.
Yes. But the key thing is to keep it valid on our register, you must renew it yearly. That's it.
And if she doesn't, because there are a lot of these businesses that are not registered.
Then it lapses. Okay, those that are not registered.
Not in your system at all.
Oh, okay, yes. So then they are going against the law. Because you see, she can do a business in her own name. What's your sister's name?
No, this is hypothetical.
Okay, but give me a name.
Sweetie Abochi. Angela.
Okay,
Angela, my little sister is
okay, say Angela Abochi.
Yes.
You can do business in the name Angela Abochi without adding anything to it. It's allowed.
Okay.
But if you go to any bank, they will not accept that.
Okay.
They would require a document to identify you, to be able to, for corporate governance purposes, to check on you from the system, to make sure that you are really who you say you are. So then you are compelled to then register.
So it's not a crime, but you will encounter some hindrances on your way of growing or expanding your business.
You're going anywhere for a facility. Nobody is going to give you a facility in your own name.
Okay.
You need a legal identity. So it's either a business name or a partnership. We register partnerships as well. Partnerships is between 2 to 20 people can also register a partnership, and they will be governed by a partnership agreement. They don't have to also have a secretary or auditors, and all those books. So possibly people could register partnerships instead of companies.
Right.
But everybody just talks of, I want to register a company. And then they don't bother to file returns. And it just sits on our database. Yeah.
In this day and age that we're encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation, is there anything that the office or the Registrar General's Department, both offices, although that's not your office anymore, is there anything that you're doing to maybe assist these young people who want to register a wig company, I mean, do business in their own names as sole proprietors and all that. Is there any sort of arrangement that, you know, is skewed towards assisting them to be more regulated in a way?
Maybe we should be talking about the new software that we want to deploy.
Okay.
To make it very easy for them to register their businesses wherever they are. We currently,
digitization,
yes, we currently have a software that we have migrated onto the government cloud at NITA, yes. But it's not fully digital as many people would wish it to be.
The government cloud.
Yeah, we are on the government cloud now. It's made our services better than it was before, because initially you keep on hearing of downtimes and all that. It's come down considerably. So with the new software that we intend to deploy, fully digital, wherever you are, you can register online, you can pay online, you can get your certificates online without necessarily walking into our offices.
Okay.
We are hoping to deploy this software by the end of this year. And I'm talking of everything digital. You know, currently you have to download forms, fill it, scan it, before we examine it and approve it. But what I'm talking of, you don't need to do that anymore. You fill in everything online and pay online. We have been coming up with the software on your own mobile phone. You can register your business on your phone. That's going to be very exciting.
Yeah.
Pay online, do everything online. Yes. So with that sort of facility, your sister could easily get a service provided here from the ORC.
Yeah.
But currently, we are also giving you 24-hour service from our Prestige Center.
Okay.
You didn't know we had a Prestige Center? We do.
Okay.
We have a Prestige Center now. Within 24 hours, when you come in there, you get your certificates registered and your company registered, your certificates and everything that you need within 24 hours.
And that eliminates those agencies that are causing all that drama.
You just pay a little bit more, of course.
Okay. I mean, prestige.
Prestige,
so you pay
yes.
a bit more.
But definitely you get a service rendered you within 24 hours. Yeah.
Okay. So just to reiterate, it is not a crime to do business in your own name. But what else could, you know, constitute some sort of criminal act or conduct in the process of starting a business, operating a business, registering or not registering? Is there any criminality in there should someone decide that they do not want to actually register their company?
Yeah, it's a criminal offense if you're operating a business not in your own name.
Not in your own name.
Yes,
that's
but
criminal.
with, say, yes, with this, you can say Sweetie Edumwa Ventures. Or even if you don't have the ventures, but consult, investments, realty, something, and you're doing business out there and you're not registered, it's criminal. The law is against that.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you said that you can do a business in your name.
Yes, but I say you can't add.
Okay.
You can't add
so
something.
you can't add those like consultancy.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So if it's just Sweetie Edumwa, that's the business you are registering. Nobody's going to come against you. But
and in that case, the only hindrance is if you need bank transactions.
Or even going to for a visa or a contract.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to sign that with you.
Okay. Yes. So don't add all these
if that's what you want,
qualifications to the names that you want to do business.
If that's what you want, yes.
Okay.
But there'll be disadvantages, I bet you.
All right. So in terms of the warnings of closing down these entities who fail to comply with your rules of engagement, where do we stand right now? You are here, so what is your message to them?
So, well, I'm not that interested in striking down companies and closing down. I'm more interested in companies complying for us to get the current information on them. I mean, think about it. You start off a business, you start off with your directors and your shareholders, and along the way, some of them die or some of them leave. And yet in our register, we have in there all these
ghost names.
Yeah. It's not right. You've moved. You started from, say, Kokomemle. You are now in Kantamanto or somewhere like that. And we come and check the register, and it's still the same old address. So when we talk of filing of annual returns and financial statements, it's just for you to update us with the most current information. So we have talked for quite a bit. It's getting to 2 years now. And they are not taking us serious. So by the end of this month.
This month?
Yes, 30th June. We gave out to 30th June. So from 1st July, we have names already on our website. We informed all companies that were interested in remaining on the register to go to the website, check. If their names are there and they are still interested in doing business in Ghana, then they should update us. So all those names that we would do, of course, we'll do a run of the companies again. And all those that haven't complied, then we'll take the steps of striking their names off the register. Now, once we strike you off the register, you cannot use that name within the next 12 years unless you go to the courts and get them to order us to reinstate it. And even then, it's at the court's discretion. Once you take your names off, we will inform all banks. Yes, we will inform all banks about it. If in case you are operating an account, we will let them know that you will know more in our books. Because if you are not careful, they will continue to do business when they are not on the register.
And which is
also not good. So we will tell all business or government institutions that you do not sign any contract with any company unless you run a check. Do a due diligence on our register to check if the company is even still on our register.
Okay, I think the one challenge that's come out in our conversation so far, that would be impact on businesses in terms of decoupling the ORC from the RGD is access to information. Now, aside that, what other impact is this having on businesses? Or, for example, are there any upcoming legislative or policy changes that businesses should be aware of in relation to the ORC's function now?
We have put it all out there already. I don't know why you say access to information. It's out there.
Okay, what I mean is there are some people who might not know that in terms of registration of businesses and all the other responsibilities that have been transferred from the RGD to the ORC, that's access to information, or getting to know that something like this has happened. So that's an impact on their business. If you don't know, then you don't know where to go, what to do, and you might just be committing a crime without even knowing. So aside that, what other impact is this decoupling of these two offices having on businesses?
I think it's been quite minimal.
Okay.
Especially because we are still in the same premises.
Okay.
And we are carrying out quite a bit of public education and sensitization. Recently we even sent out our company inspectors to go around into the various business districts. Also, something we discovered.
Tell me.
This company, is it Chocolate Supreme or something? You see, the company name exists, but they have branded their business with a different name entirely. That is not registered. We discovered quite a lot of that. Every company name that you put on your register must be the same name you put on your premises. So you find out that the name on the certificate is different from what they are trading in. It's against the law. We realized that they are more excited putting up AMA's business operating permit than the document that gives them legality, which is the business register, the company certificate.
That certificate that's
yes, that is what gives you life. And the law requires you to put it up, in your office. So you can't have a name on the certificate and yet you're trading as a different name without registering it. Somebody can be given that very same name. We found that one out. Many of them didn't have books. I'm talking of books. Every company requires books. The books should be books on who your members are. They find our office as their book. So when they change shareholders, they run to our office to come and change. That should not be the case. You should carry on those changes in your office and update us on that later on. So I'm just trying to say that it's not that different. We have put out a lot of education out there. Our officers are out there. We are still in the same premises.
Okay, so minimal impact.
Yes, it's your duty to comply by filing your returns and updating us. I don't see the fact that we've moved, making it so difficult, because that means in the past, they were never filing any returns anyway. But those those who were consistent in filing returns, when they come, we are still there.
Okay.
And we will still give you the service that you require.
We are going to have to wrap up soon, but I want to find out, what's your vision, say, for the next 5 years as the Office of the Registrar of Companies now? What do you intend to achieve with this outfit in the next 5-10 years?
Okay, it's my vision really to be like a world-class registry. That is what I want it to be, not what we currently are.
Okay.
Customer-oriented, innovative, giving a service that is so seamless, easy, makes life very easy for our various clients, giving you a very healthy business environment, and also having quality data. That is why I keep on insisting on, so that you can rely on the data that we have, in our register.
Okay.
So that is my vision, so that you should come to ORC knowing that we will pamper you. Life will be easier for you. You're going to have a problem filing your returns and all that. Let me add another thing. With this new software that is coming, we are going to be digitizing even the financial statements.
Okay.
There is going to be an XBRL format of filing financial statements. That is a new way of also doing business. Electronically, you're not going to be scanning, financial statements into our system. No, you key in your financials. So we can be able to get
details that you just key in.
Yes,
that will pull up everything that
fantastic.
You need for you to...
So we can pull out statistical reports from those figures. That's a very new, and we have to start the education for all our auditing firms, that what they've been used to in the past, just putting up these simple financial statements, no, it's going to change.
All right.
We have to do things along the line of what all business registries are doing worldwide. You remember what I said? World class. World
class ORC for Ghana.
Yes, that is what I'm looking for.
I will give you the chance to share your final thoughts, and if we've left anything else, you can touch on that. But another interesting that caught my eye in this presentation, and in the formation of this 11-member board, it doesn't say anything about who appoints who, but when it comes to 2 female lawyers with expertise in corporate law, practice, blah, 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 it specifically says that they should be nominated by the presidency. I thought that was very specific.
Yes, okay.
Why is that?
Well, this is what the law said, but the president appoints me, and he appointed the chairman of the board.
Appoints you and the chairman of the board.
And the 2...
And nominates. Or appoint.
Okay, nominates.
The word here is nominates.
Okay, nominates. Okay, nominates. And we were appointed finally by him and the Public Services Commission.
Okay.
So there's a procedure. He nominates you, and then the Public Services Commission finally confirms, your nomination. But most of the members of the board are representatives from institutional bodies.
Yes.
Such as Institute of Chartered Accountants.
Yes.
Securities and Exchange Commission. Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Trade, yes, all of them, Public Enterprises Federation. So they are representatives, and all these are bodies that we liaise with.
Okay.
So they are representatives from those bodies.
Okay. I was kind of hoping to hear that that's for women representation or something, because it was very specific that 2 female lawyers to be appointed, nominated.
Yeah, that is part of it.
Okay. Bring us home. What will be your final words this morning?
Well, I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity at least to let the public know about the ORC. As you're very right, quite a number of people are still confused. They think that RGD is still the body that governs the operations of businesses and companies. But just to let you know that ORC is here to stay. We are focused on business registration and regulation, and also on making your work seamless. I mean, when you come to us, we are sure to give you quality service. That is our hallmark, quality service. Make life world-class, quality, innovative service. Make your life very easy. And all this is aimed at the socio-economic development of Ghana. That's the whole idea, to make Ghana a good place for businesses to thrive. So that is my word for all my customers. And just remember that we also have websites and Facebook accounts and all those, Twitter and all that.
Right.
We'll put it up afterwards.
Okay.
So they can also drop us messages if you have any issues, and we are there to help. Thank you.
You are there to help. Jemima Oware is the Registrar of Companies, formerly the Registrar General, and also a member of the Federation of International Women Lawyers Association. And she was my guest this morning for AM Exclusive, bringing in all those updates and details in terms of the functions of the Office of the Registrar of Companies. Thank you so much for joining us for breakfast.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break now, but when we return, we'll be joining that Stanbic Graphic Business breakfast event at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Stick and stay.
Surely, in the course of this preliminary conversation, I'll be handing over to my senior brother, Winston Amwa, who will be on standby. But before we delve into the key issue for today, let's know, we'll be hearing from, in the initial conversation, from Mr. Kwesi Kaboy, who is very learned in the agri sector, followed by Nana Srebo, and also Stephen Odatefio, who is a representative from the World Bank Food Program. So yeah, but before we do that, I have seated here with me in the person is the Managing Director for Agribusiness at Stanbic Bank, in the person of Mr. Yao Njonap. He's a good friend, of course. We've been having behind-the-scene conversation. And before I get to him, I'd like you to know that you're watching us live on JoyNews. The program is brought to you by kind courtesy of Stanbic Bank, JoyNews, and also Labadi Beach Hotel, as well as Graphic Plus. Good morning, Mr. John. I'm good to see you.
Thank you, my brother.
How you doing? Great. You're looking sharp as always.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Now, today's theme is focusing on tackling food inflation and the necessity to ensure that when you go to the market, whatever you buy is reasonable enough. And even if it's reasonable, it is secured in terms of supply. Why did this theme come about?
Thank you. For us as Stanbic Bank, Agri is really at the core of what to do as a bank in terms of our support to growing the economy of Ghana. And in that respect, we are very much particular in terms of our financing approach, our business support to businesses. Because at the end of the day, that is what is going to make Ghana food sufficient to be able to tackle inflation and its related effects on our economy or as a people. So for Stanbic, we deem it very necessary, very essential for us to always devise strategies, product and services that can enhance agricultural production, food sufficiency in the country to tackling food inflation.
You know, consistently, we've seen the food inflation. Last year was a very disturbing year. Surprisingly, coming back into the first quarter of 2024, we've seen inflation coming down. But one constant factor has been the food inflation. In terms of support for most of the SME who are into agribusiness, what position will you say the Stanbic Bank has been able to enhance their productivity?
Thank you. So for SMEs, they are very crucial and very important in what we do as a bank. And in that respect, we have a varied products and services that we are able to support them, enhance their productivity or nurture them in general to be able to scale up in terms of their production capacity in making their production worth the while. So at Stanbic, what we do is to engage these clients with our value proposition that would enhance their production. And for all you know, these are the SMEs that will grow up to become the multinational companies in the future. So we take them very serious in terms of our financing approach to them, in terms of nurturing them from end to end, to be able to make sure that they get the right footing, the right standing in terms of their operations, whatever support that they need, be it technical or financial, we are able to provide that to make sure that they are self-sufficient in terms of their production capacity. And in all that, the aim is to get, the country ready for food sufficiency in terms of production.
All right, so let's look at it from a generalistic perspective. When we look at the sector, there's been conversation from farmers that the banking sector has been a bit laid back in terms of giving access to long-term loans. You know, farming is in seasons. What has changed this time around? Looking at the financial sector, how things are faring, and the outlook for investing in the farming agri sector.
Okay, so largely agri is seasonal. I mean, we are able to develop long-term funding mechanisms to support these businesses. We have products, wide range, that target those who are into short-term production cycle. I mean, to be able to meet the seasonality in some of these businesses. We have the long-term funding arrangements that are able to tackle the long-term projects within the agri value chain. So whichever way you look at it, whether it's short-term, medium-term, or long-term, as a bank, as Stanbic, our products and services are geared towards structuring deals and packages that are able to meet the medium, the long-term, and then, I mean, the short-term needs of these clients to be able to meet their needs in particular ways that can help them produce sufficient food for the people of Ghana.
Well put, Mr. Yao Ngabe. It's really good having you on the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Today's conversation is going to be a lasting one in the minds of people who are watching us right now on JoyNews. We're also live on our social media handles on joynews.com, and also get to our YouTube page and be watching today's conversation. It's going to be very insightful. So make sure you don't miss every facet, because we have the right people with the right experience and with the right technical know-how to really engage us in this conversation. Standing by is my senior brother, Winston Amwa, who is taking over the conversation from here. My name is Winston Taki. So, Winston, over to you.
Thank you very much, Winston Taki, and good morning to all of you, and welcome to the Graphic Business Stanbic Bank Breakfast Meeting as the second quarter. And this quarter, the focus is on food and agriculture. The focus on ensuring the sufficiency of the agricultural sector to be able to tackle food inflation. As we all know, in the 2024 May CPI, food inflation at 22.6%. But if you compare that to, last year May, which was about 50%, many of you may say we have done well. But I'm sure for those who like to deal with the figures, they'd say there's still room for improvement. I've been checking the 2023 trade report as presented by the Ghana Statistical Service, and it talks about the fact that we imported some 26.7 billion of food into this country. And if I begin to break it down, you'd be surprised. For instance, shea nuts. Yes, something that many of us believe is in abundance in this country. We imported some 2 billion of shea nuts. Frozen cuts and offal of fowl, 1.8 billion. When it comes to guts, bladder, and stomach of animals, 1.3 billion. Fish frozen, 867 million. But of course, cereals, as in grains, 2.7 billion. Rice, 2 billion. The question is, how do we ensure that we're able to produce more and reduce the rate of inflation by way of reducing our exports? I'm sure we all know that the more by reducing our imports, because we know the more we import, coupled with the challenges of the Ghanaian cedi, inflation increases. And so, like me, many of you will be shocked when you get to the market and you're told, oh, the tomatoes that you bought for 150 paint 2 weeks ago is now 200 Ghana cedis. And the worst part is that one goes for 5 Ghana cedis. We can't continue like that. And so this morning, we're going to have that conversation on how we can ensure sufficiency within our agricultural sector. And through that sufficiency, we'll tackle food inflation that plays a major role in the rate of inflation in this country. My name is Winston Amwa. We're live on the Joy News channel and on Joy 99.7 FM. I'll be in charge of this ceremony. All your concerns have been taken from previous editions. No too many questions from me. You be the ones to ask all the questions. But before we continue, we'll take some brief remarks from the MD of Graphic Communications, Atuafo. Welcome him with a round of applause.
the Chief Executive of Stanbic Bank Ghana, Kwame Sumini, our expert panelist, Mr. Kwesi Kobo of Gesal Limited, Nana Yao Srebo of Srebo Farms Limited, and National Best Farmer 2022, Stephen Odatifio of the World Food Programme, Dr. Valentin Mensah, representing the Graphic Communications Group Board, the management of the Graphic Communications Group Limited, the editor, Graphic Business, our distinguished participants, ladies, gentlemen, and our audience member networks across our digital and other media partner networks. It is always a privilege to welcome and share a thought with you at our breakfast meeting, made possible by Graphic Business and enabled by Stanbic Bank Ghana. We concede that there are some economic headwinds that this market is facing. And linked to that are associated high cost of living, fueled by factors both internal and others international, including logistic considerations. This brings to the fore the vision of a high degree of self-sufficiency and import substitution. And in my mind, it foregrounds the national vision of Ghana beyond aid. This therefore makes our topic for this Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting in most apt, enhancing agricultural sufficiency to tackle food inflation in Ghana. We've assembled a panel of experts, and I believe they will do justice to that. But from a layman's point of view, I would make 3-4 notes. First of all, I believe that if we're able to work at improving yields on the same acreage of land that we continue to till, we may be in a better place. 2, enhance processing to avoid the high incidence of post-harvest losses. I used to live and work on the continent for a number of years, and in countries spreading the Southern Africa, Eastern Africa region, where maize is a basic staple, as is ours. When maize is harvested, it is processed, milled, bagged, stored. You can find maize meal in the shop after August harvest in our current situation. Here we eat fresh corn on the cob. We call it milli in South Africa. By August, when the harvest is through in southern Ghana, September, October, maize is short and the prices may have gone up. I believe that if we enhance processing, it will create some buffers and it even create better opportunities for people who work in the value chain. 3, for me, is devise strategic storage facilities. And it's linked to the point 2 that I was making. We are not storing enough. We are busily bringing in other people's stored products in rice, in maize, in whatever, that are not fresh products. If you have tasted fresh rice before, locally grown in Ghana, you will know the difference in taste between fresh rice and that imported rice that you would call perfumed or whatever that you would want to describe it as. Fourthly, I think we need to work at developing strategic marketing, which includes packaging amongst others, to create local value for the farmers and export saliency for those who work in that value chain. From this point, I am confident that the graphic business Stanbic Bank project teams have assembled the requisite skills in our 3-member panel to give us pragmatic insights on how to address and enhance agricultural supply to tackle food inflation. On behalf of the board and management of the Graphic Communications Group and the editor Graphic Business and my partner, Chief Executive of Stanbic Bank, I welcome you.
Thank you very much, MD of Graphic Communications Group. And you make a very important point. We have to increase our yield. We have to produce more. We have to store. And we have to package effectively. And like you indicated, for many of us who are consumers of local rice, at least we know that it tastes better and more nutritious than rice that have been stored for 5 to 10 years and brought to us when there are new yields. On that note, we'd invite the CEO of Stanbic Bank, Kyerematen, to give us some brief remarks. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Winston, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My co-host, Mr. Atoafo, Chief Executive of Graphic Corporation, our distinguished panelists and discussants, invited guests, colleagues at Stanbic, thank you very much for coming. This topic of agriculture is a very important one for Stanbic Bank. Our purpose at Stanbic is that Africa is our home and we drive her growth. And as we think about growth across the continent, there's always a bias towards the hydrocarbon and extractive industries. That those sectors have gotten most of the attention. But as we think more and more about some of the ills that are confronting the world, poverty being one of the biggest, climate change the other, and inflation. Inflation is emerging as a big issue for governments and citizenry all over. Agriculture is the proverbial low-hanging fruit. As a bank, we're very much aware that oftentimes the conversation around agriculture centers on the lack of finance. And today we're hoping that with the partners so assembled, we'll be able to have a good conversation on what other factors, in addition to access to finance, can help unlock this proverbial low-hanging fruit. But I just want to leave us all with one thought, that most of the banks that are involved in agriculture today, commercial banks, don't have patient capital. Agriculture requires a lot of patience. For any of you who've done any backyard farming, which I have done, but people don't believe me when I say it, it requires a lot of patience. Unfortunately, a lot of the financing we provide isn't patient in nature. And so one of the big issues we'd like to unlock is ways in which we can better align the needs of the farmers for patient capital, patient financing, with the type of financing that we're providing. But I'm sure you all agree that there are other issues relating to the entire value chain. We spoke about post-harvest losses. A few months ago, I spent a working day in Nkranza to visit one of our national best farmers, Mr. James Boateng. He has a farm in Nkranza. And one of the big issues he spoke about was the fact that come harvest time, they either have to sell their mangoes at a loss, or a big percentage of their mangoes go waste. And so there are a lot of other issues that we would have to address within the agri value chain. But I'm looking forward to this very important discussion. And my big thanks goes to our partners at Graphic Corporation, our media partners, Multimedia, Labadi Beach Hotel, and then all of you who've come here this morning. So thank you very much, and look forward to a very robust discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwame Nasumening, who's CEO of Stanbic Bank. Well, I believe you when you say you've engaged in backyard farming. I believe you. I believe you because, maybe you were fortunate not to have made losses like I did when I went into maize farming, but I learned my lessons. The most important thing is you learn your lessons and you don't repeat them the next time. And so you're right. Farming needs a lot of patient capital. If you don't get it, you're lost. But that's not all. You must also have the right technology and the right personnel. Because if you don't have the right people managing your farms, you would go back and realize that you've lost everything. Like someone shared with me this morning, he lost $100,000 poultry farm because his farm manager decided to cut corners, like we say in Ghana, and buy the feed from a different source, resulting in the death of all his birds. So that's an investment gone waste because the farm manager just didn't do the right thing. But how do we ensure we do the right things? How do we ensure we're able to increase yields? How do we ensure we have appropriate technology when it comes to seedlings? We have the appropriate seedlings that can help increase our yield on the same land. It's a conversation we must have. And this morning, as you indicated, we have the right panel to join us, have this all-important conversation. So let's get started. And I'll start by introducing the panelists. Let's welcome the CEO of Gesell, Mr. Kwesi Kobo, with a round of applause. Please take a seat up here for us because I have been informed that you have a presentation and you'll be setting the tone with that presentation before we get into all other discussions. Nana Sribo is CEO of Sribo Farms and 2022 National Best Farmer. Last but not least, Stephen Odatefiu is a rep from the World Food Programme. Great, so we're all set for the discussion, and like I indicated, because of the concerns from previous editions, I'm not going to ask a lot of questions. I'm going to open it up so that all of you who have questions are able to ask your questions. I may just ask a question or two and then leave it to all of us. But the most important thing today is enhancing food sufficiency or agri sufficiency and its efficiency. And so we know the problems. MD, Graphic Communications Group, CEO Stanbic Bank, they've all talked about the problems and have even gone ahead to tell us what they believe should be done. It's up to our team of experts now to share their own views on what else can be done in ensuring that we don't come back next year still talking about food inflation. That we don't come back and say, oh, this is the season for tomatoes, so the prices come down. Well, this is not the season. I mean, forgetting that in Ghana, when prices go up, hardly do they come down. So they may go up this year, you say, oh, they would come down. But once you become used to it, you forget that, it could have actually come down because that person who sells maximizes profits. But let's start the conversation. I'd like to start off with you, Mr. Kwesi Kobo, because I know you have a presentation that sets the tone for this conversation about enhancing agri sufficiency to tackle food inflation. Let's get it started. You could just pick a microphone there, if you don't mind, or if you want to come here. Yeah. Okay, no problem, please do.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nana, my good friend, so that if you, Kwamina, and then Ms. Afo, Ato. Can I get the... Oh, I'm lost. Where do I... Can I get help? Great. Where do I... Great. So, good morning again. sorry for this. Some of us were BC, born before computers, so you can understand. So when I got a call from Franklin that I should be part of a panel, it frightened me because I asked myself, why me? But that's the way life goes. And what is the topic? The topic is, what are the causes of food inflation and how do you address it in Ghana? And Franklin then said, can you juxtapose it against other countries in Africa and then in a wide global world? So I said, yes, I'll do that. So I need, my screen is off. Okay, is it showing? Okay, great, good. So in Africa, I selected Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa. Nigeria because, we are competing with them on jollof rice, so a very appropriate competitor. South Africa, we know, is a powerhouse in agriculture. And then I selected USA and Brazil. Now, if you look at the graph, and I don't know if you can see the graph. Okay, good. How am I? Thank you. Great. And where do I point this? Can someone help me? Ladies and I'm sorry for these seemingly delays, but can I get someone to, because I need to show the presentation. So, okay. I've been told to hang on for a minute. Okay, good. So here we are now. Now, what I have here is food inflation figures for 5 countries. Like I said, I selected Nigeria and South Africa, and then took Brazil and USA. And this data starts from 2014 to 2024 as at the half of this year, get to half of the year. So you realize that generally, food inflation for Ghana, Nigeria has been a bit higher than those from USA, Brazil, and South Africa. But what you realize that from 2021, there was an uptick. Now, and even there was an uptick for also all the other countries. Of course, we all knew what happened during the COVID era. Global chain supply hitches, and so forth. So that's understandable. Where do you? No. Today I'm in trouble. Technology is failing me. Can we go back? Okay. Okay. So, okay, then can we go back to the graph then? I think that would be better. Great. So you realize that there was an uptick after 2021, and of course, we all know some of the issues. COVID struck, global supply chains were affected. But for Ghana and Nigeria, also, you realize that since COVID and post-COVID, we've seen a lot of foreign exchange, depreciation of our local currencies in Ghana and Nigeria. So it's not surprising that we being major importers of food, it's not surprising that we'll witness this kind of food inflation. And I will point out and I'll give empirical reasons for why it is so. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. So to demonstrate this, I decided to use the poultry value chain. And I'm sure we all know how we get our chicken, right from production, right up to markets. But just to understand that there are various activities along the key activities on the chain. So but I'm doing this to illustrate a certain point when I get to my next slide, and you understand where I'm coming from. So can we go to the next slide? Now, this is a very important slide, and it speaks about our poultry consumption. Now, a number of things should strike you. One is that we don't consume enough chicken in Ghana. We do about 13.7 kilos per person. And in the US, you're talking about 57.7 kilos, almost 4 times what we consume in Ghana. But then what is critical is the amount of imports that make up our consumption of poultry in Ghana. And that is very telling. And that can explain why food inflation is high in Ghana and some way in Nigeria. You realize that in the US, imports of poultry just makes up 0.52% of their total consumption. And guess what? They consume close to 19.16 billion kilos of poultry. If you take Brazil, imports of poultry is just about a mere insignificant 0.21%. They consume close to 10.84 billion, and the average per capita consumption is 50.6. South Africa, which Ato mentioned in his earlier on remarks, consumes about 38 kilos per person. They do about 2.26 billion kilos, and then imports make about just around 20.4%. Ghana, we consume the least, but we consume more imports. And in Ghana, we're talking about 83.09% of our imports of poultry, of our poultry consumption is imported. So when food inflation goes up, are we surprised? We shouldn't be surprised. And this is a story, and I'm using the poultry industry to illustrate why we're seeing food inflation surging over the last few years. Okay. Can we go to the next slide? Now, for Kwame now, who is a backyard garden enthusiast, I don't know what he's farming, but for those of you who keep chickens in your backyard, maize is a major food for chickens. You agree with me? So if you want to be competitive, it means 2 things. That your maize price should be very, very low. Now, if you take poultry feed, maize consumes about 55% of the cost. Thereabouts. You've got soybean and other additives. So if you want to be competitive, your price of maize should be competitive, or else you will lose the plot. You won't be competitive against the US, Brazil, and other countries. Now, and how do you measure that? You measure that through the productivity of maize production in these various countries, because that's the best proxy you can use. So I take Ghana and Nigeria. Our production system is made up of smallholder farmers. And currently in Ghana, we're doing about 2.48 metric tons per hectare. So what does that mean? I'm a smallholder farmer. I'm doing 2.48 metric tons. My production cost is the same as the one in Brazil or in the US or in South Africa. So I'll need to compensate my lack of yield with a high price. Same with Nigeria. If you take South Africa and Brazil, what we have here are averages between their smallholder and their large-scale farmers. Even there, a smallholder in Brazil will probably be about 30 acres or probably more. And my analysis shows that for the large-scale holders, they're talking about 7 to 8 metric tons per hectare. But on the average, South Africa and Brazil are talking about 5.29. So straight away, you can understand why in Brazil, in South Africa, South Africa is 20.9 in terms of imports in their poultry consumption. You understand why they are more competitive than we are. Now, let's go to the good old United States of America. 10.86. Poultry imports, negligible or insignificant or does not exist. And you can understand why we are where we are now. So it throws up a lot of things here. If we want to tackle food inflation, we need to increase our productivity to become competitive. Next slide. So my job is two ways. One is to create a scene, stimulate, be mischievous, and allow our panelists to discuss it. And then two, be part of the panel and then look for solutions to the issues I've raised. So I'm an actor on two stages. But there are some key challenges that I'd like to share with you. And I believe that Nana and my good friend will be able to dissect and we'll come up with some very good solutions to make this a very complete program. One is this, it's what I call government versus private sector. Africa, we have situations where you've got government, public sectors or institutions leading the agricultural drive. And you ask yourself this question, who does the farming? Is it the Ministry of Agriculture or is it the private sector? Who's leading who? Is it the tail wagging the dog or the dog wagging the tail? And policies are made by those who are not in the field of theater. Those who are in the field of theater have no way of influencing policy. So we come out with various projects without any recourse to those who are supposed to prosecute those projects. That's one of the key challenges we face. The second one is what I call weak policy and regulatory framework. Who checks whether the agrochemicals we use are of good quality? It's about yield. Land acquisition. Issues bordering regulation of inequality. Who does that? Maybe a bit on finance. So there's so many issues that fall within that regulatory remit that we leave as a problem. The third one is untargeted research and development. I'm sure my scientists would pick up a fight with me here, but if you go around institutions, are we carrying out research that inures to the benefit of agribusiness in this country? Yes, there's research going on. But are we doing enough? Does it address the needs of the industry? From where I sit, I would say no. A lot needs to be done. The fourth one is technology. And let me pause here a minute. Because people think that technology is about having a smartphone and apps and so forth. No. Technology is about having appropriate technology at the right time. So seed is a technology. Whether it's hybrid seed, it's GMO. We've heard this, people fight over GMO in this country. And I ask myself, we're all consuming GMO indirectly. Whether you eat Kellogg's cornflakes or you eat poultry imported from the US, you're consuming GMO. Don't deceive yourself. Because the feed obviously will come from maize that is GMO. But technology is about efficiency. And in any business, because agribusiness is a business, your marginal revenue should be higher than your marginal cost. And if technology brings about efficiency and it's expensive, then there's no point following it. So it's about systems. It's not about how fanciful, how expensive it is. No, it's about systems. Then the financial ecosystem. Maybe I should be careful because I work in one, and my host is Stanbic Bank, so I should be extremely careful. But you know, in financial ecosystem, there are two parties who come to tango. You have the demand side, and you have the supply side. The supply side are the banks. And let me put a record that we've seen a tremendous change in banking's approach to agricultural lending over the last few years. Maybe, if I can rightly say, maybe the firm I work for has been instrumental in that, but that I'll leave it to the bankers to decide. But then there's been changes, but has there been any change from the demand side? Those who borrow, are they clear what they want to do? Do they know what they're doing? Have they looked at all the risk? Do they have the requisite personnel? Is there a strong governance system within their institutions? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves. Because the two need to come to the table with clean hands. The two need to come to the table to work together. And if they don't work together, we will not get to where we want to get to, having an efficient financial ecosystem. Then, of course, climate change. But for some of us, climate change can always be mitigated in a certain way, but not in every way. But it's something that we need to look at. So, for example, seed. People say, well, it's not a time for GMO. I say, well, maybe this is a time for GMO. Because you need seeds that are drought tolerant. If you all remember, fall armyworm came on our shores in 2017. We saw the scare and saw the kind of havoc it wreaked in our country, all over Africa. These are things that we need to keep as food of. So climate change brings in its wake new pests, new invasive pests, new diseases, and so forth. Now, how do we fight it? And I think that there are solutions there. We need to embrace these solutions. But those are challenges we need to confront ourselves with. Then our production system. You know, Brazil in the 70s was like us. They were like us. They decided to go through a reform. They were doing cocoa like us, but they realized that they could do other crops that gave them value per the same resources that they could use to get high yields and more money for themselves. And today, Brazil is a powerhouse. Now, they went through that through what we call large-scale production. The challenge of Africa, and Ghana in particular, is this fascination about smallholder, to the detriment of our move in agricultural landscape. And let me explain properly before I am taken on social media. I don't want trouble. It's simply this. We conflate food security with industrialization. We conflate social needs of agriculture with industrialization. Agriculture is not a social endeavor. Like Sundays, we go to church. From church, we go to our fellow societies. It's not. If we want to see the impact of agriculture on food inflation, it has to be seen as a business. Of course, as a business, it will address some of our social needs. After all, poverty disappears when money comes. But if you don't make money, poverty stays. So food security is important for us, but industrialization is also critical. Number two, the beauty about agricultural products are that they meet industrialization and they meet food. So if you take maize, for example, it's good for biofuel. In Brazil, it's a major biofuel component. But maize is also good for poultry. But maize is also good for us for our kenke, fanti kenke, ga kenke, agbelema, all kinds of, no agbelema, banku, akbele, and all kinds of things. So one crop, various uses. And that's the beauty about agricultural products. So we've got to be clear in ourselves. What is that we want as a country? Atu spoke about issues of processing and so forth. All agricultural crops are seasonal. If any at all, they are biological. They have to go through a certain time. Tree crops are seasonal. Mangoes, cashew, shea, they are all seasonal. Crops that are annuals, they have to go through a biological tenure, a period. 3 months, 4 months, depending on which annual. So within that space, they won't be available. How many of us are willing to say we will buy, today we all go to the fast food restaurants and we buy French fries. These are potatoes, perfected, sliced in bags, and we buy it and we give to our children. Why can't we do the same for yam and plantain? Can't we change our eating habits to accommodate that? Or else we will go to a situation where food inflation keeps going up. But then I'm now migrating to solutions, so I will stay on course. The last slide before I sit down. The last slide. The last slide. Okay, all right. So I'll create my own last slide. I have something I call the 3 C's. Coherence, collaboration, and coordination. Policy coherence, policy collaboration, and then policy cohesion. Now let me explain why I'm saying this. Agriculture is a multi-sectorial sector. That's a mouthful. Agriculture is not just residing in agriculture. You need road network. You need access to land. You need access to water. You need access to finance. So it cuts across all sectors. So if we want to see how Brazil got to where they are today, it's because they broke the barrier and they allowed all other sectors to get involved in agricultural push. In Ghana, unless we look at agriculture as a cross-sectorial, multi-sectorial endeavor, trust me, we will provide all the answers here, but next 5 years, we'll come back and lament and say the same things. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's give another round of applause. Thank you very much, Kwesi Kobo. Setting the tone for the conversation, you've told us all the challenges that we are faced with, and like you ended, it's important we get into the solutions, and of course, you'll be part of the panelists as we get into the solutions. But, Nana Srebo, because you are a farmer, 2022 National Best Farmer, I start off with you. It's very simple. We know the problems. How do we deal with it? How do we solve these problems that all of us know, and yet every time we sit down to talk, they're the same problems we talk about? How do we solve them?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me stand on the existing protocol and also thank the organizers of this program. I think the next time I would go first, because basically Mr. Kobo and Mr. Afo has said everything I was going to say. So I would have said that I agreed with them and just left to my hometown. Anyway, I always say that among this litany of issues that has been enumerated, I always say that the key, the crux of the matter, to me and with my experience, lies with having a strong private sector partnership with government. I say, and I'll always continue to say, that government has no business venturing into business activities at all. Government is rather supposed to create the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive in our enterprise, and that is agriculture. If you look at the policies, a lot of policies have been implemented, a lot of things have been done, but as you said, we are still as we are now. And I see that we will still continue to be there if the private sector doesn't come in to augment the work that government is doing. And how does the private sector comes in? It has to come in with having a strong enabling platform where government levels the road for the private sector to roll. And that is why I strongly believe in this project of planting for food and jobs too. If you look at it critically, it tackles agriculture along its entire value chain. And that is how we should see agriculture. Agriculture is not something that starts, it's not a farming venture. Agriculture is from the farm to table. If you don't look at it that way, then definitely you'll be tackling it in bits and pieces. If you look at the value approach of the planting for food and job, it takes into effect the input credit systems. It takes into effect the storage and distribution. That is key for addressing post-harvest losses, as has been said right now. It takes into effect infrastructure, which will also have to make sure that the government has to make sure that the right environment is created for private people to get into some of these things. It takes into effect off-taker arrangement. It takes into effect digitalized platform, a line of site management and coordination, as was said right now. So I believe that the private sector involvement in all this, agriculture is a very expensive venture. And as MD rightly said, it's so expensive that the banks cannot just take up that mandate. We need a strong enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. We need government to set up the private sector to give us funds that have low interest bearing for us to invest, for the private sector to complement the effort of government, and then also to push up all the measures and all the policies that government has doing. If we leave it just for government has no business venturing into business activities. Government is supposed to create that enabling environment. So I think government has to do more. Honestly, if you look at what Mr. Kobo just enumerated, a lot, that is just it, the policies. But if we have a strong enabling environment for the private sector, and there is good coordination, that is when we know that what you are doing, the farmer should not be thinking about marketing. If you look at cocoa has been able to thrive because the farmer doesn't think about marketing. And who is doing the marketing? You should have a strong private aggregator system to be doing that. The government cannot get into it. And once that is being done, it will have a rippling effect. Once the farmer knows that what he is doing is going to be bought, then definitely he's going to produce more. And once the government is also giving that enabling environment, then I think we can push this whole agenda forward. Without a strong collaboration between the private sector and the government, I think it cannot be achieved. It has to be, talking every day.
Now, you talk about the fact that government has no business doing business. You've talked about the fact that there's a need for collaboration. But let's break down the collaboration a little bit. Because Mr. Kwesi Kobo, for instance, has talked about productivity. So when it comes to productivity, for instance, which is where we are lacking so much, what sort of collaborations do we need here to ensure that we improve our productivity?
How do we start production? We start by tilling the ground. And we have to mechanize. And Mr. Kobo ended very well by saying that we have to look at the industrialization aspect. As much as we go into agri for food, we also go into agri, for industrialization. And that is, if you look at the planting for food and job, I'm very happy that the phase 2 tackles commercial farming, unlike the phase 1 that didn't tackle commercial farming. But in the first place, we ask ourselves, how do we start production? By tilling the land. Do we have enough machinery even to till the land? How do we start it? We have to have a strong plant pool. You want somebody like me, a young person who has finished university, to get into a 5-acre farm. How is he going to buy a tractor? How is he going to buy combined harvester? But if there's a strong plant pool, that has been facilitated by government through the private sector. He can start the farm and then just go there and rent. That will bring the cost of production, that will bring everything down right from the beginning. So right from there, and you go to improve seeds. Even when you talk about the tractors, government should be able to liaise with government, other government who are into the production of these tractors, to come and bring some of these tractors to even the commercial farmers on high purchase. That is what is the fundamentals. If you don't start it right, we'll never get it right. I always say that agriculture is about the start and the end. If you do engineering, they will say that a plane, the most serious aspect of a plane taking off is the start and the landing. And that is, the same thing applies to agriculture. How we start. We don't start right. If you look at how we are doing agriculture, at the end of the day, if even we are able to do what is the bottom line, we're not going to be competitive. Okay. Look at the graph that is shown here. So we need to start it right. And starting it right needs government intervention in improved seeds. It needs government intervention in plant pool. We are lacking a lot in plant pool. So we are doing subsistence farming, the labor, no improved labor, and the cost of even tilling the land is so expensive that by the time you are done, you're out of business.
Great. Let's get to Stephen, and let me find out from you also what you believe should be done to enhance agri sufficiency to tackle food inflation. Having listened to Kwesi Kobo explaining all the problems that we have within the sector.
Right, thank you very much. So I think just to amplify some of the issues that he created, I think every one of us over the course of the week would have some sort of rice, stew, and chicken on our plates. It's pretty much our staple diet. And I think it's a food security situation because about 85% of what we consume as Ghanaians is actually imported. So that pretty much speaks to what Mr. Kobo actually highlighted. And that is very worrying for us because the combined value of what we are importing in rice, in tomatoes, and then of course in poultry is north of about $1.2 billion. And I think what government has done, because prior to joining the WFP, I worked at the Ministry of Finance and led the operationalization of the Ghana Cares Economic Enclave. Now, government's mandate or vision, and that's pretty much the first time since General Kutu Achampon initiated the economic enclave concept in the 70s, was that government would actually create economic enclaves and provide infrastructure to de-risk the sector and then invite private sector to take up lands that have either been developed or have been that have seen some sort of development by government. So typically in the Kasunya enclave, which was the first enclave, it's about 10,000 acres of land. Government will provide the electricity, will provide the storage infrastructure, will provide the accommodation. And because it was a rice-dominated enclave, government would also develop the canals and the drains that allow any private sector individual coming in to just go into production. So that emphasizes on the need, as Nana had said, that government has no business in production, but should rather be a catalyst in terms of how they incentivize private sector to go in. So, for example, the average cost of actually developing a piece of land for rice production per acre is about 40,000 cedis. If you're going to do commercial agriculture, you are doing pretty much about 40,000 cedis times 100 hectares as the minimum to qualify as a commercial player. Now, that's quite expensive, and then you are not able to free up working capital to then do production. So government takes that cost, and then all you have to do is just invest pretty much into the production. Now, that's a step in terms of what we are currently doing to fix that issue. So beyond the Kasunya enclave, government has also secured 20,000 acres in the Oti region that is focused on just maize production. They've been able to operationalize about 2,000 hectares so far. In Kasunya, they've actually operationalized all about 6,000 hectares, working with private sector players. And then also there is the National Service Scheme Economic Enclave in the Kumewu region that is also looking at maize, soybean, and rice. So I think the foundations are being laid for the first time in about 60 years to, I think, address that issue. Number two is the question of why maybe you'd have a panelist in a World Food Program official being on this panel. So I think in 2018, the World Food Program transitioned its mandate from just a saving lives narrative to also changing lives. So pretty much what it entailed is that we're gravitating away from the typical food assistance or humanitarian aid that a logistic-focused institution or a UN institution like the World Food Programme was focused on. And we just moved also into food resilience and providing sustainable development initiatives. So in 2018, to hallmark that transition, we invested into not microprocessing, I think big players in the processing industry, Yedent and then Premium Foods. We invested a combined value of about $3 million in these institutions. With Yedent, what we did was that, with Premium Foods, what we did was that we connected them to emergency-struck countries like the Burkina Faso, Yemen, Afghanistan, etc., through those investments. So basically, we would offtake all their produce or a majority of it, and then we would then be the suppliers to these countries that need them. That was the first model. The second was also Yedent, where we invested about $800,000, moving their processing capacity from 3 metric tons to about 80 metric tons. So that speaks to why we are being quote-unquote transactional, because it's critical to how we actually incentivize farmers to be able to do more. Now, I think a major deterrent to farmers actually going into production and not cutting corners is also the issue of post-harvest loss, as had been indicated by the graphic CEO. And let me create this connection for you. You're farming basically on 2 acres of land in the Avayima irrigation scheme. You're looking to get in about maybe 2 tons per acre. And so that's about 4 tons on 2 acres. You're looking at a price point of about 6,000 Ghana cedis, which gives you about 24,000 Ghana cedis in terms of expected income, because your income is realized when there's an off-taker to buy that produce after production. Now, there are issues with birds, and then there are also issues with nets. So if you don't have nets to protect your rice from birds, then you're losing close to half of your projected income on that. Then let's say you get past the issue of nets because you got some financing from an agribusiness focused bank that actually requires you to pay back in about 3 months, or pretty much a moratorium of about 3 months where you start paying every single month. Now, you're done with production, you've harvested, and then you have to dry the rice. Now, you also need a dryer or a basic tarpaulin. You don't have that, so now your expected income has gone from half where you didn't have the bird nets or bird scares to even pretty much about 5,000 Ghana cedis of expected income because you've not been able to capitalize fully due to a lack of post-harvest equipment in a dryer or just the bird nets. So why would a farmer want to go into agriculture and deploy all the needed expenditure, which is the certified seeds, and then, of course, the fertilizers to actually do that, because his expected income will be realized if he has those resources. So these are the drawbacks. But then the economic enclave answers the question of what we'll call collaboration and coherence, because you're having players working within an area, different agribusinesses competing, but having an access to markets mechanism where they can exchange ideas, exchange knowledge, and still meet the yield KPIs that is set by those enclaves. So that's pretty much an outline on what government is doing now. And I think in the next 2 years, we'll see significant improvements in our yield, and that would also have an impact on rise of incomes and farmer livelihoods across the country. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Stephen. And I was actually at the Economic Enclave project, the Kasunya sites, and I saw everything that you've talked about. I saw the canals, I saw the road construction and everything, the warehouse. Yes, that's true. But beyond these, let me get to you, Kwesi Kobo, because you started by talking about the problems. Beyond these, what else can be done to ensure sufficiency within the sector?
Winston, thank you. I hope I'm not short for painting a doom and gloom situation, but, you know, every dark cloud has a silver lining. Now, you know, sometimes you question our commitment to address agribusiness in this country, because that is a fundamental of why we're having these food inflationary issues. Now, I would like to break things down to the barest minimum. As a country, you have 2 key focus. You reduce your imports, and you also increase your exports. So these things are fundamental, because if you don't generate exports, you don't get foreign exchange. You don't reduce imports, you don't reduce imports, you also lose foreign exchange indirectly. The second point is that I think over the years, we haven't been focused enough on certain specific value chains. You know, and if you ask me,
Because I know we are now in the government's political parties are writing their manifestos and so forth. Okay. My first advice would be, as a country, we need to ensure that if we agree on this policy, a policy led by private sector, let all political parties adhere to it. There should be a continuous agreement, or we should all bind to it as we move on. That's the first one. 2, I've stated that agriculture is a cross-sectorial thing. I worked in the ministry for some number of years as an advisor, and unless we have a strong commitment for whoever the president is, in my view, someone higher than even a minister of agriculture, who, when he summons the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transport, Minister of Trade, will all come around the table. Unless that happens, nothing will happen. And I'm very clear about that. Because even if it's enclaves, somebody has to agree that in his or her budget, we've got to do these roads. We've got to begin telecommunications. Okay. Land, for example. This is a country, and I've worked in other African countries, where water bodies, we're even filling and putting houses around. In other countries, you will not see this happening in those countries. So for me, policy is a critical thing. Number 2, what is it that we want? We can't tackle all our problems immediately. And if you want to tackle the problem, you've got to go to the fundamentals of it. So let me give you 3 examples. Let me just put an example to illustrate my points. We are net importers of poultry. We bring in close to 360,000 metric tons. Whether unfortunately or unfortunately, our city today is about 15 point something. So out of currency depreciation, an opportunity arises that allows us to take advantage of our weakness in our currency. But why aren't we taking advantage of it? We are not, because our maize productivity yields are low. And that is a result of the production systems we have. Okay? If I do my calculation on top of my head, 40 farms, the poultry industry consumes about 250,000 metric tons. That can easily be produced by 20 to 30 large-scale farms in this country. Which means that they are getting the yields of 5-6 tons per hectare, and which means that they're able to sell on the market price lower. If today you go on the South Africa bourse, they have a bourse called the SAFEX. You get the price of maize today and the price of maize in Ghana now. It's almost about 50-60%. And you can imagine the situation in Brazil and USA. It's very difficult to compete. 2, soya. As a country, private sector has put in some level of investments. We have a few soy processing plants. They're not using expertise, they're using extruders, but not high-level solvent extract and so forth. About 3-4 years ago, we saw an uptick in soy production in the various regions of the north. And these beans were being exported. Suddenly, the ministry comes and says, well, we are banning export of soya because it's affecting the poultry industry. But I think that is Maslow theory turned on his head. Why am I saying that? 1, you don't even have the systems in place to process the soybean. 2, export of soybean means that more farmers will produce more soybean. So you are stimulating an industry. And that's what I'm talking about, policy incoherence. So you take the poultry sector. How do we change it? How do we take advantage of the fact that the cedi is very weak against the US dollar? Is that you sort out the maize problem, you sort out the soya problem. The rest of the additives which are imported, because of the advantages you get in maize prices and so forth, would offset any disadvantage in bringing these other things in here. So from where I sit and from where I work from, we come out to a number of models. So for example, we decided that in a program I working with a number of large-scale importers who are interested in setting up processing plants here. But they're talking about an integrated processing plant that covers from field to fork. So control over your raw inputs coming to your feeding your chickens, having an efficient production system, and ensuring that whatever equipment you bring in, you are fully utilizing it. That's how you solve problems, not knee-jerk reactions that we've seen over the years. Let me give an example of rice, for example. We consume about 50 kilos per person, plus or minus, depending on where you are. In the urban areas, higher. in the rural areas is lower. What has been our rice story? 2018, we gave a lot of rice seeds to farmers. Some of the seeds were poor quality. Some of them were even grain, fertilizer, and so forth. And we are still where we are. If the imports has even gone up, it means that that policy has failed. Now, we've come up with a model to say, can we have an integrated rice system? Because rice is a peculiar cereal, unlike maize. The drier maize, the more quality maize is. The drier rices, the less quality rices, because then when you mill, it comes out broken rice. So have a system whereby you encourage large-scale nucleus farms that have embedded in their production systems processing mills. So, for example, we're doing one in our farm plains. We're about to do another one in the enclave that my brother talks about. That is how you tackle these issues. So you take 2 or 3 crops of value chain and you tackle it comprehensively and ensure that everyone has a role to play, plays a role. But we have a situation where things are done haphazardly. And that's why we are where we are. Okay. Let me give an example of export. I mean, I like giving examples. So has anyone asked himself or herself this question? Let's take issue of palm oil, CPO, which Nana is engaged in. We are net importers of CPO. We borrowed inordinate amounts of money to fund the cocoa sector. Where cocoa grows, oil palm grows, rubber grows. Okay? Now, from an agronomic point of view, where there's contiguous production and people are not managing their farms well, you're talking about pests and diseases. Coupled, of course, we know the Galamsey problem has also exacerbated the situation. But you saw how high the cocoa prices went to. So the question I ask myself is, do we still need to do 1 million tons of cocoa? Because if you do less than that, prices go up. So the question I'm saying that we need to be radical in the way we look at issues. Look, I can go on, and sometimes it is sad that if you look at our trajectory, we keep on repeating the same mistakes and expect different results. So my answer is that focus on a few value chains, address it comprehensively, and then when you learn your lessons, you move on. And then the last point is that let the private sector be the lightning rod. Let the private sector be the lightning rod. How often is the private sector consulted or spoken to? How often do we engage them when they come out with these policies? Whether it's PFJ, where the private sector consulted, was that the instruments of the policy, was it the critical ones to address the problems of food inflation? Because if, for example, issues are made that, well, we gave X amount of farmers benefited from PFJ in terms of input supply. But is that why you give farmers fertilizer and seed? You give them fertilizer and seed because you want to see an increase in productivity. And if a measurement of it is how many farmers benefited from being beneficiaries of supplies of fertilizer and seed, that for me, that I think is a failure.
Thank you very, very much. Round of applause. Thank you very, very much, Kwesi Kobo. So I promised at the beginning that I wasn't going to ask many questions. If you realize, I asked only one question each, except that they took time to explain everything. And so we have about 15 minutes to go. We're still live on the JoyNews channel and on Joy 99.7 FM. It's your turn now to, tell us what you believe has to be done. I'm sure all of us agree now that we need to talk about the solution. So just show by hand. I'll get a microphone to you. You tell us your name, where you're coming from, and then your question. Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Valentin Mensah. I'm a board member of Graphic. I used to be a farmer, a pineapple plantation of 400 acres.
Okay.
And I exported to Switzerland. So most of the issues that have been discussed, I have first-hand experience, and I've also researched into Ghana's economic development. So I want to add to what have been said and also ask a few questions. Okay, first of all, Mr. Kobo produced a very good graph, but the juxtaposition, I was praying that he would have included Côte d'Ivoire. If he had, would have found the solutions to most of our problems. today. Because if you go to Côte d'Ivoire, most of the issues that have been discussed have been dealt with by the government. And food inflation, they do not have that problem in their country. And food is abundant in the areas where the market is concentrated. And with this, I would look at few fundamental areas just to ensure that we conflate the issues. The first one is what I would call market or demand. And that one, Adam Smith told us that if a human being, if you give him the means to get to the market, he will do anything to produce and sell or exchange. So here in Ghana, if you look at the structure of our market or population, you see that we are 57% urbanized. 57% urbanized. And that urbanization mostly in Accra and Kumasi. So when you are producing, you have to look at the market in Accra or Kumasi. You are in a country where it takes more than 8 hours to travel from the western region to Accra. About 7 hours to travel from Kumasi to Accra. In the 19th or 20th century, 1919, Gagisberg told us that how he was going to help us produce baskets of goods. The basket for exports and the basket for internal consumption. And the only way you could do that was to construct the railway from the south to the north. From 1920, that couldn't take place because at that time, the British merchants were more or less controlling the economy. So because it would affect their profit through taxation, they challenged that, and that never happened. So inflation, food inflation from that time was more or less perennial. So 1948, when the riots resulted into the crisis and the British government came, we identified that food inflation is going to be a problem of the country because you don't have a means of transporting the food cheaply. Because if you are tracking the food in lorries or trucks, they are quite expensive.
Please
and
wrap
they take
up.
a lot of time. Okay, so that's what the market is a key thing. So if you have the market, the capital issue will not be an issue because the individual will sell, get the profit, and then save and build the capital. Then the second one is the production, which is also related to the fertility and then capital. Because if you do not have the capital, you cannot buy fertilizer and chemicals. And also when it comes to land preparation, the plant pool was raised, but then most of the investors could buy their own tractors and other equipment, and they're all related to capital. But the government policies, I think that's fundamental, and that is what we need to look at. Because if you are not able to produce enough, and you depend on imported food, and you are not controlling your reserves, your currency depreciation would hit you, and then inflation will turn in. So it's a vicious circle.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Dr. Mensah. Yes, let's get to other people. I see two hands. I'll get to you, but okay, where are we going?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yes. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Alberta Nanecha Akosa. I work with Agri House Foundation.
Could you please stand up so we can see you?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I would like to touch on inputs.
Okay.
Yeah. And Nana Shobo spoke about the government's policies and the second phase of the planting for food and jobs. And I think we would like to know where we are now, because we are just coming from some part in the north, and they've not received anything. We don't know whether it's been rolled out yet or it's yet to be rolled out. I think it's a fantastic policy on paper, but when would we see it on the ground?
Okay.
Secondly, is the one key ways we can tackle it. You know, the government also had a policy of ensuring that we have input access across the districts and the regions. We are yet to realize that. And if you have any issues with access to fertilizers, seeds, and logistics, we also had a plan that maybe across all the regions there will be mechanization, machinery, equipment, and all that. When you go to some parts, some of the machines have broken down for many years, and it's still there. It's like, okay. And then, Master, I've not finished. There's no woman. There's no woman on your platform. You let me finish.
To be very honest with you, we must give a lot of people an opportunity.
Yes.
So we just can't leave it with you.
The other one too is with our education. I think we have to tackle it from the ground up. You see, when you go to our educational institutions, Kwada, Soda, Mango, Fair River, Adidome, Ohio, now there are no farmlands there anymore. We are doing more theory than the practical aspects of it. And again, the last one, which we have to look at our livestock sector. I think it's been downplayed. You know, the idea was to ensure that the livestock and the crop sector are in tandem receiving equal attention. Go to Turaku market. It's a gold mine. It's the largest livestock market in the whole of West Africa. But we are not, the rearing for food agenda has also gone down, which I think we have to look at. So when you're talking about this whole sector, I think the livestock sector also plays a role. And then maybe if government and the private sector can, now we are producing more beef than dairy. In Ghana, we have only one person, a reverend, around Amahia, who is just using one cow to get about 30 kg. Whilst in other countries, we are having more. So I think that the dairy, there are a lot of opportunities also within the sector. I'm a cattle farmer myself, but there is really nothing happening when we are producing more beef. So I think, and then Graphic and Stanbic, please, next time, please, let's have some of the smallholder women farmers, because we are a country and we cannot neglect the fact that most of our farmers are still within the smallholding. Also in Yendi, they produce a lot of sesame. But we are using our manual, our hands. So machinery and equipment has to be looked at, because most of the women are having small opportunity to export now. So let's look at the hot and trendy products. Let's look at products that have value and volumes, so that we can focus on it per region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberta. But please, let's do it this way. Look, a lot of people would want to make points. If all of us want to talk for a very long time, we may end up not getting many people sharing their views. Unfortunately, time is not our friend. So let's please be very brief. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I would like to commend the panelists for the insightful discussion. My name is Edmund. Nana, recommendations. Based on your experience as a farmer, and we've seen that land litigation has become a major issue in Agri. In what way are you will you like to persuade other chiefs who are custodians of the land to make land accessible for agriculture farming? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Kyerematen. I have two questions. I think over the years, governments have overlooked the importance of the Accra Plain, and now it's developing into a concrete jungle. And when I drive past the Accra Plain, between Dowenya to Vume, we have the Volta River also flowing through this area. We could have irrigated this plain and make it a food basket. But unfortunately, we have allowed that place to become another concrete jungle in the making. Is there anything government can do to stop what is going on? My second bit is the planting for food and jobs. I think our planting season starts from May. Land preparation starts from April, and by May, the rain sets in. But as we speak now, I overheard it being talk on the radio that they launched it in, I think, in the Ashanti region last week. And I think the timing is very, very poor. I think the timing is very, very poor. And the policy makers and our leaders, I think it's high time we get the Agri Ministry to start such programs on time to make sure that we get the full potential of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Kweku Oben. I'm a farmer. Tackling food inflation. I suggest that we should make it attractive. And also, I agree with Nana that when you are asking us to...
Can we turn the microphone on for him so he can ask his question? But maybe while we try to solve that problem, we can come back to the panel. Another was a question for you. The advice that you give to chiefs when it comes to dealing with issues of land. Yes.
Hello. Yes, I think my question is, I have two questions in terms of the land. Yes, land continues to be an issue. And as much as, and that is why some of us who are chiefs are getting into agriculture, encouraging other more chiefs to see the need to get into agriculture and to release land. But it will interest you to know that the research conducted by the FAO of the United Nations realized that the bane to agriculture is not land. It's insufficient access to education, knowledge, and information. As we were saying right now, what is the yield that we are currently having? Currently having a very low yield. And if we are having this low yield, land, access to even more land would even compound it. And as much as we are having this low yield, we are having about 25% of what we are producing going waste as post-harvest losses. So you see, the fundamental of the issues are there. So yes, land is an issue, but to me, I see that if you're able to increase your yield per acre, that would be perfect, that you have more land and not be able to increase the yield. Secondly, about the planting for food and job. Yes, the concept is very good, as I say. And I'm praying that, it will be implemented with the intent and purpose for which it was designed. Very, very, very nice concept. But I agree that it should have been piloted. I think that is why we are having this issue of the late starts. But the concept, if you look at how it encompasses the whole value chain, and how it also encourages private sector participation, you will bear with me that the strategy is perfect. So, yes, I hope that it starts well.
Okay.
But I believe that it should have been piloted this season, and that would have given a more better effect.
Thank you very much, Nana. So can we get back to the questions? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kweku Oben. I'm a farmer. Tackling food inflation, I suggest that we should continue to make agriculture attractive. And my question is, who is going to buy when you produce what? That's my question, because, for example, when it comes to rubber or lettuce, when you produce lettuce, there is a buyer. Ghana Rubber Estate is available to buy. Cocoa, the same. The others, who is going to buy what you produce? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obeng. Okay, I think we can come here. This hand has been up for a very long time. Please, let's get to him.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Amponsa-Boatin. I think if you look at the issue today, we want to understand the cause of food inflation. Okay. Now, you agree with me that in Ghana, agri largely depends on the rain. But one factor now, which is also a challenge, is galamsey. Because you realize that even the one village, one dam, if you are to harvest all the flood waters, especially when we even do the spillage, what happens? Those waters that are in the dam, we cannot use them. The other issue is that we expect government to have a policy. We are looking at tax incentives. For example, the income of the cocoa farmer is exempt. So why can't we do that for all of them? We are also saying that we have, for example, SNIT investing in hotels. Why can't SNIT also invest in farming in Ghana? Because from what I've heard, it is a very, very, very lucrative area if we plan well. Finally, we always say that at the end of the day, whatever that you produce must be bought, okay? But you agree with me that even the roads that lead to the farmlands, and that is why inflation is so high, because productivity is there, okay? But if at the end of the day, we want to buy the produce, but the output, because of post-harvest losses, our inability to store the products, so you find that there's a shortfall, and that is what leads to the food inflation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I see. Okay, there's a hand there, then we come forward. Yes?
Yes. Good morning. And I agree. My name is Elom from Agri. I do agree with Mr. Kobo that the lenders' confidence has improved, hence there's more lending in the agriculture sector. Thank you. But I would also give a lot of attribute to Mr. Kobo's institution, GESAL, that has, I think, supported financial institutions to have more confidence in borrowing to agriculture institutions. Now, I'd like to throw a few figures out there that can harness the discussions of today. And looking at these figures, which are actual from my institution being a farmer and trader, it's only buttressed the facts or the factors that the panelists have been speaking on, the lack of framework towards proper coordination and coherence in agriculture being, the biggest challenge of our agriculture sector. Now, when you look at the figures of production in 2020-2021 production season, the cost of production was $1,200 per acreage. 2021-2022, 2,153. 2023, 5,513. 2023-2024, 6,277. And this current year, we are looking at 8,100 as cost of production. So for maize. So you'd realize 2021 or 2020-2021 production cost was 1,200, and 2024-2025 production season we are at 8,100. What are the contributing factors? I'll just take it from three of the inputs: seeds, fertilizer, and land preparation. In 2021, seed per acreage was 100 cedis. NPK 50 kilos was about 42, so making the cost 252 per acreage. And plowing was 90 cedis per acre. Today, same pioneer that was 100 cedis is 1,100. Fertilizer per acreage is 2,820 from 252 in 2020-2021 season, and plowing is 250 cedis. Now, let's look at the market rates of these products. In 2020-2021, so when we look at 0.6%, that's yield per acre. Mr. Kobo mentioned 2.4 per hectare, so in acreage, that's about 0.6%. That means that the farmer is probably yielding 12 bags per 50 kilos. And that 12 bags in 2020-2021 would have yielded 2,482 against a production cost of 1,200. Today, where production is even more challenged, especially that climatic situations, have set in. I think one speaker mentioned maybe in preparation of land, June planting, As it is, the northern sector has not started planting because the rains have failed. So when we look at this year's production of 8,108, if the yield is average at 0.6 again, that means that end cost of this bag of maize being 250, then we are averaging 3,060 in returns against a production cost of 8,108. So certainly there's a disconnect, and which is not going to augur well for this nation if we want to improve on the poultry sector, which is key, because farmers are continuously losing out and therefore cutting corners. Who is going to invest 8,000 and gain 3,000 and be, excited about it? We need to get back to the drawing table and get thinking as a country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Queen Lee Joy Smith from the Corporate and Investment Banking Department of Stanbic Bank. Growing up, or as a layperson, when we asked our teachers or our parents what inflation was, the simple explanation to inflation was that inflation is a lot of money chasing very few goods. Now, I'm a firm believer in if inflation was a lot of money chasing fewer goods, why don't we produce a lot to sort of reverse this phenomenon? And so I'm a firm believer in the evolution of farming in Ghana from small-scale farming to large and medium-scale, preferably commercial and industrialization. We've outlined a lot of problems here. I would just want to ask, assuming the government has set the stage and everything is ripe for us to evolve in our ways of farming, how prepared are the farmers in Ghana? How prepared is the sector to take advantage of everything that we are outlining here today? And also from the gentleman's question on who is going to buy what we produce, I just want to know from the World Food Program perspective, what is the role of contract farming in answering his question? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Francis Osei, an agribusiness consultant. I think I want to emphasize the issue of productivity. To me, it's our biggest bane, the productivity issue. For every single crop in this country, we kind of are achieving less than 50% of what is achievable. So, ab initio, we are losing out. And the second major issue, in my view, is our macroeconomic situation that is not helping us, because every single input into the sector, we have to import. So when the cedi depreciates, then it means we need more cedis and then to buy a dollar, and when the goods come, then the prices increase, as our lady said, and it's throwing everything out of the window. I just would like to use maize to illustrate our productivity challenge. All right. Now, typically on a hectare of maize, you want to plant between 64,000 and maybe 84,000, all right, seeds per hectare. Now, if you have a good seed, your cob weight when you shell for one cob, you could be getting about 160 grams, all right. Now, if you multiplied the 64,000 by 160 grams, you'll be getting something like 10.2 tons, just like Kwesi Kobo said and cited for the situation in the US. But we are getting 2.4. So you realize that from day one, we can't compete with any other farmer sitting around the globe who is getting the 10.4. We deliberately, and I'm saying deliberately, I won't go into the details for today because we don't have time. But ab initio, we are lagging behind in productivity. And therefore, when a farmer harvests, the farmer goes to market expecting that somebody will have, I don't want to call it messy, but you are expecting that all the inefficiencies, that characterize your production, somebody would have some leniency on you and buy. And it doesn't happen in any market. I joke around and say that I don't even think that Bill Gates goes to the market and offers premium when he's given a price. All right. So we've got to, as a country, look seriously at our productivity issue. It's been that forever, and it's the reason why we cannot have the challenge of food inflation. And if you know how the inflation is calculated, the food basket weighs more. So we would, it's very likely that if we don't tackle it, we'll continue to have the problem, right? Then the issue of macroeconomy. I mean, if CD depreciates, it affects prices, then it has a way of affecting interest rates, which move up. So you are paying more for the good, and then you are paying more interest rate for the loan you borrowed. You kind of get out of the market, and it becomes a bit frustrating for farmers, all right? And that, for me, are two major issues that, based on what I know about the sector, we have to deliberately resolve. Else we'll continue to have this conversation and we'll not come to an end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's get to the final table.
Thank you. My name is Solomon, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ghanaians who are under 40. I've taken it upon myself. Clearly, food inflation is an existential threat. It's scary and it's worrying. We have listed different problems. We've listed problems with climate change, we've listed problems with financing, but fundamentally, we've also listed a couple of solutions. We've listed countries that have done it and done it right. And those countries that we've listed seem to have done it through policy. Is it not that we have a problem where consistently the people who make policy have called it wrong? And is it because the people who make policy don't know about the industry we are talking about? Is it because they don't understand the agri industry? Isn't it obvious that people have done it? Why can't we replicate the policies that have succeeded? Is our problem so unique that we need Einsteins to rise from the dead and give us new solutions? Because we've all contributed different possible solutions to the problems that we have. Okay. But year in, year out, we have the same problem, and it's getting worse, and it's getting worse.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Final question or contribution?
My name is Eric Neboy-Quote. I've been in banking and compliance. I'm struggling to fit my thoughts into a question, but at least I'll start it.
Or just make it a comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I've lived my life on three very important things. This says one person's mistake is everybody else's problem. And every problem has its own solution. And thirdly, what prevents us from doing things first time right? We have put up so many problems which relate to our problems in Ghana when it has to do with agri sufficiency, food inflation. And we have proffered quite a number of solutions to them. But hey, Mr. Kwesi Kobo mentioned three C's, and I want to agree with him. Cohesion, coherence, collaboration, and coordination. Who is coordinating anything here based on all the solutions we have proffered? And I'm grateful to God that Graphic Business and Stanbic has started this thing, but I want to believe that it's only started. It should not end.
Okay.
So, who is that one person who is making a mistake that is becoming a problem for all of us? And what is that solution that we're trying to put to a particular problem, which is not the right solution to the problem? And then several other problems are coming up. Let us seek to do a lot of coordination amongst ourselves, listen to ourselves, because all the problems which have been enumerated are alive with us. And all the solutions which have been proffered here are solutions that will solve our problems. But what problems do we seek to address at the moment? As we speak, the FIC, DOG, and Ministry of Finances embarking on a national risk assessment against money laundering. Can't you have a similar thing for Agri? Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Let's give him a round of applause. And a round of applause for all of you who've asked questions and have contributed. I am sure nobody's going to blame me for not having had the opportunity. Oh. Last person. Please do it in a minute, because we need to be wrapping up.
All right. Hi, good morning. My name is Mabel, and I'm from the Chamber of Women in Agribusiness. We've spoken a lot, but as the gentleman said, what are the steps? Do we have any policy or decision maker in Agri currently in our midst? How do the information get to them? The issue about storage, post-harvest, and packaging, it's really a challenge. We look at our tomato now, as you started, moderator. You go to the market currently. I was in Okaishi yesterday. A piece of tomato, one single, it's 5 Ghana cedi, and this is no joke. At a certain point in the year, we have it in abundance. What happened? Can't we mimic what other nations are doing? We sit here and talk till tomorrow, but the problem is still on ground. Let's find solution. Let us do something.
Okay.
Let us do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do something. Of course, we are going to do something. Let's get to the panelists. Let's wrap it all up. Let me start off with you, Steve. There was a question for you. Yes.
I think I'll use that opportunity to also give.
Yes, please do that.
All right, great. So I think what we discussed today is basically 4 things: affordability, availability, utilization, and then stability, right? And a prequel to that is the tenets of supply, of storage, and then access to markets. Now, there's a connection between supply and access to markets. So what we are doing with a fund that we are managing currently is to identify what we call agro-champions, connected to what the Ministry of Agriculture is rolling out in its PFJ2 model. Agro-champions, basically, in our definition, are agribusinesses that are facilitating access to inputs, facilitating access to training, and facilitating access to markets for smallholder farmers within their network. Typically, in the past, we would naturally go and target smallholder farmers and see how best we can support them and help them. We are redefining that in working with what we call agro-champions. So it's interesting to note that we've identified 16 agro-champions across the country who are connected to a network of over 150,000 smallholder farmers. And they are off-taking at a value of about 600,000 metric tons of produce from these smallholder farmers through this agro-champion aggregator model. What we are currently doing is that one of the guarantees for an agro-champion or agribusiness connected to smallholder farmers to guarantee that access to markets is when you provide them with a post-harvest related equipment that allows them to be able to transform whatever has been transferred from the farm to the agribusiness for them to process and then attract a better pricing based on the quality. So it's a function of quality of the produce, which then guarantees the market. And you can only guarantee quality of the produce when there are post-harvest equipment at the production stage or at the farm gate, where you're able to thresh, you're able to dry, you're able to sort. And I think that's one of the key missing links within agricultural infrastructural framework that then doesn't allow private sector to go into the space. So the question from the lady on Agri House about what are we doing with the agricultural training colleges. So there are about 6 of them in this country. And each of them have a program in post-harvest related infrastructure and training that we are tapping into. We're empowering about just 2 of them, Oahu and then I think Wenchi, with post-harvest equipment to start a mechanization incubator program working in the National Service Scheme. So young people who have graduated from the various agricultural colleges and of course the universities will be sieved into the system and provide training and also provide repair and maintenance support, especially in a country where we have problems with our maintenance culture for post-harvest equipment that we've brought in. So I think the bottom line of the intervention that we should be championing for the Stanbics and the UBAs and all the other institutions that are connected to finding investment-ready enterprises is that find agribusinesses that are connected to large pool of smallholder farmers, work with those agribusinesses, empower them, and then you see the trickle-down effect in terms of they ensuring that the needed certified inputs that the farmers need to maximize yield is actually guaranteed when you focus on a private sector enterprise that is bent on actually improving its net margin, because how they actually improve their net position is based on the quality that the farmer produces for them. And so I think those are the linkages that we are establishing, and that is what we are doing currently. Finally, on the issue of storage, There are about 30 warehouses in this country where you have about 9 of them that we're actually working with through the Ghana Commodity Exchange and providing with the needed capacity strengthening support, which specifically ties to post-harvest equipment that allows farmers connected to these warehouses in the country to come and directly sell to the commodity exchange and have their turnaround expected income within a maximum of 24 hours. And so these interventions that are currently doing, so let's not really emphasize on the gloom and doom of nothing really being done. There are a lot of things that are being done, but there are mustard seed investments that have been made for us to realize some sort of results in the next 2 to 3 years. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Steve. Let's get to Nana for his closing thoughts as well.
Yes, thank you very much. Agriculture is an expensive venture. It is an expensive venture, and it's also a very profitable venture. In my view and my experience, I think that we should tackle agriculture extensively. We are doing it piecemeal. We are doing it one at a time. If we are tackling, mechanization or preparation, we are leaving production. If we are tackling production, we are leaving post-production. When are we going to tackle the whole thing as an investment worth investing in? And government should lead it. It is such no country who has ever gone ahead or made it through agriculture has had it easy. It is very expensive, ladies and gentlemen. And until government takes it up to invest, let me say bailout. We need a bailout. We need a bailout in terms of mechanization. We need a bailout in terms of low irrigation systems. We as a country, we are producing only during rainy season, and the rains are failing. And as Agri said, we have not started planting. How are we getting the cost of irrigation in this country is expensive. So for some of us who are interested to get into agriculture, how are we even going into it? We need a bailout. Government should come out with an extensive program that will tackle agriculture extensively, not one at a time. We need low-interest financing. In this time and age, we need, if you are borrowing at 35, 38%, how can you make it? And the rains are failing you. But if we look at it that we are investing in agriculture extensively, and government is giving even us a bailout even to produce for the buffer stock, then we have a future. Until we get there, I don't see that. And if government invests in that, it comes then back to the issue of policy. Because of the huge government investment, the policies will have to go right. The coordinations between the policies will have to go right. Because various policies are standing in isolation. And we are producing. We have a glut here where we have a lot of food getting rotten, and we have scarcity at one place. But if the investment in agriculture is huge, the storage and distribution will be perfect. And government will make sure that it gives right policies to protect the investment that government has put into agriculture. Now, when all is said and done, if government should tackle this extensively as we are looking at, how prepared are we, as somebody said? I always say that resilience in agriculture is the youth. Now, we are having a lot of farmers, a lot of aged farmers. If we get there, and for some of us who are young, we are also going. We need people, and there's an urgent need to conscientize and to mentor and to let the youth come into agriculture, knowing that agriculture is not just a farming activity, but rather it is an activity from the farm to table. And it has a very, very, very huge value chain, which has a lot of potentials and which is profitable. And that is why, on my side, I launched my Rethink initiative when I was the National Best Farmer in 2022, and which is still ongoing. And that is exploring the opportunities along the agricultural value chain to the youth. Indeed, we have touched over 10,000 youth, mostly women, on the opportunities. Because to look at the short term, if the youth should get into it, I always say, getting into agriculture doesn't mean you have to be an Agri student. No, I am not an Agri student. I am a mechanical engineering student. But I am into agriculture. So you realize that I actually aim more towards mechanization in agriculture. Somebody can be a marketing student. Somebody can be an IT student. And if the IT is looking at distribution, if somebody, because you know something, what you produce, you should not necessarily sell. If the government is not even getting to where we want the government to, and we are encouraging the youth to move into agriculture, whereby they are taking bulk storage, they are packaging, they are branding, they are distributing, we can have the value chain going on in the interim, in the short term. So before government is able to put up what we are envisaging, then the peasant farmer would have ready produce for his goods. And then the demand and supply would balance out. So I think that government should take the initiative. It is a venture if government doesn't take the initiative, trust me, and create the enabling platform for private sector participation, it is going to be very difficult.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nana. And Mr. Kobo, as you wrap up, can you please share some thoughts on funding, really, because you also assist, people in investing in agribusiness. You could just share some thoughts on that as well.
All right, thank you. Sometimes you don't know where to start from, and time, like I said, is our enemy. Because the reality of the situation is that you'll be surprised from where I sit that you see a lot of non-agri people going to agribusiness because we finance a lot. That is irrespective of the challenging environment that we face currently. Now, I believe that as a country, and I'm very clear about it to my dying days, that unless we all agree that the way forward for us is to go into large-scale production. And then someone mentioned about maize. If the rains fail, what is our backup plan? Are we going to import maize from abroad or depend on WFP to feed us? But then if you have irrigated maize plantations, which is the same in South Africa, in other African countries, why can't you have the same here? And so it beggars belief that we keep on following the same paradigm. Let's give seed. Let's give fertilizer. What do we get? Nothing. And you just saw that if you take the maize sector, if you set up 50,000 hectares of maize in the private sector, that should be enough to feed our poultry industry easily. And we have an army, and we do over 1 million tons, and we clap ourselves on our back that, hey, well, we've given 1 million farmers maize, and our maize prices is one of the highest compared to South Africa. And we want to be self-sufficient in poultry, then we are deceiving ourselves. The second thing is that I think agribusiness, the players themselves, Nana and so forth, I'm also one, actually. I'm also into plantation myself. We need to come together to change the narrative as Ghanaians. Because the reality is that if you give room for the politicians, they're going to drive their own lives. And if we don't come together as agribusiness to change that narrative, nothing will happen. There are so many fragmented groupings in this country, various associations, running and doing all kinds of things, but we don't have one body. And let me give you an example. You go to South Africa, you go to Kenya. The Kenyan horticultural sector is one of the most powerful sectors I know of. Collectively, they do more than what we do in cocoa now. And these are a number of companies with well-organized systems. Government gives them the total support. Okay. Take, for example, avocado. Today, Kenya is the largest avocado exporter in Africa. It didn't come from nowhere. There was a concerted effort. The industry setting the pace, and government following. Now, is it the same in Ghana? No. You have a situation where policies are changed every day, and those of us in the sector have no contribution or are unable to direct it to suit what we want. Because the government is doing it for us, not for itself. So unless we come together as a grouping and force government to listen to us, we'll get nowhere. On funding, fortunately, a lot of the banks have now managed to secure funding from other sources. There's MasterCard, there's DBG. MasterCard, for example, some of the lending as low as 4 to 7%. But also from where I sit, I've seen people borrow money at 4% and also not pay. Because the environment also makes it very difficult. Who controls the quality of inputs in this country? It's supposed to be government. Are they doing it? Are the regulators doing it? No, they are not doing it. So for me, whatever we do, it comes back to the same doorstep. That those of us in agribusiness, and I use this forum, to please, we have to have a way to come together, force the government or any government of the day to listen to us. Because without that, trust me, nothing will happen. Look, if you take Brazil, you've had socialist governments, you've had right-wing governments. We just come from Bolsonaro, who was a right-wing, and now you're in Lula. But if you follow the trajectory of the agribusiness development in Brazil, the policy, nothing changes. It could be right-wing government, it could be left-wing government, it could be centrist, but nothing changes. And over the last 40 years, Brazil has actually changed the agribusiness narrative in the world. Can we do it in Ghana? Yes, we can do it. But we've got to force our politicians. Our politicians, they love numbers. I've given fertilizer to 1 million farmers. So our maize productivity is 2.48. It was 4, we will clap, but 2.48. So what has been achieved? Nothing. So my prayer is that let's come together, and maybe Graphic and Stanbic, Communal. You know, the problem with fora like these is that we're able to dig deep and come out, because we need time, you know, and come out well thought out. And also sometimes just put one politician from the two major political, let's put them on the platform and let's question them. Let's force them. Because at the end of the day, I can speak all day long, Nana will speak all day long, so will speak all day long. But where would I get that? It goes through 1 year, comes to another year. But if we force them and challenge them, and trust me, we give them, present them with sets of facts, that this way. So for example, I would like to hold the former Minister of Agri on PFG and ask questions. After all the monies government has spent on acquiring fertilizers, chemicals, seeds, where are we? What has happened? What's the narrative change? Our imports of rice is on the upward trajectory. Maize prices are going up. Yields have not increased. So did we come or did we go? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did we come or did we go? And I'm sure for all of us, we would want to make a move, and the change must start now. Thank you very, very much. And I'm sure Graphic and Stanbic Bank have taken that bit of advice, that next time, maybe we have to get the policy makers, the politicians, because this is the time they are drafting their manifestos. So they sit here, we ask them all the questions, and also make sure that they find themselves in the manifestos, except that sometimes, even in the manifestos, they still don't implement them. But at least that one, you can hold them accountable. Thank you very, very much for joining us for this edition of Graphic Business Stanbic Bank Breakfast Meeting. It's been a great conversation. I'm happy that a lot of you were able to ask questions. This is the end of the second quarter, so we'll look forward to the third quarter. Do have a lovely day. My name is Winston Amwa. We're out.
Customer. Ah, nadabena minka me trap papa.
Ucha say.
Me try 10 Ghana.
10 Ghana.
10 Ghana cedis.
Na no dia, say na obenya.
10 Ghana cedis no. Me dia. 54,000 Ghana cedis.
54,000.
540 million. Here.
Pay 2 pounds. Ebia me ma dompe soft. Ebia o de wanu na me twa me di ehun skasa keke.
Yeah. Ene na giga keka ade tena we. Tena wa boki. Ah, draw no na asase no we. Mami mi volume no.
Wait.
Okay. Aha.
Customer. Wadi.
Ene na da wa.
Wadi.
Maggie. Hey, make a big phone. Make a you for phone. For phone. Danny. Star 946 hash. Now that pick 4 numbers. Oh, baby, it's a what that? I can draw when one no. 10 Ghana cedis 54. Mario.
Numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial star 946 hash to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
name is Kofi Edudomfe. I'm the news editor for Love FM.
My name is Clement Apia.
My name is Ernestina Mensah.
This year's Love FM High School debate, I admonish our viewers and our listeners to take keen interest in it because it's going to be wonderful.
And I'm looking forward to a more provocative, educative, and entertaining 2024 edition.
Especially with the underdogs, the less endowed schools. Previously, they've shown that they are also capable of giving a very good game.
The Love FM High School debate is on.
Let's meet and have fun, and also be educated.
Attention all HD Plus subscribers. Starting 13th June 2024, the HD Plus platform will offer HD channels free to air. Key points to remember. 1. From 16th April 2024, no new HD Plus subscription purchases or activations will be available. 2. Viewers with active subscriptions valid beyond 13th June 2024 will be compensated from 3rd to 13th June 2024. Customers will be contacted by the HD Plus number 0242439872 from 30th April 2024. Customers are also encouraged to call HD Plus call center. Note that to redeem compensation, subscribers must confirm their HD Plus numbers, provide a valid Ghana ID and a mobile money number from 30th April to 31st May 2024. AD Plus will not be liable if subscribers remain unreachable or do not follow up with a call center for compensation before the deadline. 3. From 30th May 2024, update your AD Plus decoder to access the new free-to-air HD channels. 4. Support will be available until 20th June 2024, so kindly look out for the over-the-air software and upgrade your decoder upon release of the software. Visit www.hd-plus.com.gh for more information. We thank all cherished customers for the patronage. We are ushering in a new era of television in Ghana, ensuring that accessibility and quality entertainment go hand in hand.
What is football? I elevated Inter to the pinnacle of European football by winning the treble. I beat the unbeatable Barcelona with Real Madrid, breaking all records on the way. I filled the hearts of the Romans with joy after winning their first European title. I am relentless, I am ambition, I am a winner. I am José Mourinho. I am football.com.
Place your bets now. Life in Denmark can be quite different for an African legend like Michael Essien. The weather, the food, the silence. But there's always a place you can call home.
Home is where your heart is.
Sportybet. Play with champions.
2222.
Owning a home is not just an accomplishment, it's a dream come true. However, securing the necessary funding to buy or build your dream home often poses a significant challenge. This year, make that dream a reality at the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2024. Join us and receive expert financial advice that can help you acquire your very own house. Plus, learn insider tips on transforming your house into a warm and welcoming home. Don't miss the 15th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Take the first step towards home ownership and creating the perfect living space for you and your family. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. Rent to own and sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Sun Via Limited, safety and home solution. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services, G&J, the generator people. Clifton Homes, beautiful home, wise investment. Syntex Tank, air strong, air tough. Virtual security, complete security solution. Yobent Security Doors, protecting lives and property. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everlast UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for your windows. Another quality solution from Interplast. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home.
Be considerate of others' feeling and opinion, even if they are different from yours. If your friend has a different opinion about an issue, you can respect their feeling by saying, I understand that you have a different opinion and that's okay.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go.
Life in Denmark can be quite different for an African legend like Michael Essien. The weather, the food, the silence. But there's always a place he can call home.
Home is where your heart is.
Sportybet. Play with champions.
It go be. Deposit and maintain a minimum balance of 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it to qualify to win your share of 1.2 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. EMG. Join the EcoBank Million Gang. A better way to enjoy life. Deposit today. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank. The Pan-African Bank.
So the house, my opponents are here, solely blaming chiefs. All these ignorant minders are alluding that the land belongs to them. Therefore, they shall do whatever they want with it. They even had the guts to tell the president, Nana Akufo-Addo Dankwa, that he can do nothing to stop them. So you see, these youths are clearly oblivious.
The Love FM and Pepsodent High School debate is on
radio, online, and on TV. Which school are you rooting for, and which side do you represent, for or against the motion?
Stay glued to your superstation Love 99.5 FM as we bring to you the 6th edition of the Love FM Pepsodent High School debate. Rally behind your alma mater as gallant young men and women from the various senior high schools in Ashanti elucidate their stance on matters of national interest.
This event is brought to you by your superstation Love 99.5 FM.
It's in partnership with the Regional Directorate of Ghana Education Service, Ashanti, the Ashanti Regional SRC, Conference of Heads and Assisted Senior High Schools, WDS, and Christian Service University.
Brought to you by
Pepsodent Cavity Fighter Toothpaste, 10 times stronger teeth. And sponsored by Big O Cola, Big Refreshing Moment, Jackson University College, Fortune Low Fat Spread for Bread from Wilma, Supermark Restaurant, and supported by
Owning a home is not just an accomplishment, it's a dream come true. However, securing the necessary funding to buy or build your dream home often poses a significant challenge. This year, make that dream a reality at the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2024. Join us and receive expert financial advice that can help you acquire your very own house. Plus, learn insider tips on transforming your house into a warm and welcoming home. Don't miss the 15th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Take the first step towards home ownership and creating the perfect living space for you and your family. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Plant City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats, Rent to Own, and sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Sun Via Limited, safety and home solution. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services. G&J, the generator people. Clifton Homes, beautiful home, wise investment. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough. Virtual security, complete security solution. Yobent security doors, protecting lives and property. DPS pipes, connecting you to life. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everlast UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for your windows. Another quality solution from Interplast. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home.
We'll bring you intriguing conversations, live performance.
My father, my story.
My name is Samuel Kwakua J. Boateng. I'm the MD of Anointed Group of Companies. In this house, I call myself the chief servant of the house. So if you're looking for the chief servant, I'm the right man here. On this special occasion of Father's Day, I want to wish my father, who is deceased, wherever he is, Andrews Kojo Boateng, I wish you happy Father's Day. This man was a father for many. He was a farmer, and he did all that he could to raise us, and today I'm here. And I want to wish you a happy Father's Day. You've done a lot. I remember those days when things were very difficult. During elementary, the spiritual father, Reverend Dr. Ines Brinkran, is our spiritual father in my life. And all the call forum, when we talk about strong men in the house, you find them in call forum. God bless all of you. Wish you. There are men who are also making sure that there's always light in the house. This man will come and pitch a genset and be sure there's light in the house. We spend money and buy gensets to keep our light, home light, our clients. God bless you for keeping the home always lighted. We are grateful for your support, our trust in our business. God bless you. We wish all of you happy Father's Day. May the good Lord continue to bless us. I want to give us a good heart to see our children, our grandchildren. May God keep us healthy. Nobody will die before your time. This time I'll prophesy that no man will die before his time. I remember those days, Afonso, although I believe some of you don't know, Afonso Ayeribi, that's Honorable Upon Kroma's constituency. There's a village called Kufise Kru. That is where I was raised. It's a very farming community. In fact, we spend all time in the cocoa farm. And that is where we talk about Enobwa and Abusan and others. And those days we're thinking as the life is too harsh, but not knowing it was a good preparation ground. As I sit here, today I'm a full engineer, but I'm also a very good farmer. I spent all my time in the village. You could not buy us a car, but today we are blessed. This is the work that you did. Thank God called you, God has called you. But the work you did is showing, continue. So to my lovely children, Vinol and Anama Ajay Boatin and Jonathan Kokwa Ajay Boatin, we are doing all that we could to make you a responsible adults, those who become responsible fathers and mothers. I don't know why when it comes to fathers, they talk about responsibility, but I believe we are paving the way, and you cannot fail. You cannot fail. There's no way you should fail. Spiritually, we are preparing you. Physically, we are preparing you. So look at your father, look at us, and do better. You should do better than us. If I were you, those days, if my father were to prepare me at this level, my room would be in the air all the time. So we're doing all that we could. Continue to depend on God and study and understudy the people. Be humble in your dealings, and the good Lord will also make you great one day. We want to see our great-grandchildren very great. To our hard-working workers and fathers in the house, they are good fathers in the house. That's anointed fathers. Have a good fathers, hard-working. They are doing so well. God bless you. On this occasion of Father's Day, I wish all fathers in the house happy Father's Day. Our clients, those who are making sure that there's light at home, God bless you. God bless you and bless you and bless you. May God bless all fathers in the house, in Ghana and beyond. Fathers need to be celebrated. And this is opportune time. Fathers, this is our day. Let's just take good care of our health. Let's go health checks. Yes, we are making sure to bring all the money home, making sure the home runs. But my advice to you fathers is that watch your health. Check your blood pressure. Check your sugar level. Check all your
Hey, Asari, when did you arrive? And why this sad face?
I've been in town for a few days ago, but I'm worried. I need to register my business, but I have a few days to return to Europe, and I know there's no way the registration can be possible.
Oh, worry no more, because things have changed for the best. This is not the old Ghana you knew.
So how have things changed? Because I know registering a business in Ghana takes a long time for it to be processed.
Now, that's the thing of the past. The Ministry of Communications and Digitalization has digitalized some selected institutions, notably Birth and Death Registry, Judicial Service, Ghana Immigration Service, and the Registrar General's Department.
Oh, this digitalization, how does it help solve my registration problem?
The digitalization of the Registrar General's Department has led to faster service delivery. Online processing, including business registration and business record searches, have reduced the time it takes to complete transactions. Searches have also increased accuracy of records and improved customer service.
Wow, I'm impressed. This will really help me register my business within the shortest period of time.
Oh yes. Also, this digitalization drive has increased the effectiveness and efficiency.
It's a 4-month countdown now to December 7, and we're going to be analyzing a few issues as we build up to the 7th of December elections. One of the key things we need to begin to do is to look at some of the big themes that should, in effect, run and dominate the campaign for this year. One of the key issues revolves around the illegal mining menace, Galamsey. As you would notice, over the several elections, counting at least from 2016, 2020, and now 2024, it has been a deciding factor in the outcomes we've seen in key Galamsey illegal mining areas, constituencies across the country. And it's affected both the NDC and the MPP. And so it has now become a very important campaign tool for the parties who are all courting illegal miners in their numbers in these constituencies. It has implications for the fight against illegal mining, but also has implications for policy effectiveness when it comes to the two main political parties. Tonight, we are going to strip it off and look at what it means for this year's election campaign season, bringing back that topic onto the campaign agenda this year, because this is critical. One time we have this president say that he will put his own political career, his own political history on the line in a fight team. John Mahama was vigorously fighting illegal mining. He had set up a committee at the time to deal with this particular challenge, and he was doing this very vigorous. I remember the time when he set it up in 2013. It was chaired by the then Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Yusuf Hussaini. And so in the lead up to the 2016 elections, it became a significant campaign topic. But then opposition candidate, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, had a different message tailored for the illegal miners. He, at the time, was campaigning and making the promise that he will regularize Galamsey activities if he's elected president, right? And so the Galamsey politics, really, the tone was set. Whereas John Mahama was fighting this vigorously, had set up his task force to deal with the matter, you had the opposition candidate then talking about regularizing it in 2016, right? So, and these are the facts as it relates to what John Mahama was doing at the time between 2013 and 2016, vigorously fighting this. You saw the task force that was formed, led by Yusuf Hussaini at the time. He didn't only stop there. He didn't do that alone. He also went ahead and amended the mineral law, prescribing tougher sanctions for those involved in illegal mining, including seizing the equipment, but also prosecution. So he did quite a bit on that particular front at the time. So what really happened then when we went to the elections? Because it had an impact, right? We saw that the MPP in the elections of 2016 gained in almost all the areas where we had illegal miners dominating when it comes to the constituencies. And we tracked the numbers. It had plus 7.14% more votes in these areas. And they won in these areas that, in some of the areas, they already were strong, but they increased their votes significantly, right? The NDC, yes, did a bit also there, but eventually lost in many of these constituencies that we tracked. So there are consequences if indeed your message is bought by those in these particular constituencies. That, for me, is an important point to observe. But I also want to go to 2020. The roles were reversed in 2020, were they not, in the lead up to the 2020 elections. Because in 2017, when the Nana then opposition leader became president, he sort of flipped the script. And then he then says he's going to put his presidency on the line and fight corruption. He then set up a task force, very similar to John Mahama's, but here's what's called the Interministerial Task Force against illegal mining. And at that time, there was a media coalition that backed him then. So he also started by fighting, using the same techniques, seizing equipment, burning them, etc. People were thrown into jail. Those that they can prosecute were thrown into jail. Now, the interesting thing, though, at the time, when Nana was doing this at the time, we had John Mahama again campaigning in the lead up to the 2020 elections. And he had a similar tone to Nana in 2016. He was making the point that he will introduce an amnesty for illegal miners who have been jailed and that between 2017 to 2020 in the Galamsey focused area. So you see how the script was flipped there in 2020. It had an impact in the elections when it went in there in 2020 polls. And this was an interesting bit there. The MPP having gained more than 7 percentage points from the 2012 to 2016 elections, now loses out in almost all the Galamsey-focused areas, losing out by more than 10% in the key Galamsey areas in the Western, in the Ashanti, and the Central regions. The NDC gained almost 10 percentage points more in these areas too. So it has a political consequence, right? And no wonder we've seen this playing out again this year. And we see the messages that both sides are now pushing out. John Mahama again this year is talking about deploying artificial intelligence to fight illegal mining. We've seen the vice president also put in place his own measures. Small-scale miners, he says, introduce a mineral development bank, again targeted at the small-scale miners. He's talking about he would not seize excavators anymore because he's learned from the history I just talked about already, and he's also pitching. We have John Mahama, if you look at him, he presented a very detailed paper on this very recently, where he laid out more than just putting out artificial intelligence to fight this, but he also talking about, more substantively, sacking any member of his government who is found involved in illegal mining. So the messaging has been very clear this year. The reason why this is important is a history. You need to understand that, because if you don't pitch properly, it may cost you votes in the areas. And that is why for us this conversation is important. And so, again, the electoral story in Ashanti, Western, and in the central regions tell themselves, right? But if you look at the trend in some of the areas, for example, let's look at the Upper Daintree West constituency, an area we know has a lot of small-scale miners, illegal miners who are there. Look at 2016 and 2020. Just look at the trend for a second here. Just go back to the history I was talking about. Before 2016, the MPP took advantage, right? 2012, they were just at 52%. Then, as I said, Ronaldo was campaigning that, saying that he's going to regularize it when Jawan was fighting it. In the elections, they climbed to 61%. NDC dropped in that constituency. But look at what happened in 2020. This is a very interesting story indeed. In 2020, when Nanado then had reversed the roles, was fighting Galamsey and seizing excavators, etc. And there's a story I found very interesting. The Galamseyers were accusing him of betraying them because he campaigned and told them all manner of stories. And he came and he's fighting them. John Mahama says, well, I'll give you amnesty. What happened in Upper Daintree West? The NDC flipped it in 2020. They won it. They won it there from a defeat of 38%. Now they won it with 50.72%. That is just pure facts for you. And Galamsey politics is one factor we need to pay attention to because it influences the parties and what they're saying. And our effectiveness in dealing with the problem of Galamsey. You need to understand this, understand why it's been very difficult for both parties to have any measure of success. Same story we've seen in Nkranza North constituency. Again, interestingly, if you come to 2012, NPP just had 50% there. They won it, true. But in 2016, on the back of all the promises Ronaldo was making to the illegal miners and small-scale miners about regularizing it, they climbed to 54%. NDC dropped votes there. Jomam was fighting it. In 2020, what happens? NDC wins that constituency. The constituency they lost in 2016. Again, the messaging is important. Wins it significantly, 57%. And the NPP that had won there the year before the previous elections lost it. This is just a snapshot of the argument and the real issues at stake this year as far as this matter is concerned. My guests are joining me for a conversation. I have with me Boa Mukhtari. He's a spokesperson for John Mahama. She's with me in the studio. I mean, you look at the numbers that I've been pouring over. It's fascinating, really. It's fascinating. It has political, electoral implications, does it not? From the NDC's point of view, how do you view it? And how is that influencing what you say when you get into the constituencies where illegal mining and small-scale miners are predominantly in there and working?
Well, good evening, and thank you very much. I believe that you have literally summed it up, that certainly the NDC has no reason to decline an invitation to, at least advance an argument about why we believe very strongly that our leader has actually exhibited over the years that Galamsey, which is a local word for illegal small-scale miners, has actually become a menace of sorts in terms of the social canker in terms of the challenges to do with the environment. Today, I read a very interesting article because I knew I was coming here, for example, and it states very categorically that about 2% of lands that were hitherto cocoa farms or farmlands have now actually fallen prey to these activities. Indeed, there is also the situation where cocoa farmers, now completely disgruntled by the ineffective way in which government handles matters to do with cocoa, literally are giving out their lands to what? Small-scale miners in return for at least between $500 and $1,000, monies that they would otherwise not gain from government. We also do know about cocoa board and the inherent challenges to do with the resources, to do with resource allocation, to do with funding that nobody knows what has happened to these monies. Indeed, we heard also that cocoa board had at some point agreed to give to the cocoa farmer at least 63% of the cocoa that they were exporting. We know about smuggling of cocoa from Ghana, for example. We do know that most of our farmlands have been lost to Galamsey. Above all, we also know that the reason why Galamsey has actually become such a protected partisan sort of thing is also because of the campaigning in 2012, for example, in 2016, for example. And you see, sometimes I feel that there is a need for a certain objectivity when we have these conversations. Like you clearly indicated, there was then candidate Akufo-Addo promising everybody in communities where these activities were actually rampant, that that party in particular, if elected into office, would largely be tolerant of whatever it is that they were doing. Then we had another candidate telling them that this was actually a challenge to do with what? Livelihoods, a need for people to survive. So why don't we regulate it further? Why don't we amend the laws? Why don't we allow for certain parts where you can't do this? Remediation in terms of planting trees, reclaiming some of these lands, water treatment, because remember that there's a whole logistical chain, that in treating the water bodies, you're also providing jobs. In reclaiming the land and the soil, you are also creating jobs. In allowing for chiefs to participate in the conversation, you are then decentralizing this conversation. But remember, there's a wider conversation about education on responsible mining, about the fact that as a party, the NDC actually legislated on most of the mining activities that we currently engage in. It's a historical fact.
But as I pointed out, why didn't you continue that same message in 2020? You took advantage of that too.
I just told you.
And then you have John Mahama also in 2020
the conversation
to say,
only changed.
And
you know, every day we have this conversation, my heart goes out to the family of Major Mahama, who was literally one of the victims of this fight against Galamsey at the time. A young man, very promising guy with a promising future. I think that for me, I take the conversation about Galamsey personally because there was a young man that I knew very well. His young children have been left fatherless. And this is actually a symbol of what this fight against Galamsey represents, not just for me as a member of the NDC, but for John Mahama as candidate and former president.
And the party's, MPP's communications director will join us shortly, but keeping them honest, both parties, as I've just illustrated, have played politics with Galamsey when it suits both of you. Nanado did it in 2016. He won in the areas. John Mahama did it in 2020, and he served him in the areas. Isn't why we are failing to fight this? Because everybody now is looking at the political game.
I totally disagree with you. At least John Mahama is on record. It is well documented. The effort that was put into amending the Minerals and Mining Act in 2003.
True.
There is every effort to indicate that he actually set up an anti-Galamsey task force.
That's a fact.
Making very good inroads.
That's a fact.
The third thing is that John Mahama has always told us that mining has been with us a very long time. It is not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Thank you.
But there's also a fact. In 2020, he said he will give amnesty to people who have been put in jail rightfully by the incumbent president, this president, who was fighting Galamsey at the time, who also amended the law, who also set up a task force.
These conversations must be situated in the proper context. What was it John Mahama was talking about? He was looking at it from a perspective of persons who genuinely required jobs that were not there. He was looking at it from the perspective of livelihoods that a certain aspect of it could actually be legislated upon to ensure that we were doing this responsibly. But like I said, the buck stops with President Akufo-Addo, and I don't want us to make this an issue about an obligation or eminence on John Mahama, for example. He's currently not president of Ghana.
He may be in 2025.
But he will be.
He's a president in waiting.
He will be, and it is the reason why he has actually, if you know, made a very categorical statement about what an NDC in office will do to continue to mine responsibly, to encourage responsible mining. Remember that at the time, all the persons who were being arrested and thrown into jail were largely artisanal miners, our own persons. Whereas the persons who were actually foreigners and supporting government officials, as we now know from the Frimpong Boateng report, were literally engaging in these illegal mining activities. So what were we doing? We were nitpicking and picking up those who had no voices. At the time, within the context, the conversation was about why punish our own people as against the Chinese. And if you recall, this was the conversation that led to that persecution of Madame Aisha Wang. Even that one, look at the time it took. Look at the length of public outcry, the opprobrium that whole discussion actually led to. Indeed, our Attorney General is known on record to have told us that everybody should ignore whatever Mr. Mahama was saying. Indeed, then President Akufo-Addo told us that he was putting what? His job on the line for Galamsey. In his own backyard in Chibi, where water bodies were being polluted, where it is actually alleged that Galamsey activities were taking place right outside his doorstep. How was the Frimpong Boateng report treated? This is a member of government, a member of cabinet, a minister at the time, as chairperson of the interministerial committee. This is not the NDC. This is not John Mahama's cabinet. This is not you or I in that cabinet. So let's ask a question. Why then will President Akufo-Addo say that he is putting his life on the line? Why will Ghana Water Company come up with this issue that they are struggling even to find what? Potable water to pump into the system because of these illegal activities? Why then will Frimpong Boateng be vilified, even sued by his own colleagues who were members of this interministerial committee, and then to do the unthinkable, to publicly pretend to destroy excavators that did not necessarily belong to those miners who were Ghanaian.
But that's the same approach John Mahama took in 2013. He also destroyed excavators, seized them and bent them.
How many excavators did you see John Mahama burning?
Well, under the task force that was set up and led by Inusa Fuseni, they also burned Galamsey sites and Galamsey equipment.
The scale of it now was never on this level. That's another aspect of the conversation you are missing.
That's the scale of the Galamsey?
The scale of the Galamsey activities, the scale of legal people participating behind these illegal activities, the scale of individuals like yourself and others in government, persons who are trustees of our environment are currently actively alleged to be key participants. We know about Ekwewusi, for example. We heard about Lord Comey and others. And these are members of government accusing one another. You heard the Honorable Apon Nkrumah, a colleague of yours, on this matter. We have heard from Dr. Frimpong Boateng, sorry, Professor Frimpong Boateng. Why would we be pretending that we do not know what is going on? You see, look, let me state, John Mahama is a man who walks his talk. John Mahama is one of the leaders who has done the most to fight against Galamsey, to ensure that alternative measures are put in place to support persons engaged in Galamsey. He's also honest enough to believe that you might not be able to completely remove it, you understand? But you can encourage people to do it what? Responsibly.
Yeah, let's go to the messaging
then. These things happen.
What is the core proposal this year from the John Mahama campaign to dealing with this problem? I mean, arguably, it's one of the biggest environmental crises we have currently. Whoever wins next year will have to tackle this head on. What are his core themes in terms of dealing with it? What is his core message?
I'm sure that most of these things would normally start with a conversation around what is legal. So from the perspective of regulation, I'm sure that the document that he left, which was the mining improvement policy document, which is what actually should have served as a guide for all of us going into the future, is still a document that all of us can revisit. Secondly, he intends to be sure that he will create opportunities for everybody, not just a few. And if we are able to stem corruption, Evans, I'm sure that most of these gentlemen will be able to find something worthwhile. Thirdly, we are even encouraging participation.
Just bullet for me, the first two will be one?
Certainly regulation.
Okay, regulating to what? To regularize it, to ban it?
Regulating first and foremost to give other categories. So we'll now have the SSM, which is a small-scale mining license. We will have the medium-scale license. Then we'll have the large-scale mining license.
We already have the small-scale miners license.
But you know that it is also not, it has never been clearly regulated. And
but it's regulated already. There are regulations that the Minerals Commission gives to small-scale miners who operate.
But in the past, what was Minerals Commission doing? They'll give you a license to go out there and do whatever reconnaissance. The truth is that we don't monitor these things. Don't forget that Galamsey started because a lot of these mining pits were left by other large mines.
So your law is to improve monitoring?
Improve monitoring, improve supervision, create other avenues, because there's a conversation also around climate, around pollution of our water bodies. It is a larger logistical problem beyond just the fact that people need to survive. Note, there are also diseases because of the chemicals that are being used in these mining areas. Secondly, there's all sorts of lung diseases that are coming up. People are getting all manner of infections. The third thing is that this is also about what? Survival. If we don't have a leadership that is responsible, a leadership that agrees that something needs to be done beyond just turning a blind eye. But remember, the biggest thing is that persons within his administration will certainly not. And we were here with Mr. Faseni. Did you ever hear even a rumor that we had persons in cabinet who were engaged in these activities?
So a crackdown within his administration of people who were...
with the leader.
Because I heard him say that he will sack any member of that administration.
Nobody would even dare, because you see, that's the main difference between the NDC and the MPP. There are just some activities that members of the NDC do not engage in.
But you mentioned the MPP, but nothing is improving so far, is it not? I mean,
how would
allegations...
It will never improve, because you see...
That has been improving. Hasn't been improving.
You see, that's the whole point. We have a clearing agent as president who refuses to even admit for the first part that Frimpong Boateng's report is something he ought to work on. They came out with all these denials, and that's what they do. There is a certain protectionism that we see from President Akufo-Addo that we don't have from John Mahama. And there's a certain level of collusion by government appointees and trustees, for example. Above all, Mr. Mahama has said that chiefs will be a key pivotal persons in this.
What would he do with them?
He would find a way to invite them into the conversation. Don't forget that most of these activities take place in their backyards anyway. Once we offer them a certain percentage, a better approach to negotiations, something that they would use. Even
so you're giving them concessions?
Concessions, or give them even a percentage, for example.
Of
mining rights. No, we can increase it.
Already get
it used to be,
royalties,
it was about
right?
5%.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So there will be a conversation around increasing
the royalties for them, for mining.
So that they can get something more that they would invest in.
That will go directly to the chiefs,
directly
the traditional
to the chiefs,
authorities.
exactly. Because the traditional authorities do a great job. Look, the reason why we even have some water bodies that we can still boast of is largely because of the contribution of the water bodies. Mr. Mahama has also said something, that the basic aspects of the local governance system, for example, in the past, under the NDC administration, for example, local governance was actually being decentralized, where assemblies had better control over some of these activities. But even the bigger conversation is also about lack of what? Access to jobs. And then remember, he made a huge promise, and I remember people thought it was a joke, that artificial intelligence could also be used to counter some of these activities.
How? I've heard him say that, but I'm going to hear the explanation as to how you're going to do it.
Artificial intelligence is used also to fight what? We use it to fight corruption. We use it to fight crimes.
Yeah, but how would you use artificial intelligence to fight
detect areas where these activities are most rife? It would also be able to quickly...
Well, we know that already. We don't need artificial intelligence to tell us.
But now you can find easier ways, quicker ways in real time. That's what technology does for you, to help you improve matter. Look, you can sit in your room even and be able to tell that the military that you've sent, instead of the ones that we saw in videos who were now wearing mufti and going out there to engage in these activities themselves, these are technologies that will be used to actually expose some of these activities.
And how are you going to fund that? Because artificial intelligence in this sector is going to cost you quite a bit.
It would even be done for free, because remember that climate control, climate change, environment...
For free?
A big conversation, yes.
How?
Government to government, state to state, these are conversations that are taking place. There's a lot of resources.
So you haven't thought about the budget for this? You're hoping that you get it for free?
By all means, there will be conversations that will lead us to this process. But note also that it's a matter of public interest. Larger mining corporations invest a lot in their mines. the activities of these illegal and irresponsible miners affect their activities too. It is also their responsibility in terms of corporate image to invest in these activities. And they are doing a great job already.
So you're going to get partly funding from the established large-scale mines?
From large-scale mines, from governments, from various bodies. CSOs, for example, are having a huge conversation about the environment.
Why would CSOs put money behind
They would
artificial
help us
intelligence?
with education. They will help us with training.
But we're talking about the artificial intelligence bit.
Absolutely. And everybody's interested in this conversation. You know, there is something that modern technology does for us. It makes things much easier. It presents a better photograph or picture. It gives you better images. It actually satisfies something that humans cannot do.
Well, once upon a time, this government deployed drones. They bought drones to fight this. It did not quite help because you're fighting an activity that happens deep in the forest.
The drones will not work.
Yeah, but I put it to you that artificial intelligence deep in the forest will not work either.
We are looking to investigate. We are looking for information. We are looking for a better way to address these things even before they happen. We want information ahead even of the activity. So, for example, you develop, because he has actually said in his speech at the University of Mines and Energy, for example, that at least $500 million will be deployed, first into research, to get data, and of course, using modern technology to support a very wide policy about how to...
$500 million. So his comprehensive fight against illegal mining will cost $500 million.
That is what will be the cost to the state. But of course, there will be other resources available. Like I said, this is a matter of great public interest.
Okay. Stay with me.
Education is important.
Stay with me, because I've just been joined. He was on Zoom. We lost him, but he's back now on phone. That is the Director of Communications for the NPP, Richard Ehiagba. Richard, thanks for your time. And thanks for joining us, although we lost you very briefly. But I want to track back to where I started with Ba Mukhtari, because going back to 2016, the incumbent president, then he was an opposition leader, played politics with this. At the time in 2013, when John Mahama was fighting illegal mining, he was promising to regularize the actions of illegal miners across the country. And he got a political reward for it in the 2016 elections. Then come to 2020, he then reverses the role. He then becomes the fighter-in-chief against illegal miners and lost quite heavily in the Galamsey areas. We've already tracked that and showed the evidence of this, while John Mahama too was promising amnesty for those who have been arrested and detained and prosecuted for engaging in illegal mining. Would you admit that yourselves have played politics with this subject, the reason why we failed at fighting it?
Well, thank you very much, Evans. I think you've teed the conversation up quite well. But before I address your question, and good evening to my sister Joyce and your viewers, I just want to make the remark that, increasing the end is sounding unbelievable. People cannot believe the end. Simply listen to my. You just have to. You cannot attain from what you say that there is a commitment in the things you say. 500 million to deploy artificial intelligence. What kind of artificial intelligence are you going to
Well, to clarify, she didn't say 500 million for artificial intelligence.
You are putting a price...
Richard, it's important. No, just a second. He said 500 million for the entire fight, the state's contribution to the comprehensive approach, including artificial intelligence, we call 500 million.
That's okay. But I'm saying that you are putting a price to something before you know what you are going to do. Who plans like that? They don't know specifically what they are going to do, but somehow they know how much they're going to spend. This is ridiculous. This is something that they are just talking because they have.
But Richard, isn't it rather prudent planning? Isn't it rather prudent planning to budget for something?
Sorry?
I mean, isn't it rather prudent planning to, when you have a plan, budget for it?
Yeah. You have a plan, you budget for it, but what are you budgeting for? You don't budget in a vacuum. You budget for things. So what are they budgeting for? The specific thing they're going to do, they don't know. She hasn't told us. So that just tells you that it's a hoodwink. It's a calculated sweet talk to dribble Ghanaians into believing that they've had something to offer. In actual fact, zero. They don't have anything to offer. The question you have raised The whole business of fighting illegal mining, Galamsey, which is devastating our communities and our land and our environment, is a real conversation that we must have. Actually, which got out of hand because the NDC failed to be serious about it. They failed to be serious about it. Now, it reached a portion where it was getting completely out of hand. Then drastic measures now, desperate measures, had to be put in place to address it. So one, the point you must understand is that where we are, the difficulties that have characterized our efforts to deal with Galamsey is a direct function of NDC's irresponsibility.
I mean, how is that, Richard? Just a second on that.
Let me go to the second point.
I'll allow you to go to the second point, but I'm curious. You've had 7 years. If you add this year to it, 8 years to fight this. Can you say that it's still the NDC's failings on the matter that crippled your ability to deal with the matter?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we got to the point we got to where you needed desperate measures to actually put a lid on it before you deal with the substantial matters because the NDC failed to do the fundamentals.
But remember that in 2013,
if you just allow me to flow, you can ask your question afterwards. You know, my sister told you that the former President, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, admitted that mining has been with us for decades. And I agree with that. And I've heard people way back in my father's time, ages, because my father was a police officer, so he worked in these areas, where mining has been there. Small-scale mining, artisanal mining has been there.
But Rachel, I need to point this out to you. You made a point earlier. You remember that in 2013, when John Mahama set up his task force, amended the law to make it tougher. In the lead up to the 2016 elections, you had Nanado, who was campaigning on it, promising to regularize Galamsey, etc. at the time, and he got a benefit from that. So how do you accuse the NDC of being the party that failed to do this in the time, in the period when we were fighting?
I'm talking about fundamental responsibility that was not taken by the NDC and therefore caused the issue to get out of hand. And at the point it got out of hand, you needed desperate measures to deal with it. Now, everything that you're alluding to, and I think you want me to get there, we'll have that conversation. President Akufo-Addo's offer is to recognize, like all of us, to say that Galamsey or small-scale mining has been with us. Because after all, the resource that is down is given us to exploit our benefit. Now, the only missing link there is a document that is used to regulate and so mine responsibly, not ways that not devastate the environment. That was the conversation and that vision for another level. And that's what we have pursuing this far. But you see, the point I was making is important because you have allowed, and the NDC allowed the issue to get out of hand. So the efforts that are being put in place to address it, fundamentally are dealing with if you like, the symptoms of it to be able to contain it before you can do the substantial matters of regulating it. But even that, we have done so well with it. You recall, Evans, in 2017 when we came in, there was a total, complete ban on illegal mining. This was the point where the president indicated candidly to Ghanaians that as far as he's concerned, fighting and ensuring that our environment is protected is fundamental, even in relation to his own presidency. In other words, he was willing to stick his presidency to ensure that we deal with this matter sustainably. By the time he was engaging this subject, it was out of control. So the ban was to deal with the extent to which the issue has gone out of control to try to stem it down. And so whilst the ban was in place, the president, through his ministers, the formation of the Interministerial Committee, to try to find ways not only to fight it, but to find ways to sustainably regularize it so that it is not done.
Yeah, but Richard, that fight has failed, is it not? I mean, just look at the turbidity of the waters now. The Ghana Water Company tells us that it's worse now than it's ever been in our history. That tells you that you failed at this fight.
Two things. you failed or not entirely successful to address that situation because somebody who was supposed to deal with the issue at its budding level failed to do that. So you have come in at the point where the issue is out of control and you are trying to contain it. So the challenges to deal with an issue at a point where it's out of control versus when it is budding are two different challenges. And that's why it's fundamental in having this conversation to point to the fact that where it was easy to deal with this thing, the NDC failed. And so now it has become a problem blown out of proportion that in dealing with it, you need a lot
Richard,
more
engagement. So is the NDC...
You need a lot more consensus.
So is the NDC's fault? But Richard, so is the NDC's fault that you failed? A party that has been out of power for almost 8 years.
I haven't said that. You know that government run in a continuum. But the problem at the beginning stages, your application of solution to them are different, and they are actually easy to deal with. But then when you get to a point where the thing is out of control, your remedial policy and whatever measures that you want to put in place, military efforts, those are a bit more high level and a bit more chaotic to deal with. That is the issue. So if you ask me, I would tell you that the effort put in by this government has not entirely failed. In fact, it has contained the situation and has given us some of the successes that we have achieved that we can talk about today, really.
Successes such as?
The mining sector. If you go into small-scale mining sector, the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, working closely with Mineral Commission and allied agencies, have managed to now regularize small-scale mining through the community mining schemes, which is allowing Ghanaians to leverage the resource that's given to us.
Well, on that point, you speak to civil society, and they say that community mining has now become a cover for small-scale illegal miners who actually take over the lands of communities.
Well, so I think that they should bring us the evidence. But as far as I know, I'm not in a position to disprove or say anything contrary to what they have said. But what I know is that effort is being streamlined to be the alternative. Because really what you cannot do, given the failure of the NDC to regulate this from its infancy, you cannot say that you will not allow any mining at all in Ghana, small scale or large scale.
Richard, once I have you...
What you want to do now is to streamline it. But in addition to that, you have to find avenues, alternative avenues for those hitherto were engaged in illegal mining.
Let me ask you, Richard. You have a campaign to prosecute now this year. What is the core message? What is your policy proposal for dealing with this threat differently in 2025?
In 2021, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, immediately when he assumed office, convened a national consultative meeting with stakeholders in a small-scale mining sector. Following that, they have ensured that, one, the small-scale mining issue that I've told you is what they've been pursuing, that now properly streamlined, and they have issued directive banning all prospecting in forest areas that are protected. That measure. Now, going in 2025, I think that has some information today. Once people receive the clear picture, what decision, but there's not to be any drastic change except that maybe some fine-tuning. But currently, if you recall His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo's engagement with our chiefs, what he told them in clear, and I agree, input, is that we cannot fight this galamsey without the full and honest participation of our chiefs. And so, therefore, it's brought the issue to where it must be addressed.
Yeah, and so how do you propose, how is the MPP proposing to get the chiefs on board? The NDC is very clear that they will increase the royalties that you pay out to the communities and the chiefs will benefit that. That's very clear. What is the MPP's proposal?
Well, without telling you specifics, as I indicated, your manifesto is being formed. But what I can tell you is that we'll do perhaps even more. If you look at the commitment of the two governments, you can see between the two.
But Richard, we have 5 months to an election. NDC is also drafting a manifesto, but they have clear messages on what they want to do. They've actually even costed it. You raised it at the beginning. I'm asking you, at this point to go, it's the biggest environmental threat you're facing. You can't bullet for me what your key interventions will be in 2025 on this matter?
Evans, I can tell you that everything my sister Joyce has told you.
No, I'm asking about your message.
I will get to that.
No,
Evans,
but you've not, because of time, you've already addressed her at the beginning.
Well, I'm telling you that everything she said is conjecture, so you cannot categorize that as specific strategy. And,
whether it is or not, that's what she said. But I'm asking you about what's your core message to deal with this matter? A bullet for me, if you may.
It's not. It's just conjecture, things she's coming up with to tell you. But I am telling you that I'm not in a position to tell you those things now, perhaps, preempt what our manifesto positions will be. But I can tell you what we are doing now, what we have done to stem the tide from when the NDC has been reckless and allowed this thing to have to be blown out of proportion. We have managed it. We have contained it. If we haven't been very drastic, if Nana Danko Akufo-Addo has not been very clear in his commitment to deal with this matter today, you won't have the situation we have now, as bad as it is. You would have a worse situation. So we have done everything that we need to be able to contain the situation. And going forward, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, once our manifesto comes out, there are clear propositions that will come from there to make sure that we deal with the matter sustainably. And I was telling you, Evan, about what it is that we're doing. If you see long-term, one thing that will feature in our manifesto would be what we are doing with the alternative livelihood employment program to ensure that we are recouping or we are actually finding a pathway for people who depended on Galamsey for livelihood.
Okay.
With this measure, we can say that we will then be able to pull more people away from Galamsey and give them alternative livelihood. And not only that, Evans, the alternative program that I just talked to you about is also invested in reforestation and reclaiming of the damaged lands and dealing with how to get the environment back to where it ought to be.
Okay, I want to quickly...
These are the measures that we're going to
propose. I want to quickly come to the studio and give both of you 2 minutes each to get me some reactions on this. And then I'll bring in Dara Bosu very briefly just to give me the independent view of what the party should be focusing on in terms of interventions this year on this big subject of Galamsey. So you've heard as it relates to whether the fight has been successful or not. Quick reaction.
Well, Evans, I'm sure that when you listen to the very incoherent points being raised by my brother Richard, you can tell that he's totally not prepared. You can also tell that government completely irresponsible, that the very recklessness with which they handle everything is exactly what he's actually displaying on this program. I have no doubt in my mind that John Mahama and the NDC have categorically worked very hard with the good people of Ghana to ensure that we find a lasting solution to the challenge of Galamsey. Mr. Mahama is one of the most credible and trusted leaders that we have. He has pledged that first and foremost we will work in conjunction with the national team that will be established with the Forestry Commission to monitor these Galamsey sites. I've told you that when you use artificial intelligence, you can monitor, you can map out, and you can clearly even delineate areas that are probably very close, predictably, to water bodies, etc. That this is a technology that he intends to deploy and deploy effectively. The next thing I've spoken about is also to indicate that whereas we have a government that refuses to take responsibility, that refuses to be accountable, if Mr. Ayagwa speaks to all the things that he's talking about, why? $58 million was used and expended on National Cathedral. It is just sand. I'm sure today you've seen a very interesting debate about a building in the US of a new medical facility for $50 million. And they use an example of a country, Ghana, where we've expended $58 million on building absolutely nothing. This is the government that is talking to us. Evans, sometimes I think that we should not even allow government spokespersons to dictate to us or try to tell us what they expect after 8 years in office. We do not take moral lessons from the MPP. I have indicated clearly that first and foremost, Mr. Mahama set the tone when he amended the Minerals and Mining Act. He spoke on a platform in the university where students are taught what to do to protect and preserve the environment, a university built by the National Democratic Congress. Indeed, what he has been telling us over the months is that his commitment to fighting galamsey is real.
Let me ask you then quickly, I mean, in 2020 when he was saying you give amnesty, is it a position he still holds today?
If there are many of our brothers and sisters languishing in prisons because of illegal mining, certainly this is a matter that we must look at within the context of the Frimpong Boateng report, within the context of the corruption that has engulfed Akufo-Addo and his government, within the context of the allegations which Mr. Mahama has pledged to investigate and prosecute where possible, as against the poor Ghanaian citizens.
So what would the basis for the amnesty? So this is a position he hasn't moved away from?
Of course, so far it hasn't even come up. But it's the conversation that we had in the 2020 election.
Yeah. So I'm asking whether in 2024...
Personally, I think that if people are being banded together and thrown into prison without necessarily going before the law, where we are waiting trials 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, when the allegations are that large persons within government themselves are engaged in galamsey. We saw the late Sir John's will, for example. Is this me coming to talk about it from the NDC? No. So look, Mr. Mahama has demonstrated over the years his commitment to finding a lasting solution. Secondly, this is also a survival issue. And so the best people will be stakeholders in those communities who will be joining us in this conversation. And note that all these joint actions have largely been maybe joint military action, joint police, this, joint citizens, that. It has never actually worked in tandem with stakeholders in these communities. But presently, a lot of our chiefs and queen mothers, various opinion leaders are very worried about this canker. Let me not say that the trustee of Ghana's constitution, the president himself, is actually largely responsible for these illegal activities because persons perceived as his appointees are engaging in these activities. Did you hear our candidate on the other side, Dr. Bawumia, saying that they will no longer burn excavators? They will no longer see people's equipment that they use.
Said that.
Exactly.
But so, that's a change in policy.
So we know who has no commitment, who has not demonstrated any commitment, or who refuses to take responsibility. And that is certainly not the NDC.
Let me quickly bring in, Richard, a quick 2 minutes on this subject of Bawumia has changed the tone. He says he's not going to be burning excavators anymore. That is actually testimony, is it not, that the man who has taken over from the current president doesn't believe that approach was effective.
Evan, my sister talks about former president giving speeches in university campuses. Now we know that those speeches has been given a controlled environment where dissent is not allowed. Recently, when he did the same in Ashanti region here, one of the young people who were there dead then, and he completely mad, so speaking false. And so the environment is talking about it, so that whatever he say, nobody can tell it. No, they haven't sent you. So he just stopped them taking the walk. But it's sister are not able to sound coherent, but he's just somebody. How can the president you are speaking for says that he's going to be tough on galamsey, then tells you that the very people who have committed offenses doing illegal mining, he's going to let them walk? Complete incoherence. So I'm saying that if we are looking for a fight to beat galamsey, you have to be realistic about it. You have to be sustainable in your policy proposition. So one, we're saying that, yes, people have been doing galamsey, we have to fight it. We came in with very desperate measures to try and stem it, which is a direct outcome of the NDC's irresponsibility in government. We will deal with it. So we tried and we implemented measures to stop it. We've calmed it. You cannot tell me that Galamsey is at the same height as it was when we came in 2017. We have contained it. Now we have put in place policy initiatives that will take effect over time to bring back the environment that has been degraded through the NALEP initiative. And not only that, we are investing in the people who are using Galamsey as their livelihood to find alternative employment means. That tells you that sustainably you are going to weed out this because people find it now. Last time I was on your platform, I said that, look, Galamsey is an intractable problem because it's lucrative. People find it as a means of livelihood, and it is. But what you want as a government is not to completely ban it, but to find constructive, sustainable avenue that aligns with our environmental protection objectives.
Well,
so if
Richard,
you want to reform it, which reform is happening with a small-scale mining approach that is working, and we are regularizing it in those terms. What we need is to ensure enforcement and the participation.
Yeah, Richard, well, thank you very much. Just run out of time on this one. I just want to give a quick word to Dara Bosu, who's the Deputy National Director at Arocha, Ghana. And very quickly, and apologies there, ICC, I wanted to lay out and get the party's thoughts on this and hear the messaging going forward. I can bring you in. You've heard the parties already. What should they be focusing on this subject? What's the Arocha proposal for this year?
Yes, thank you, Evans and NPP. I think it's quite interesting. I want us to take it from the angle of where we are now, and I think that where we are now is not a good situation. Our position now as a country is not good when it comes to mining, and things drastically must change. And what we propose, I think I've heard a few of the proposals coming from the NDC side, but not really anything concrete. I mean, listening to the MPP representative. But I think what we need to see is that we realize that there has so far been a lot of a gap in terms of accountability.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to JoyNews today. We're coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlemle. We're on DTT because we're free to air. On DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125. We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Coming up this afternoon, Alan Kyerematen launches his great transformation agenda with a pledge to comprehensively deal with government expenditure and create an environment that will foster a stable currency and drive low inflation. We have a special conversation with the leader of the Movement for Change coming up this afternoon.
Abolish the Council of States and establish a new second chamber of parliament.
Also, ECG transformer theft in the eastern region leaves many in the dark. More as the latest theft brings to 13 the total number of transformers stolen in the region this year. Plus, cancer patients left in limbo as Cath doctors abandon oncology services. We will take you live to the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital for more. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. We're also live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and X Spaces at JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is at Danana Aisha. Please do stay for details. Medical doctors at the oncology department of the Comfanoche Teaching Hospital have abandoned consulting rooms in protest of a delayed fixing of a critical equipment in service delivery. The linear accelerator system used for radiotherapy services has been malfunctioning since October 2023, adversely impeding their diagnosis and treatment of cancer cases. According to management, the machine has been repaired but remains non-operational due to delayed access to a water platinum needed to calibrate the system. But the doctors say they are frustrated by the delayed fixing of the equipment. Documents available to JoyNews show steps by the hospital management to address the concerns of health workers, including $109,623 letter of credit established by the hospital for the equipment procurement. Management has therefore described the industrial action as unfair, as the strike will affect all other patients who may not necessarily need radiotherapy.
It's not helping them because they are saying their machine is not working. And looking at my mom's condition, we can't go home. Like, we are staying at Obuasi, we can't go home and come back again. Like, it's a whole lot, so they should do something about it for us.
I mean, looking at the condition of your mom, she's even struggling to get inside the car.
Yes.
Do you think that you can go and come back some other time?
No, it's not helping. We came last week and they said she should go and do something. So let me say for the past 3 weeks, she has not been here. So she's suffering. I'm even in school and I came back home. So that's not helping us. So.
Okay, they are still on strike. They are still on strike. The doctors are not coming. They are not working. Today, only one doctor is working. So it is true.
How is it affecting you?
Yeah, really, it is affecting us. We are being affected because my wife is seriously sick and there's no doctor taking care of him. There's no doctor. So we are being affected. Yes, we are being affected. We see some patients over here, and even most of them they have gone, and most of them are not coming because of the strike. So we are being affected.
What's the option for you?
My option is government should pay attention to them because they are saying that their machines that they are using has got spoiled, and they have been complaining. The doctors are not paying attention. The government is not paying attention. So my option is the government should come in to see their needs and then provide for them to do their work.
We'll be getting Anabuachi Yadom, who's been monitoring this at the Comfanoche Teaching Hospital, to tell us more about this. We'll also be telling you about the hospitals that the health minister has been promising to complete in the Ashanti region. Right now, 3 transformers belonging to the Electricity Company of Ghana in the eastern region have been vandalized by thieves who made away with copper windings within this week. The recent transformer theft brings to 13 the total number of transformers stolen in the region this year. JoyNews' sources has disclosed that the thefts in Bunso, Kede, and Bukono, where unidentified persons destroyed 100 kVA and 200 kVA unit transformers, plunged residents into darkness. I've been joined by Kofi Sian, who is our correspondent in the eastern region. Kofi, give us a breakdown of the 13 transformers that have been stolen so far.
Okay, so Aisha, the 13 transformers, the areas that these theft cases happen include Koforidua, majority of them in the regional capital, then Bukono. That transformer is an MTN dedicated transformer, so it's solely for the operations of the MTN. Then the recent one that was yesterday at Bunsu, where the transformer is situated just on the premises of the CSIR office in Bunsu. And it belongs to the Tafo district of the ECG. So if you want to find out the number of transformers stolen this week, I can confirm to you that there are 2, and that brings to 13 the total number of transformers stolen in the eastern region from January till this time.
Have these perpetrators been made to face the law, Kofi?
Well, so far, my source at the ECG tells me these unidentified persons hasn't been arrested. The ECG officials are making frantic effort with the Ghana Police Service and other security agencies in the region to ensure that they arrest these perpetrators. But for now, none of them has been arrested.
We're told that some people had to sleep in the dark as a result of this. What has become of those?
You know, in recent times, places like Achimodan, Kede, and its surrounding areas were plunged into total darkness. Gridco issued statements to that effect, and they attributed that to the fact that some of these transformers in these areas have been stolen. And since that time, it took them about a couple of weeks to be fixed. And for now, I can assure you that these areas have light, except for the Bunsu area where the transformer was stolen just yesterday.
Have you had the opportunity to speak with the ECG? What measures are they putting in place to deal with some of these thefts?
Okay, so I spoke to the regional PRO, Mr. Ham, and he tells me that this is not new because in the past few years, their regional boss has the cause to complain about the fact that people have been stealing their transformers, and that they are also making effort to make sure that these perpetrators are arrested. So for now, since they haven't arrested anybody, they are still liaising with the security agencies to ensure that the perpetrators of this act are brought to book.
Kofi Sian is our correspondent in the Eastern region. We'll bring you more on this as it unfolds. We'll definitely be hearing from the ECG on what it intends to do about this. Let's take you back to the Ashanti region, to the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, where Nana Boakye-Yiadom has been monitoring what has become of cancer patients as the oncology department becomes shut to patients. Nana paints a picture of the impact of this abandonment by the medical doctors at the oncology department. Nana Boakye, kindly unmute for me. Right, Nana Boakye-Yiadom, if you can hear me, I need you to paint a picture of what has become of cancer patients as the oncology department is now shut to those patients. Nana Boakye-Yiadom, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Aisha.
Right. So tell us what has become of the cancer patients as the oncology department is no longer working.
Well, as we speak to you, some of these cancer patients visiting the oncology department of the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital have been asked to go back home because the doctors who are...
Your call has been put on hold. Been put on hold.
Right, Nana Boakye-Yiadom is a man monitoring this at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital. We'll try and bring him back to tell us more on what is happening with cancer patients at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital. But still to come in this bulletin, leader of the movement for change, Alan Kyerematen, has been promising Ghanaians of a lot of things he will be doing. He says he will create an environment that will foster a stable currency and also drive low inflation. When we return from this break, there's a special conversation with the leader of the movement for change.
The council and establish a new second chamber of parliament.
go be? Deposit and maintain a minimum balance of 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it to qualify to win your share of 1.2 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. EMG. Join the EcoBank Million Gang. A better way to enjoy life. Deposit today. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank. The Pan-African Bank.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Abolish the Council of States and establish a new second chamber of parliament.
Welcome back to JoyNews today. And founder and leader of all the Movement for Change and presidential candidate for the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, Alan Kyerematen, has pledged to comprehensively deal with government expenditure and create an environment that will foster a stable currency and drive low inflation. These are contained in his Great Transformation Agenda, which he launched on Monday. His agenda thrives on 6 thematic areas, and I'll be sharing that with you shortly: economic, governance, infrastructure, social services, environment, science, technology, and innovation, and natural resources, and behavioral and mindset change. I'll tell you more about that. And Alan Kyerematen himself is here to break it down for us. Good to have you, Mr. Alan Kyerematen.
Thank you, Aisha. How are you doing?
I'm good, good, good. How has the campaign been so far?
Well, it's going very well. Going around the country is the same message that I hear. Nobody wants to listen to what the MPP or the NDC is saying any longer. They are tired of the two parties. They want an alternative. They want change. They are hoping that if it is true that Alan will show up, then at least they have a viable alternative. So they are all hoping and waiting that Alan will show up. So all I need to do now is to make sure that I get to the people. But I think that the goodwill is great and is organic. You can see it's very natural, you know. So now I have to make sure that I insert myself and then they will get to see me.
You have some very interesting areas that you want to focus in that document you launched yesterday. Those 6 thematic areas. I want us to start with the economy. And with the economy, you talk about the drive for expenditure management and control. This, you and I agree, is being one of the biggest challenges we've had, government expenditure, which is leading us into many areas that we do not want. What have you identified as the issues, the problems and the measures that you have put in place to address this?
Thank you very much. And just for clarification, just so that people don't get confused.
Right.
The GTP has 6 clusters.
Clusters, right.
And each cluster has a number of pillars.
Okay.
And the pillars have policy solutions or policy prescriptions.
Right.
So, for example,
what the first cluster is the economy.
Is the economy.
Right.
And under the economy, there are 4 pillars.
Right.
One is the macroeconomy.
And then the second is industrial transformation. And then a new agricultural revolution.
Okay.
And last but not the least is tourism. So if you take the macroeconomic pillar, this is where expenditure management and control comes in. But it's very simple. Yes, government has a responsibility to provide infrastructure to deliver services to the people. But you also have a responsibility to make sure that you have the resources, the revenue or the income to finance that expenditure. If you spend more than you have as income, then there's a deficit. And if there's a deficit which has to be covered, then you have to borrow to be able to cover the deficit. And obviously, that is not sustainable if you keep on borrowing to finance your deficit. So you always have, as a government, to try and bring your expenditure and your revenue under control and keep it in balance. Now, we have a very unfortunate situation where over several decades, we are spending more than we earn in terms of revenue. And so for any government that is seeking to develop a stable economy, your major responsibility is expenditure management and control. And if that is indeed the case, then it has to start with government. You have to run a lean government. If you don't have the resources to finance a big government or executive administration, then you don't do it. You have to cut down the size of government.
So you propose 40?
40 ministers. And the interesting thing, Aisha, is that if you look at the Constitution talks about 19 ministers, cabinet ministers.
Sure.
And then also one minister to have oversight for each region. So in the case of Ghana, we have 16 regions. If you decide to go by the Constitution and you have 19 cabinet ministers, and you add the 16 regional ministers, you have 35. So it means that technically speaking, you ought not to go even beyond 35. So if you go to the extent of having 100 ministers, then you have a problem because it comes with a cost.
But if you want to be technical, then you should go with 19 ministers, as the Constitution is prescribed.
Oh yes, but the point is that the constitutional requirement does not suggest that you cannot go beyond that.
Beyond, yes.
Yes, but talking about cabinet ministers.
But you and I are trying to cut costs, right?
Yes, cut
so
costs.
do with 19 ministers.
Well, and if you look at my proposal, I've specified who will be in the 40 ministers.
Okay.
So there are 19, and then the 16, so 35, and the 5 additional ones are supporting the 19. I don't know whether I'm making sense.
Okay.
Because, currently we have deputy ministers. Some ministries have 3 deputy ministers, some 2, some 1. Now, what we are saying is that if you have a sense of running a lean government, which is the only way you can control your expenditure, then make sure that you reduce the size of your government.
Right.
And that's what I am proposing. Now, in which case we have 35 ministers and 5, we don't call them deputies this time, they are ministers of state.
Okay. So
And I've provided the list. If you go through the list, it's under the governance section.
So you think that 40 will work out for you?
Oh, not that it will. I have no choice
than to work with 40 ministers.
Yes, I have no choice.
And you'll be able to achieve all of these that you've put in that agenda.
But you see, if you go to some of the matured economies, those who have bigger budgets, I don't believe that any of them even have more than the kind of ministerial appointments that we have currently. So in my case, I'm hitting the ground running if I become president. And it's a question of optimizing the work of your ministers. Yes, I know. I have a plan that would take Ghana forward. So it's a big program. Okay. There's no doubt about that. So you're right in asking whether my 40 ministers will be able to deliver that. So yes, that's why if you want to be in politics, it's about public service. Okay. And you have to get it done. And at any point, you have a large public service, a large civil service. You have to make them work. You have to put them to work. So Aisha, it's about us as politicians, we have to get serious.
Okay. You want to reduce taxes, yes, and you want to reduce import duties.
Yes.
The government under which you served imposed so much taxes on businesses, especially, yes, who keep complaining that their businesses are collapsing. Why do you want us to believe you if you pitch this to us?
No, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of the government.
Okay.
You understand me? So I am the leader of my own movement.
Okay.
I'm contesting to become a president. And so I've put forward a plan. I want to speak to my plan.
Okay.
So if the current government, I'm no longer a member of the NPP, I'm not a member of the government.
But you can't erase that from your track record, from your CV. It's part of
you're absolutely right. But what I'm seeking to explain is that I've been in government, and I was in government with a certain sense of purpose. If at any point in time I do not believe that I can achieve that purpose, because I'm there to serve the people.
Right.
And so if I believe that remaining in the party and in government will not advance my desire and how I'm able to serve the people, then I should have the courage to come out. And that's what we need to do in Ghana. If it is not working, you come out.
Okay.
And in fact, I know people keep on asking, oh, but, well, you've been part of it. But
did you make these suggestions when you were there?
Everybody who has followed my political career would understand that they shouldn't be surprised if at long last I've come out. Because I have been talking about transformation for so long. During Kufuor's time, I was talking about transformation. But actually, the interesting thing is that even at graduate, even undergraduate school level, in the University of Ghana, in the Faculty of Economics, my dissertation was how to change the structure of the Ghanaian economy.
Okay.
Even at that time, and this is from 1973 up to 1976. Even at that time, I was talking about transformation. It's just recently that I was trying to put pieces together and thinking that if this has been your mindset, even from school, it means that you are genuine about it. And it's not about me coming out of government now and now talking about transformation. I'm sure you know that I was the lead architect of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Sure.
All those initiatives that I have championed are all aimed at transformation. In that case, it was the transformation of Africa, bringing Africa together in one common market. In Ghana, under President Kufuor, when I talked about presidential special initiatives, it was about transformation. One district, one factory under President Kufuor, when I introduced that, it was about transformation. When I started talking about vehicle assembly and component manufacturing in Ghana, it's all about transformation. Transformation is technically defined as significant or substantial change. And the reason why Ghana is not moving forward is that even when we grow, our growth is not significant enough for it to result in transformation. And that is why when there are shocks, either domestic or external, it then undermines the stability of your economy, because your economy is not transformed.
So, I mean, one interesting thing that I saw in the breakdown of your classes is having a stable...
I'm very impressed. It means you've read...
Yes, I have.
Reading it.
Yes, I have, and I'll continue
Aisha.
to read. And it's about the stable currency.
Yes.
Around this time, if you pitch this to any Ghanaian, it's so refreshing.
Yeah.
But how do you intend to achieve this when, for instance, our forest reserves are depleted? It's not like you're going to operate in isolation. You're going to continue from whichever government leaves, then you continue from there. What magic are you going to do?
You see, the interesting thing about this Bible, this economic Bible, the Alan Gospel, is that everything that I've set out in the plan has very specific solutions, prescriptions about how it's going to be done. So if you look at this, stable currency, it shows you exactly what I would do. The short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures.
Okay.
For example, very simply, your foreign exchange has to be driven by supply and demand. So if you have a greater inflow of foreign exchange into your economy, then that now backs up your local currency, because it means that you have more foreign exchange now looking for your local currency. Okay. So it will be stronger. But if you have limited foreign exchange inflows and everybody is trying to look for foreign exchange, then obviously the higher demand for the foreign exchange would mean that people are prepared to pay a higher rate for the foreign exchange. So supply and demand. So if you want to stabilize your currency, the first thing you have to do is to increase the flow of forex. And the only way you can do through this is to export. If you export more, you get more foreign exchange.
Okay.
And then also you have to reduce your requirement for foreign exchange. And that's what is very important. You need to be able to produce some of the things that you are currently importing. But if you have a currency that is not stable, in the short term, there are measures which have nothing to do even with your export and import substitution.
Yeah.
For example, the role that forex bureaus play, because they trade in currency. So if you don't have oversight and control over forex bureaus, it means that a forex bureau operator can decide that today I want to buy $1 at 15 cedis. The next day, by his own calculation, he can decide that I'm prepared to pay 16. The next morning, I'm prepared to pay 17. Now, if there's no oversight, then you have a situation where you have speculative trading in forex.
Okay.
So in the short term, you have to put a very strong oversight regime over forex bureau.
Did you do that while Straits Minister?
But you see, but this is the interesting. People keep on asking. If you are trade minister, you have your responsibility.
But this comes directly under trade.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, but the control of foreign exchange.
These currencies, I mean, one of the arguments they've put up strongly.
Is the Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
And then to some extent, Bank of Ghana.
But you have a say. When it has to do with businesses and how they trade, you have a say.
But I don't control the decisions in respect of that. But just to give you comfort, the reason why I have a lean government now is that I have proposed that we will combine the Ministry of Finance, Trade and Industry. Because that is...
As one?
Yes, that's one. That immediately solves the problem.
Okay.
Because as you're rightly saying, I deal with businesses, and my interest is to make sure that businesses survive. So if the cedi is depreciating, it affects my constituency, the business people. But I don't have control over that process, the central bank or the Ministry of Finance. If you combine the two, and you have a central bank that, though independent, is also working within certain parameters, then this becomes very easy. It becomes very easy to, in fact, we should not even get to a situation where we have a problem of unstable currency. I don't understand why we should wait for it to get to that point. But it's not just controlling the work of the forex bureaus or exporting. For example, if you export, you are required to bring your foreign exchange earnings from exports to the country. That's what we call repatriation of forex. Now, if instead of bringing the forex exchange into the country, you keep it in your offshore account, it means that you are denying the country the use of the foreign exchange proceeds. But if the regulation is enforced, then the repatriation of forex would increase the flow of foreign exchange in our economy. There are so many other solutions.
But the bigger picture, the fact that we keep running back to IMF every time, what we've recently done is to actually defer our pain. What's your plan to actually fix this, just deal with it once and for all so we don't go back to IMF?
Yes, the only way we can avoid not to go back to the IMF is for us to transform our economy. And when I talk about transforming our economy, it's first to maintain fiscal consolidation, meaning that don't spend what you do not have. So that is where your expenditure management and control is number one. Number two, you have to optimize your revenue. If you optimize your revenue by increasing your tax net or making sure that people are tax compliant, then it means that you will earn enough to be able to finance your expenditure. You don't have to borrow. That's number two. Number three, you have to be able to put a cap on what you borrow. The main problem that we have in Ghana is that we are caught into what I call a debt trap, not death trap, a debt trap. Why? For what, decades, 50 years since independence, all governments have been borrowing. And what do they use the money for? Number one, they borrow to finance consumption. If you are importing, consumables, and you need forex to do that, you borrow to finance consumption, or you finance to cover the expenses that you incur with a big government. That's all. You are only borrowing to finance consumption. Then we also borrow to refinance our debt. Can you believe it that you are borrowing to pay for debt that you have already incurred? So it means that you are back to square one. You are owing $100, and you go and borrow to come and pay the $100. It means that even though you are borrowing,
you are still owing.
You are still owing. In fact, you are owing more because your second borrowing comes with an interest. So if you are borrowing to finance consumption, and if you are borrowing to just pay for debt, and if you are borrowing to pay for social services, free housing, free education, free, it means that whatever you have borrowed does not generate any income because you are just spending, even though it is for a good purpose.
So all of this you're talking about is a long-term measure. So that means that even under your government, we'll still go back to IMF until we fix our problems.
So what I'm saying is that to fix your problems, you need a policy to deal with expenditure management and control, and that's what you have here. And here you find short-term, medium-term, and long-term. You need a program to deal with your currency. But that's only on the macroeconomy. The other pillars in the economic cluster is industrial transformation.
Which I was coming to.
Yes.
So that also includes
the economy.
That includes boosting local industries.
Yes, boosting local industries.
I mean, at the same time, you want to reduce import duties.
Yes.
And businesses recently have been complaining about why people, the reason why they are not thriving is because people keep importing foreign stuff into the country.
Yeah.
And so people don't have the taste for local stuff that they manufacture here.
Yeah.
So you want to reduce import duties, yet you want to help transform the local industry. How do you intend to strike that balance?
Basically, you are helping your local manufacturers and producers to be able to produce more.
When people are importing into the country?
So I'm saying that, so that is boosting local production.
Okay.
But at the same time, you are also trying to reduce imports. So in actual fact, you have two complementary policies. Whilst you support local production, you are also reducing all your interventions are meant to reduce imports.
Okay.
But if you reduce imports, it has to be replaced with local production. So in fact, they are complementary. Boosting local production is the only way you can reduce imports. So,
but also you are giving them incentives for importing.
No, I understand you. But then that is why if you are reducing your appetite for importation, then you don't give incentives for importation.
Yes, but that's what you seek to do?
No, how is that?
If you reduce duties, I mean, the money that people pay when they import stuff into the country, you're actually strengthening them to do so.
No, you see, if you are reducing taxes and duties on imports, it doesn't always mean that you are reducing, let's say, duties on finished goods.
Okay.
See, if you reduce taxes, you help your local producers and manufacturers to be able to compete, because there are certain raw material products which go into local production, which have to be imported.
So are you going to segment it? That,
Yes,
I mean, the reduction of duty is on raw materials and not on finished products?
Primarily, it has to be on products that go into local
manufacturing.
But obviously, there are products which we do not have the capacity to produce locally. And even with those ones, generally, you'll be selective. But the bottom line is that there is no country in the world that can survive on the altar of high taxes. It's because if you have a high tax regime, then you are making your companies uncompetitive. And so by reducing taxes, remember, by reducing taxes, you are helping your own companies to become more competitive.
Yeah.
Because they have no choice. In some cases, they have to import certain components. So if you reduce the tax, you are making them more competitive. But also, remember that if you have a low tax regime in general, it also reduces inflation. Because if you have a high tax regime, it means that producers and manufacturers have no choice but to pass on the tax on to consumers.
Okay.
Because nobody, it's going to just contain the effect.
The high cost of production.
Yeah. So they have to transfer it. So then you're also increasing the prices of goods, and that's inflation. Now, if you have high inflation because your tax regime is so high and it's affecting the cost of production, then what are you doing? You are reducing consumer demand. If you go to the market right now, because I go to the market.
Okay.
and what you hear generally is that, oh, people are not buying. Why are they not buying? They are not buying because prices of goods are high. That's inflation. Now, if they are not buying, then it means that it's a signal to producers that you have to cut down on your production.
Yeah.
Because if you produce more, it will not be bought.
Yeah.
So you have to cut down on your production. If you cut down on your production, number one, it means that you have to lay off workers. If you lay off workers, that also becomes a burden on government. Because otherwise, or if they were in employment, they'll pay income tax. The company itself, if they are doing well and they are producing and people are buying, they'll pay corporate tax. But if he's making a loss, because of high taxes, then it means that government will not even get revenue from corporate tax. And then if you lay off workers, government is also denied the opportunity of having revenue from, let's say, income tax. So whichever way you look at it, when I talk about Alan with the GTP leading the effort to introduce an enterprise economy, that is what it means. Because it's all about private enterprise. It's all about entrepreneurship. It's all about innovation. So Aisha, for example, yes, I know you are paid very well. You are anchor. You have a great presence in the media and everything. But if, for example, I were to propose to you that yes, it's good, maybe you've done enough in the media, but government can support you to establish your own business. It doesn't have to be in the media, some other, you will be making a contribution to the economy, maybe beyond even the work that you do now. I'm not trying to suggest that you leave your media work. But we have to get to a situation in this country where everybody is hungry to set up their own business.
Recently,
you don't believe that?
Well, business is good. I mean, if there's that enabling environment for people to set up their businesses, yes. That's a good one.
That's where we have to get to. That's the enterprise economy that I'm talking about.
Recently, there's been a decline in cocoa production. I mean, primarily because of financing. And I mean, it's been a long while struggling to catch up. What's your plan? Because I see a whole segment dedicated to cocoa production. What's your plan?
Actually, the section is not talking about cocoa production, it's talking about cocoa financing.
Right, cocoa.
Because, Aisha, cocoa is the most dominant commodity for Ghana. It is our leading export commodity.
True.
Now, every year, we go for a loan syndication exercise to bring in almost $2 billion into the economy. We borrow. It's not for free. We borrow $2 billion through cocoa loan syndication. Meanwhile, we don't pay for the cocoa that we buy from the farm. We don't use foreign exchange to buy that. We use local currency. Our cocoa farmers are paid in local currency, not in foreign exchange.
True.
So why are you borrowing dollars to buy cocoa
seedling
with cedis? It doesn't make any sense. So that's why one of my proposals is that we would abolish the cocoa loan syndication scheme. All government needs to do is to mobilize cedis through local bonds and things like that to pay for cocoa from the farmers, so that when we sell our cocoa, the full value of what we sell comes to the economy. If we are getting $2 billion from our cocoa export, that money, when it comes, must not then go back to pay for that loan.
Right.
It must come into the economy. And then last but not the least on cocoa, how is it that the balance sheet of Cocoa Board is not part of our government balance sheet? The most important organization as far as your economy is concerned, they keep their own books separate from government accounting. How is that even possible? For all these years, it means that Cocoa Board as an institution is handling the finances of the most important commodity in your outside government balance sheet.
Did you question that when you were a minister?
Did I question that? I have my role that I'm playing. Yeah. If I have ideas and advice, it will just be amongst us.
Did you make those suggestions?
That's internal. But what I'm suggesting to you is that if I am president, all the things that I'm talking about, whether it is, because if you are president, you have total control over the whole economy. So you can direct what is done in every sector. But I cannot carry the responsibilities of an entire government.
So you advised, did you advise the president to do so?
Just because that's our internal matter.
But if you advised the president to do so and he didn't do, then that's...
Yes, I'm saying that I'm not talking about what the MPP did or did not do. Because I'm here to tell the people of Ghana that if Alan becomes president within 2 or 3 years, what is going to happen in this country will be phenomenal. It may look like, so how come that we've been sitting around all these years? But it is not rocket science.
Let's delve into one of the biggest issues confronting us, education. And the free SHS has come under, it's come under a lot of, if you like, scrutiny.
Yes.
What's your plan? Because there's those who feel that it must be reviewed. There are those who say it must be scrapped. Where's your stance? Yeah. Review or scrap?
What I've said is that it's unfortunate that there's been no comprehensive review of the free SHS policy. Because that's the starting point. It's a good idea to enhance access to education for the people of this country. Now, but then after 7 years, almost 8 years, a national program of this nature must undergo a comprehensive review. What I have said is that's one of the first things I will do, to undertake such a comprehensive review, but not just reviewing it for the sake of reviewing it. I've indicated the criteria for the review. 1, financial sustainability. Is it financially sustainable? Number 2, what are the infrastructural requirements that can sustain the free SHS? So the fact that it's a good idea, if you don't analyze the financial implications, the infrastructural requirements, the curriculum requirements, even analyzing what to do with the graduates of free SHS, we cannot have a situation where if you produce people, you cannot guarantee them a job.
There's currently a bill in Parliament seeking to bind successive governments to not to scrap the free SHS. What's your stance on this bill?
My stand is that let us, as a country, undertake this comprehensive review. The policy itself, it's a good one, as I said, to enhance enrollment. But the implementation and operationalization of it has to be reviewed. It's not sacrosanct. It has to be reviewed. When it is reviewed, then we are in a position to take a decision on reorienting it, re-engineering it, recalibrating it. Now, I haven't studied the elements of what has gone to Parliament. But if you ask my own personal opinion, I would say that there is no need for legislation now. Let us undertake a comprehensive review and then make sure that if we are going to retain it, this is the framework now for operationalizing. At that point in time, then it will make sense for us now to have Parliament legislate on that. Because at that point, we have had more or less a very comprehensive look at the program. And then we can, as a people, decide that now that we know how to operationalize it, we can then legislate on it so that it becomes basically a permanent feature of our...
Under your infrastructure cluster, you talk about reducing the housing deficit. I know that we've made some progress, but there's a lot more work to be done. And also very important under that cluster is your plan to reduce waste. You talk about water, sanitation, waste management, and sewage systems. Before I talk about the housing deficit, let me first deal with the waste management, because it's one of the biggest problems we have, especially with plastic waste. Do you have a comprehensive plan to deal with this?
I have a policy to deal with it.
Okay.
Now, the policy will now be translated into a program and then projects. Now, the reason why you have to start with a policy is that my view, for example, is that the modern way of treating waste, either through recycling, generating energy from it, there are so many ways of dealing with waste now. There is no way that government can finance the infrastructure requirements for an efficient and effective waste management program. There's no way. It's not going to be possible.
Okay.
You can't even pay for your energy to keep your lights on. So how are you going to now finance that? So I've said several times, even during government, that let us introduce incentives and get the private sector to finance the infrastructure required, whether for waste management, for building roads, for building airports. Government does not need to borrow to deal with our waste.
So how do you intend to deal with it?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Bring the private sector into this. They have the money, they have the technology, they have the management capability, they have what it takes to help us manage our waste. Why is government interested in controlling that sector?
Okay, so
when you neither have the resources, you don't have the skills, you don't have anything.
For the sake of time, let me ask you this final question. I'm happy you talked about government not having money to keep the lights on. Do you have the way, or what means do you intend to keep the lights on
for us? It's all there. Bring the private sector.
So you will privatize ECG, for instance?
To the extent that you bring in not just power generation, because now we have private sector participation in terms of generation. You know, we have independent power producers. But in terms of transmission, in terms of distribution, which is where ECG comes in, the transmission is GridCo and NetCo. Government does not even have the money to maintain our transmission infrastructure. And you are sitting on it. And that's where if you have transmission losses, it's because these are transmission infrastructure. You know when they were built so many years ago, not just the transformers, but the main transmission infrastructure. Why do you want to still keep your hold over that when you don't have the money to bring in new technology, new transmission infrastructure? So you continue to have transmission losses. And if you have transmission losses, then you cannot keep your lights on. Also, if you can't run your economy properly, then you don't have the revenue to buy fuel to fire your thermal plants. This is what is happening. It's not just the fact that we are not investing in our transmission infrastructure or even building new, I would say, energy generation sources. No. Even the money to buy fuel or gas to fire our existing thermal is a major problem. It's a major problem because now we have a depreciating currency. If you have to import crude, and in some cases even gas to fire your thermal, and you have a depreciating currency, it means that you need more money now.
Yep.
So it is a cul-de-sac situation. It's a cul-de-sac situation. You know, and for me, just speaking to Ghanaians, the two parties, NDC and MPP, they've had the privilege to run this country for the last 32 years. Both of them, they can't keep the lights on.
So you will keep the lights on?
And I have told you how to keep the lights on.
By bringing in the private sector.
But look, you have two dominant parties that have been in power for 32 years. Mm. You are going into an election in December. You can't even produce your not even a plan, even the manifesto, just manifesto promises. Just making promises. You can't even do that. Why is it that, why is it that I have come in new and I have produced the most comprehensive policy blueprint?
Well, we'll wait to see this. Then we can make a proper comparative analysis.
You have read it. Okay, when are they going to be?
We haven't.
And what is in there?
Alan Kyerematen, I'm so grateful that you were able to make it, and wish you all the best as you work on this transformational agenda. And in the coming days,
and remember, I'm focusing on the young people, because try and position yourself well.
Oh, but me, you've already given me a position. I'll be a cabinet minister. And as the days go, I mean, we'll be breaking this document down properly and ask all the questions that there is. Thank you so much for coming.
Pleasure, as always.
And that'll be it for JoyNews today. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Many thanks for watching.
A silent epidemic is sweeping through Ghana, affecting millions of lives.
I fear diabetes even more than cancer, because once your sugar is so high, it affects virtually all tissues, all organ systems in the body.
Hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are exacting profound toll on individuals, families, and the national economy.
The cost on the state, that is the health system alone, is huge. It costs the health system between 4% to 160% of the national income per capita.
It's like a ticking time bomb, and if we don't address it, it's going to be catastrophic.
In this Hotline documentary, we tell you the human stories behind the statistics and the cost burden of managing these diseases. NCDs, the silent epidemic.
Can change the price and size of what you eat. Technology has totally changed the face of farming, but how is Ghana plugging in? Join Emma Davis and Prince Appiah on the food chain as they project startups in the agri sector, highlights the gains and plight of industry players, while engaging the experts for more insights in agri-related issues. Food chain, everything agriculture and more, airs during the Joy Business Report every Thursday at 1 p.m. on Joy FM and every Saturday at 6 p.m. on the Joy News channel, with a repeat on Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We'll do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage. This unbiased analysis on the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the marketplace. Coming up in this edition, bondholders expected to forgo $4.7 billion in agreement reached with government in debt restructuring deal. We shall be analyzing the term sheet with an economist, plus engage the business community on the end of the debt negotiations with external creditors. Also in this bulletin, we shall be assessing the impact of the 1.5 billion cedis to be paid to customers of defunct financial institutions affected by the banking sector cleanup exercise from now to October this year on the banking sector. We are live with a banking consultant. Plus, panelists at the Graphic Business Stanbic Breakfast meeting call for radical agricultural policies to address the sector's challenges, with a specific focus on agri value chain.
Be radical in the way we look at issues. Focus on a few value chains, address it comprehensively, and then when you learn your lessons, you move on.
We have details of these and many more lined up for you. Please stay. Always a pleasure to have you on. I am Pius Kojo Baka. We can now settle and take a look at our stories. And bondholders are expected to forgo about $4.7 billion that government of Ghana should have paid to them. Now, this is part of agreement reached with Eurobond holders when it comes to restructuring 13.1 billion dollars, I beg your pardon, owed these creditors. We've got more for you in the following Business Desk report.
The term sheet covering the Eurobond deal showed that the bondholders will also provide a cash flow of $4.4 billion during the period under the IMF program. These concessions are needed according to the new deal to restore debt sustainability under the fund program. Government is also proposing two options under the deal when it comes to restructuring the Eurobond debt. This is the PAR and the DISCO option. For those who take the DISCO option, they will receive 3 new bond instruments. However, the PAR option will have up to 1.6 billion cedis cap. The agreement will also ensure that government will enter into a non-financial terms described as the most favored creditor clause that will ensure that other creditors do not receive better net present value terms. The bondholders have also agreed to a 37% haircut on their interest and maturity. Ghana is also required to publish certain public debt information on a semi-annual basis. Measures have also been taken to ensure that the court don't invalidate this deal. The formal launch of this Eurobond deal will happen in the coming weeks, subject to agreement on the definitive documentations. Government will seek the required approvals and support of the broader bondholder community in order to successfully consummate this important transaction. The IMF has also given its blessing to this deal, meaning that government could go ahead and sign the pact with the creditors once they agree to the terms. The pact is coming at the time the IMF board is set to meet Ghana this Friday when it comes to the country's second review under the fund program. Government also believes that this deal will go a long way to help in stabilizing the Ghana cedi as well.
Now, some customers whose funds have been locked up since 2018 banking sector cleanup are skeptical about the government's decision to pay them by October this year. Now, this follows an announcement by government that an amount of 1.5 billion cedis would be released to compensate people affected by the banking sector cleanup exercise from now to October. Now, let's hear from the Finance Minister, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, at a town hall meeting in the United Kingdom, making that announcement.
That government will not be held responsible for the investment decisions of individuals. But this government is so caring. Mistakes were made. People were not well informed. Maybe they didn't know who to consult to be informed or advised. But we also know that the people who are affected are suffering. We heard that some people have died. Some people had to commit suicide. This government is so caring that in the first place, we granted some bailout to all the affected. And I want to tell you again that the president has directed that we do another bailout. So between now and October, we will release 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the affected people. This will not pay the entire amount, because the entire amount is 4 billion.
All right, so what will this mean to the banking sector? And I want to bring in the perspective of a banking consultant, Dr. Richmond Etuahini, to help us understand this. Thanks so much, Dr. Etuahini, for agreeing to speak to us. Now, you heard the Finance Minister, 1.5 billion cedis to be earmarked, compensate, basically, to compensate people affected by the banking sector cleanup exercise from now to October. And I want to know how feasible this would be, because some customers are skeptical about government's decision to pay them.
New to your cherished viewers. I mean, the statements that the minister made was quite unfortunate, because to say that government is caring, and if people are bound by a bond, a Ghana government bond, and for other reason, for any other thing or for anything, or people have deposited their money in a bank, and for another reason, the bank has gone into liquidation or has been liquidated, I think it's not a very good statement to support the confidence in the industry. I believe he had to be circumspect about depositors whose money has gone, and say that it is not their responsibility to pay or not to pay. I think the question I want to ask him, was it their responsibility to pay the 21 billion, which they have paid already? For me, if we are making statement on the banking or financial sector, we must be circumspect and see the implication of the statement. Because now, if I had money, seriously, I will not put it in a bank at all. Because if it goes under, I don't think I'll have my money. But to go to your substantial question, the main question, I mean, I've always said, and I will continue to say that, when we wanted to do the financial sector cleanup or the banking cleanup, whichever way you call it, I think we did not take our time to study the nuances of the problems in the banking sector. So I'm not surprised that in one state, you hear people talking about 21 billion. In another state, you hear people, the governor I think in November, said it was 25 billion, including the other SDIs. I am not surprised that we have come to this state that the government thinks that there is a need to pay depositors who have lost their money since 2018. So for me, it is just a good beginning. And I mean, they should take the government's word and the finance minister's word that at least the 1.5 billion out of the 4 billion, as he said, will be paid. And we just hope and pray that it is paid, so that the confidence in deposit mobilization and also in the banking sector will rise up again. Because you see, we have had too many problems in the financial sector or the banking sector. Either it's no financial cleanup, it's DDEP. If it's not DDEP, it's non-performing asset. I mean, these three issues are too huge for us to take it just like that. I mean, we need, as a country, to look at our banking sector and look at how best we can clean it and make it clean, so that it will bring confidence or repose confidence in the depositors and investors in the system. That is what I'll say for
well,
the time.
it's good you pointed that out, because some are of the view that, well, because we are inching closer to the political season or the main elections, this could be a political talk, and it's really not what the government wants to do, basically just to score political points.
Well, whether they want to buy votes or not, or they wanted to convince people to vote for them, I think the people who have lost this money over the years would also think about the time value of money. I mean, if you're paying somebody 1.5, let us work back to 2018. The cedi was 5.8. I mean, so the same 1.5 you're paying is not the same money that you should have paid earlier. So whether you use it to coerce people to vote for you or not, those who are very discerning will know that, look, we have lost so much, and this cannot convince people, because the financial, the environment is not the same. I mean, 1.5 in 2018 divided by a dollar of 5.8, you can calculate what amount I'm talking about, and divide the same dollar, the same amount by the 16 or 15 point something. So I think the viewers are more discerning, and then they will make informed decision. They will make informed decision, because some people have lost their lives. I mean, people have lost their lives, and if people have lost their lives and you're going to pay, and somebody is saying that we are not going to pay all, I mean, we Ghanaians are brilliant, and they will know how to handle whether you want to coerce them or buy them, how they will have to take that decision. So for me, it is neither here nor there. Let them pay, so that the little that they receive would at least go a long way to compensate the suffering that these people have suffered over the last 6 years.
Dr. Kyerematen, let me tap into your expertise now. So what, in your view, you would say that government needs to do in terms of distribution or distributing this 1.5 billion cedis equitably and, of course, fairly, to ensure that the affected customers, do not feel shortchanged?
I believe that before you even come on the radio or television or make at that place, what is it, conference call center or somewhere, town hall, I think you should have set your modalities. How do we prorate it? Who gets what? And what criteria are we using to pay? So, I mean, it is not after you have said it, then you work. I believe, sincerely, they should have done all these things before even making the pronouncement. Otherwise, you're going to create another chaos that we have seen. So for me, I'll give the benefit of the doubt for the people who are in authority, who are supposed to do the right thing, who do it without thought and how. The methodology they will use in paying these people, because if it's 4.1 and you're going to pay, I'm not sure you're going to pay people 100%. Possibly you're going to pay around 30%. And how do you do it? So I leave that statement to the Honorable Minister and the President, who have made this sweeping statement.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Richmond Etuahini, for speaking to us on the marketplace. And I want us to touch on our earlier story where bondholders are expected to forgo an amount of $4.5 or $4.7 billion that government of Ghana should have paid to them. And I want to engage the perspectives of an economist, Professor Lord Mensah, on the back of that. Thanks so much, Professor Mensah, for joining us on the marketplace. Now, what do you make of the Eurobond deal term sheet? A good one, you would say? Unmute for me, Professor Mensah.
Yeah.
I'm asking about your perspective on the Eurobond deal from the Eurobond holders, the term sheet. I'm asking whether it is a good one for the country.
Yeah, whether it's a good one or not, I mean, it's our creditors who are dictating, the kind of package that is supposed to suit them. Remember, we presented an earlier, package of debt restructuring, and that was not, something that they bought into. And so we had to come back to do our assignment well, so that, they can agree into the terms. But with the current state of the cash flows, as far as the debt service is concerned, I mean, clearly we have, backloaded it from 2026 upwards. And you ask yourself, what is going to be the production capacity of this economy to be able to service a debt of 1 billion and over a year from 2026 upwards. This year, which we are halfway already through, I think the debt service is around 477,000, which clearly, tells you that indeed we have, backloaded, the debt service. But, if you look at the trajectory, if the economy remains, the way it is now, it will find it difficult to start servicing that debt of 1 billion and above from 2026 upwards. But with the current state, I think the government is also going to make room for a bit of savings. And I know the reason why the finance minister is happy with, the current state of, cash flow trajectory as far as the debt service is concerned. Probably this year, there's going to be that room of fiscal space to get some money stashed somewhere for elections. And that is why probably the 477,000 that is being paid, we seem to be happy with it. But if you look at it critically, I will ask myself so many questions to say, okay, what is going to be the production capacity? What have we invested since we started this IMF, program? The IMF program is not a program that's supposed to turn around our economy. It's not a program that's supposed to bring back, the exchange rate to the level where it will be appreciable as far as, the market is concerned. We have to leverage on the fiscal space that the IMF program and then the debt restructuring gives us. But so far, we are 2 years into the program. We've not seen any policy that the government has rolled out to ensure that, whilst we are in the program, we use it to turn the economy from short to medium-term production so that we can generate more, foreign currency. And when it comes to our debt payment, we'll be able to, service the debt. So I'm happy with putting the agreement all right. It gives a signal of hope. But then in the end, for true impact of the economy, let's see how, we make room for this debt service on our public purse.
And how do we do that? How we navigate that?
Yeah, of course, it's quite, tough now. So we have gotten the debt restructuring agreement all right. But as far as I'm concerned, government's ability to raise enough dollars to service those streams of cash flows, I think will have a serious impact on our, foreign exchange. And that is what will give us a true picture of this economy.
Thank you so much, Professor Lord Mensah, for agreeing to speak to us on the marketplace, on the subject matter. And of course, we shall keep our eyes on that and keep you posted in our subsequent bulletins. But let's touch on this story we have for you right now because we know that the Graphic Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting will be on or is currently underway. And of course, we've got to bring you more from that because some political panelists at the conference are calling for radical agricultural policies to address the sector's challenges with a specific focus on agri value chain. According to them, it is about time the private sector is involved in agricultural policies to boost the fortunes of the sector. Speaking at the second quarter Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting, CEO of the GASL Ghana, Kwesi Kobo, stressed the need for government to ensure agricultural sufficiency, tackling food inflation.
We are net importers of CPO. We borrowed inordinate amounts of money to fund the cocoa sector. Where cocoa grows, oil palm grows, rubber grows. Okay? Now, from an agronomic point of view, where there's contiguous production and people are not managing their farms well, you're talking about pests and diseases. Coupled, of course, the Galamsey problem has also exacerbated the situation. But you saw how high the cocoa prices went to. So the question I ask myself is, do we still need to do 1 million tons of cocoa? Because if you do less than that, prices go up. So the question I'm saying that we need to be radical in the way we look at issues. Look, I can go on, and sometimes it is sad that if you look at our trajectory, we keep on repeating the same mistakes and expect different results. So my answer is that focus on a few value chains, address it comprehensively, and then when you learn your lessons, you move on. And then the last point is that let the private sector be the lightning rod. Let the private sector be the lightning. How often is the private sector consulted or spoken to? How often do we engage them when they come out with these policies? Whether it's PFJ, where the private sector consulted, was that the instruments of the policy, was it the critical ones to address the problems of food inflation? Because if, for example, issues are made that, well, we gave X amount of farmers benefited from PFJ in terms of input supply. But is that why you give farmers fertilizer and seed? You give them fertilizer and seed because you want to see an increase in productivity. And if a measurement of it is how many farmers benefited from being beneficiaries of supplies of fertilizer and seed, that for me, that I think is a failure.
And that's all we have for you by way of Marketplace here on Joy News. I am Pius Kojo Baka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. We enjoy the rest of our programs. Bye.
Owning a home is not just an accomplishment, it's a dream come true. However, securing the necessary funding to buy or build your dream home often poses a significant challenge. This year, make that dream a reality at the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair 2024. Join us and receive expert financial advice that can help you acquire your very own house. Plus, learn insider tips on transforming your house into a warm and welcoming home. Don't miss the 15th edition of the EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Take the first step towards home ownership and creating the perfect living space for you and your family. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair
is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Citizen Habitats. Rent to own, and sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Sun Via Limited, safety and home solution. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services, G&J, the generator people. Clifton Homes, beautiful home, wise investment. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough. Virtual security, complete security solution. Yobent security doors, protecting lives and property. DPS pipes, connecting you to life. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everlast UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for your windows. Another quality solution from Interplast. EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home.
Life in Denmark can be quite different for an African legend like Michael Essien. The weather, the food, the silence. But there is always a place he can call home.
Home is where your heart is.